Chapter 2792 Controlling the garden. The red-robed child kept flailing his limbs, but he could not escape no matter how much he tried. If you listen to what I say, perhaps you won't suffer much. Otherwise, you will end up like this thing. Han Sen waved his hand and cut the xenogenic plant next to them in half. The red-robed child quietened down. He nibbled his lips and stopped screaming and struggling, but his eyes were still red with tears. He was looking at Han Sen as if he had just been bullied. Get those xenogenic plants out of the way, Han Sen commanded the red-robed child. The red-robed child did not speak or move. Han Sen raised his hand to pretend he was going to hit the boy and shouted, "Yeah." He saw the xenogenic plants simply part to pave a way. Even the deified xenogenic plants were doing it. Han Sen thought, the power to control these plant xenogenics is weird. I wonder if he can control plant xenogenics of an even higher level. If he can, that would surely be awesome. He then addressed the flower god leader and said, "Leader, can you please take a look if the flower seed is still there?" The flower god leader quickly ran to the vine tower that held the flower seed. Everyone followed him. The vine tower was a mess inside, but there was no flower seed. While looking directly at the red-robed child, the flower god leader said, "It is gone. I would wager that he is the flower seed. His body bears the presence of that flower seed." Han Sen nodded and looked at the red-robed child. He was thinking about how best to deal with the child. First and foremost, it all depended on whether or not he could control the space garden. Although the red-robed child did not like this, his power had been restricted by Han Senator. He was not able to defeat him or escape. He now had to listen to Han Sen's commands. Han Sen let the red-robed child find all the flower gods there. With the red-robed child present, all the plant xenogenics in the space garden listened to him. It was easy for them to gather the rest of the flower god people. Han Sen used his phoenix flame to clear away the vegetation that had claimed their heads to bring them back to normal. Upon seeing what Han Sen had done and with the red-robed child adhering to what Han Sen told him to do, the flower god people did not dare break their promise or raise qualms with the new sheriff. They had to stay, listen, and do whatever Han Sen and Xie Qing King ordered them to do. They had become a subordinate race. There was no doubt about that. Han Sen rounded up the displaced deified elites and commanded the red-robed child to open the space garden's door to send them away. Farewell. Before long Bamboo left, he smiled at Han Senator. It seemed as if he knew who Sanmu really was but simply did not want to expose him. When all the deified elites departed, Han Sen did not worry too much about others learning about the space garden. Even if they knew about it, the knowledge was pointless to them. The space garden was a scary xenogenic Ganoderma lucidum. Even true god elites were not able to overcome the power of the Ganoderma lucidum. As long as Han Sen kept a tight leash on the red-robed child, no one else would be able to enter the space garden. From now on, we have a territory to call our own. Now, all we need to do is light up a lantern. Xie Qing King and Han Sen were relaxing in the garden. They were having a barbecue and drinking beer. The red-robed child was sitting next to Han Senator. He was holding some grilled meat, and he really enjoyed it. Breaking the door and lighting a lantern would not be difficult, but we need to think about which lantern we should replace, Han Sen said. Do we need to think about it? Xie Qing King asked. The flower gods and tree men already have a grudge. We can use the name of the flower gods to get rid of the tree men. Han Sen shook his head and said, by doing that, we will be helping the flower gods light up the lantern. It would have nothing to do with humans and spirits. We will have to light up our own lantern. We cannot use the name of some other race. Does it really matter? Xie Qing King asked with a laugh. From what I can tell, there is a problem with the human name. Many scary people in this universe are in search of humans. If I use that name to light up the lantern, it will probably attract many disasters and bring danger to the space garden. After pausing, Han Sen said, "There is no rush. I have another plan. We should use this time to get our people to the space garden. I need to watch this little guy in case he tries to stir up some mischief. I suppose you will have to do the people ferrying service." Xie Qingqing agreed and said, "That will be easy. I will go to Sky Palace and pick up Bauer and the others. As for the other guys, I will just have to let them know." Han Sen nodded. He really missed Bauer, Zero, Little Angel, and Han Yen. Previously, he did not have a territory of his own, but now he did. He was going to bring them there. Han Sen was worried about one thing. The Sky Vine Radish's gene power was too strong. After it had been absorbed by the space garden was continuously evolving. Many plant xenogeneics and the flower fields leveled up to become humongous. And they did so quickly. There were many deified xenogeneics around. Han Sen thought, if things keep going like this, there will be transmutation or even larvae-class deified xenogeneics running about. If he was not able to claim the red-robed child to keep everything under control, he was sure to end up in trouble. Unfortunately, that red-robed child did not accept anything. He was listening to Han Sen's commands for now, but Han Sen sensed that as soon as he had the chance he would revolt. Han Sen thought, it looks like I will have to wait until Bauer gets here. I can't wait to see what Bauer will do to this little guy. If Bauer is unable to tame him, we'll have no choice but to lock him up. After the flower gods lost the flowers on their heads, their levels had significantly dropped. Now, even a king-class flower god was rare to find. Luckily, they only had to make genofluid, and that never cost them much power. Because the space garden had mutated, many of the xenogeneic plants had leveled up. They used their old formulas to make genofluids because the ingredients were now better. That meant the effect the fluids had on geno arts was able to increase. That greatly surprised them. With the talent the flower gods had for synthesizing genofluids, they could reproduce the genes of the xenogeneics. One genofluid was able to concentrate a few or even a dozen xenogeneic genes. After humans used them, their genes increased quickly. They did not have to waste time by digesting flesh. Technology really does make things much easier, Han Sen said. If I knew there was a skill like this, I would never have had to practice a digesting geno art. But Han Sen's deified genes had already reached 100. He did not need to drink geno fluid anymore. Which battle body should I increase first? Han Sen was in his room. He was thinking about which geno art he should evolve first. By having 100 deified genes, it made one's battle body evolve. Han Sen did not hesitate much. He leveled up his The Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was the hardest to evolve. Therefore, Han Sen chose it. Now that he had the space garden, it was easy to collect more deified genes. He did not have to worry too much. Chapter 2793 Leveling Up to Transmutation. When Han Sen decided to evolve, he realized things were going to be different from what he believed it would be like. This evolution process was not something separate. The moment Han Sen decided to evolve, his body became a xenogeneic by its own volition. His 4 geno arts started to run, and it prompted the changes. Han Sen felt as if his body was brimming with a strange sort of power. It was like he was peeling off his skin. His gene database kept refreshing by purging old genes and replacing them with new ones that carried a different message. His body had changes that flipped the ground and the sky. Black air was emitted out of his body. It formed a giant cocoon that wholly encased him. Han Sen felt rather happy. It was fortunate he had locked up the red-robed child inside Destiny's Tower. He was unable to move now, so it was lucky that he had not given the child a chance to run amok while he was busy. Han Sen thought his evolution process would be over soon, but his body kept on changing. He was like that for an entire month. Still, he had not finished evolving. Because his body was always changing, he could not pause for a timeout. He had to continue without a break. He had to be patient and wait for it all to be over. He waited a long time. He eventually passed the 2-month mark. It was on day 70 that he felt as if his body had stopped changing. The gene database stopped renewing. Nothing was being released from his body anymore. Catcha! The black ball, which was like a cocoon, was broken. Han Sen walked out of it. Pat-ong! Han Sen stepped onto thin air, which resulted in him falling to the ground. His face almost got crushed. He clutched his face painfully while his eyes dropped tears. Where is my power? Han Sen was shocked. He no longer felt any power in his body. It was like he was just a commoner that had never bothered to practice. He would not have fallen over and felt pain if he had his power. Han Sen quickly examined his body. What he saw made him freeze where he was. He had a small shoulder and small legs. They looked white and cute. Han Sen was shocked. He looked like a child that was only 6 years old. He looked just like the red-robed child. He was inside his body now. Han Sen ran toward a mirror and looked. He saw that he was now indeed a 5 to 6-year-old boy. Yet, he remembered that when he was that age, he did not look like his current appearance. The little boy in the mirror had black eyes and black hair. His face looked as pale as a crystal. His facial structure was very beautiful. He looked rather feminine. Han Sen now knew why he was like this. When he combined with spell, he was likely bound to look a bit more feminine. Han Sen wanted to cancel his combination, but it was no longer working. He felt no power in his body. It really was like he had the body of an average child. How could I end up like this? Did something happen while I was leveling up? Han Sen's head flooded with a barrage of questions. He quickly went to check his status. Fortunately, although his power had gone, his sea of soul and beast souls were still accessible. Han Sen then saw his status. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body, Gene Battle Body, Xenogenic, Transmutation Class, Level, Deified, Evolution Level, 0/100, Lifespan, 2658, that is all correct. I leveled up to Transmutation Class, but why is my body like this? And, why am I unable to use my power? Han Sen's heart flashed with many questions, but he could not find the answers. On a plain full of yellow sand, a man was stepping across the yellow sand. He was walking. The sand, which was over the sky, did not touch his clothes. There was a valley not far through the desert. The man saw the valley. He squinted his eyes and walked toward it. Pang! When the man had almost reached the valley, a bullet shot the ground near his feet. It touched his shoes and hit the sand. This is not a place for people to travel, the valley boomed with a very loud voice. Are you holy pirate of the pirates? My name is Wuxia. I would like to conduct business with Mr. Holy Pirate. Wuxia no longer walked forward. He stopped and tried to discuss it with the valley. The Extreme King Prince Wuxia. The voice came from the valley again. It was obviously confused by the traveler's announcement. Yes, that is me, Wuxia answered. Humph. Is your old man King here? If he is, he can talk to me. You are just a pompous junior who does not have what it takes to talk to me. The voice sounded cold again. I have heard Mr. Holy Pirate loves to research drawings. There is a sky silk picture that belongs to my race. I was wondering if you are interested in it, Mr. Holy Pirate. Wuxia pulled out a scroll that contained the drawing. Is it the sky silk picture that belonged to Shadow King? While he was talking, the shadow of an old man appeared in front of Bai Wanjie. He stared at the painting in his hands. Yes, it belonged to Shadow King, our ancestor, Bai Wanjie said to him with a smile. It is Shadow King's sky silk picture. It was drawn by him. I wonder if Mr. Holy Pirate is interested in obtaining it. What do you want? The old man looked at Bai Wanjie. I would like Mr. Holy Pirate to steal one thing for me, Bai Wanjie said in a serious tone. Regardless of your success or failure, I will give you this sky silk picture. Is there a place the Extreme King cannot access? The old man asked while squinting his eyes. There is no way you are asking me to go to outer sky to steal something. Bai Wanjie shook his head. I would like Mr. Holy Pirate to go and steal something from the Space Garden. Space Garden? Indeed, that is an annoying place. Aside from me, the Holy Pirate, no one else can force their way in. The old man nodded and asked, What do you want me to steal for you? You should know that there are 3 rules we bind ourselves to. Of course, I know about Mr. Holy Pirate's pirate code, Bai Wanjie said with a smile. What I want Mr. Holy Pirate to steal is a 5 to 6-year-old kid. He is just a kid, but he is actually a xenogeniac. Stealing xenogeniacs should not go against Mr. Holy Pirate's 3 sacred rules. An hour later, Bai Wanjie left the valley with a smile. The sky silk picture was no longer in his possession. That holy pirate agreed to help me. This is surely a done deal. If I can steal that child, the Space Garden will belong to me. Bai Wanjie's smile grew deeper and deeper. Although Bai Wanjie did not see Han Sen claim the red-robed child, he saw Han Sen take the red-robed child to save the flower gods. He was able to guess that the red-robed child was doing something special. But the Space Garden was already in Han Sen's hands. It was too hard for outsiders to infiltrate, and Bai Wanjie wanted to take the Space Garden all for himself. He did not say this to the superiors of the Extreme King, so he eventually thought of the Holy Pirate of the Pirates. The pirates had been in the universe for many years. Only one person was able to possess the title of Holy Pirate. The reason why only he had become so famous was that he was the only one who was able to sneak into outer sky and steal something. He made it out alive. Everyone thought he was the best pirate, so he earned the reputation of being able to steal anything and everything. Chapter 2794, By Mistake, Ha. Ha. Little Sen, you look so much better than how you used to be, Xie Qing King said while patting Han Sen on the head. Go to hell. You go to the flower god leader and see if they have finished the geno fluid that was made by the queen flower. I need it now. Han Sen pushed Xie Qing King's hand away. He was terribly upset by what had become of him. Xie Qing King was very happy. He patted Han Sen's head and said, You just wait here, little Sen. Senator Big Brother Xie Qing will help you. Do not tell me about my body's problems, Han Sen said. He did not want this to cause any more trouble. Xie Qing King agreed and went to the flower god leader. He brought the geno fluid formulated by the queen flower. It was only a big, hand-sized bottle. It had purple fluid inside it. Han Sen opened the bottle and had a sip. He soon heard an announcement. Deified gene +1, deified gene +1, Han Sen drank it and earned 2 deified genes. There was still a lot left inside the bottle. That is the right way for a person to increase their deified genes. I used to keep eating meat that ravaged my bowels for a measly increase in gene points. Han Sen sighed. He thought, if I can increase my deified genes with this, that means my body is okay. It is leveling up normally, but why do I look like this? And, why can I not use my powers? Han Sen was a bit depressed. He drank all of the geno fluid. It increased his tally of deified genes by 7, but Han Sen's body did not recover because of it. He was still unable to feel the power inside him. If I can't keep recovering, I will have to collect 100 deified genes and see if I can become larvae class. Maybe, just maybe, I might be able to recover. Han Sen tried to comfort himself. He had now encountered a very troublesome thing. Han Sen used to be able to control the red-robed child. He was able to take the red-robed child with him to kill the plant xenogenics without any resistance. Now, Han Sen was unable to use his powers. He did not dare consult the red-robed child anymore. It would have been way too difficult for him to kill the deified plant xenogenics as well. The flower gods did not have deified elites in their midst, and Xie Qing King was only king class. No one there had the ability to take out a deified xenogenic. I have to wait for Bauer and the little red bird to get here to hunt deified xenogenics. Han Sen tried to quell his impatience to endure the awful time. After Xie Qing King left the space garden to pick up Bauer, Han Sen practiced his Geno arts there to see if he could somehow trigger something that would return him to how he used to be. Because his body was not injured, even if he used his super god spirit body, he still looked like a child. He was unable to become normal again. One day, Han Sen was in his garden practicing his Geno arts. Unfortunately, no progress on returning to his old self had been made. While he was feeling depressed, someone pushed the gate and entered his garden. Xie Qing King is back that soon. Han Sen was shocked. Aside from Xie Qing King, the flower god people did not randomly choose to enter his private garden. With Han Sen's guess, he also knew Xie Qing King should not have returned so soon. After a closer inspection, he noticed the entrant was not Xie Qing King. He was an old man clad in black clothing. His hair and beard were gray. Honestly, he looked a bit disgusting. Han Sen's heart felt a sudden chill. He did not recall seeing someone like that inside the space garden before. If the old man was not from the flower god, he questioned how he was able to gain access to the space garden in the first place. The old man pushed the gate open and saw Han Senator. His eyes looked at Han Sen like the eyes of a dead fish. He mumbled, "It is a xenogenic that is 6 years old, but he is not wearing red clothes. He is not bald either. Is this the one?" Han Sen heard him and was shocked. The things the old man was describing had to be about the red-robed child. This old man has come for the red-robed child, but how did he gain access to the space garden? Han Sen thought. He was in a hurry now too. With his body's condition being what it was, he could not use power or negotiate with the man. The old man ignored Han Senator. His eyes had 2 god lights in them. He scanned the area around and spoke to himself. The whole of the flower city only has one xenogenic that looks like this. Clothes can change and hair can grow. This most likely is the one I am looking for. When Han Sen heard that, he developed black lines across his head. That old man was making the mistake of believing he was the red-robed child. Han Sen wanted to explain he was not the red-robed child, but the old man waved his hand to cast a weird power. Han Sen ended up flying into his sleeves. Very powerful skill. Han Sen could see that inside the sleeves was just darkness. He had no idea where he was. It was like its own independent realm. How unlucky. Why at this time must a creepy old man be coming for me? Han Sen was depressed. He was trapped in that dark place and could not leave. There was nothing he could do. After the weird old man kidnapped Han Sen, he departed Space Garden. There were many plant xenogenics in Space Garden, but Holy Pirate did not think those low-level plant xenogenics were important. He just nabbed Han Sen and made a hasty escape. The powerful Space Garden was not able to stop the man from leaving. The two kept traveling through space. In a few days, that weird old man was back to where he lived. Right, Bai Wanjie wanted him alive. I can't kill him. The weird old man had thought about Han Sen trapped inside his treasure sleeve for a few days now. Not wanting him to die, he waved his sleeves to let Han Sen out. The weird old man was the holy pirate who Bai Wanjie hired. He was going to steal the red-robed child but had accidentally kidnapped Han Sen by mistake. Han Sen had been trapped in the treasury sleeve for a while now. It was all black in there. He did not know where he was or what time it was until the old man let him out. He was thrown out onto his backside. The first thing he saw was the weird old man. He quickly looked around. He was in a valley with lots of weird flowers and grass. There was also a blue, babbling stream. Many animals were hanging around there. You should eat this. The strange old man collected 2 pieces of fruit off a tree and tossed them to Han Senator. He accepted the fruit and stared at the old man with a complex look. He did not know if he should explain matters or not. After all, he did not know what the old man wanted from the red-robed child. If he said he was not the right person and the old man thought he was useless, he could end up killing him. That would have been a poor result. Han Sen wasn't going to explain. Instead, he asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "I captured you for treasure." Holy Pirate was in a good mood. He brought out the sky silk picture. He stared at it like he was drunk. "What treasure did you want?" Han Sen asked. "This is the treasure," Holy Pirate said as he looked at the picture. Han Sen looked at what he was referring to. He noticed it was a painting. In the picture, there was a fairy with her clothes floating. She was flying to Cloud 9. Chapter 2795 Stalemate. I have many more pictures of pretty women. If you let me go, I'll give you 10. Actually, no. I will give you 100. Upon realizing he was only worth a picture, Han Sen felt depressed. You know nothing. This is the sky silk picture that was drawn by the Extreme King's Shadow King. This picture is of the love of Shadow King's life, but it is a shame that he could not get her. Shadow King saw his lover fly to the sky and break the door. She entered the Geno Hall, which meant he knew he would never see her again. In his profound sadness, he decided to draw this sky silk picture. After pausing, Holy Pirate said, "This picture shows how much Shadow King misses her. This is not like an ordinary picture. You can never find a picture that evokes as much emotion as this." What a good picture. Holy Pirate did not look at Han Sen as he spoke. He kept inspecting the silk picture and admiring it. Did the people of the Extreme King use this picture to exchange with my life? Han Sen stabbed at a guess. You just sit tight here, and I will leave you alone. If you do not be honest with me, I will lock you up. Holy Pirate did not look at Han Senator. He thought he was so good that Han Sen could never escape him. Who are you? Han Sen asked. Have you ever heard of Holy Pirate of the Pirates? Holy Pirate had a look of pride as he spoke. I have heard of the pirates, but I have never heard of Holy Pirate before. Han Sen was not trying to make him mad. He had truly never heard of the man. After all, Han Sen did not know much about the universe. For someone like Holy Pirate, if someone had not mentioned him, he would not have known. It does not matter if you don't know. Just sit and wait here. Holy Pirate said that and then ignored Han Senator. He kept admiring the sky silk picture. Han Sen tried asking the man a few questions, but Holy Pirate totally ignored him. He was captivated by the silk picture. Han Sen leaned his head over to get a closer look. He noticed that above Cloud 9, there was a temple that looked like a palace. It looked like the Geno Hall he used to see. Han Sen sought to ask who the woman in the picture was. After all, she had the power to go to the Geno Hall. She had to have been a supremely powerful elite. But Holy Pirate was completely ignoring him. He was obsessed with the picture. Saliva was almost drooling out of his mouth. He had 2 bites of the fruit. It was very sweet. A warm sensation began to spread inside his body. He thought it might have been something truly special. To Han Sen's current body, fruit like that did absolutely nothing for him. This creepy old man calls himself Holy Pirate. He was able to enter the space garden freely. I am afraid his level must be quite high, but I can't use any power. I do not think I can escape this predicament. Han Sen rolled his eyes. He turned to the Holy Pirate and said, "Can I walk around the valley?" Seeing the creepy old man ignoring him, Han Sen just walked out. He wanted to figure out where he was. The valley was not a big place. Aside from a few wooden houses, there were weird flowers and strange grasses. There were animals everywhere. It was a good place to live a nice, private life. Not long later, Han Sen reached the valley's entrance. He looked out and saw something completely different. Yellow sand was everywhere. Beyond the valley was one vast desert wasteland. It was a completely different world to the bosom of that valley. Han Sen did not fancy leaving the valley, so he returned and walked deeper into the valley. When Han Sen walked to the end of the wooden houses, he saw a mountain wall. It displayed a picture. The picture looked to be one of a chess game that had been left unfinished due to a stalemate. This looks like Go, but a Go chessboard only has 19 by 19 squares. There are many more squares here on this one. Judging from the black and white chess pieces and formation, it really does look like Go. When Han Sen used to practice Heavenly Go, he did some research on Go. He was not a professional, but he could play chess pretty well. After staring at it for some time, he confirmed that its rules were just like Go. The picture displayed an unfinished match that was currently in a stalemate. Is this Holy Pirate obsessed with chess? Is that why he carved a stalemate on the wall? Is it so he can look at it every day? Han Sen examined it for a while. He deciphered that in this stalemate, the white chess pieces were actually at a greater advantage that could lead to a win. The black chess pieces, on the other hand, looked weak and destroyed. It seemed as if they were going to lose. Han Sen loved playing chess, but he did not have the mood to play it now. He kept walking further into the valley. It was not long before Han Sen discovered that every now and again, the cliffs and walls displayed a picture of a similar stalemate. When Han Sen walked into the deeper recesses of the valley, he had managed to count 17 of those stalemates. Every picture of a stalemate was different. Some of the games were at the very end, whereas others displayed games that had only just begun. Han Sen thought these games of chess were research samples of what Holy Pirate studied. By inspecting them, they did look like simple games of chess. They did not seem like worthwhile candidates for being scrawled onto the walls. Does this mean Holy Pirate actually sucks at playing chess? Is that why he put such simple chess games on the wall? Han Sen did not think that would be possible. The will of the deified elites should have been enough to make them good at Go. Even if they were not particularly talented, there was no way such a simple chess game could not be understood. There was no need to carve an example on the wall and observe them every day. Aside from those stalemates, Han Sen did not see anything else in the valley. He did not dare enter the wooden houses. The whole valley was mostly natural. There weren't many man-made trails. When Han Sen returned to the wooden house he had emerged from, Holy Pirate had already put away his silk picture. He was lying down on a chair sunbathing. He looked very happy. Why? Holy Pirate. Did you put those chessboard images on the mountains? Han Sen tried to frame the question indirectly, hoping to find a way to convince Holy Pirate to start talking about them in a roundabout way. The Extreme King hated him a lot. If he was in the Extreme King's hands, Han Sen did not think he would be safe. Holy Pirate coldly grunted and said, "If I knew what those chess games meant, I would not be in this place that not even birds will come to sh*t on." What does that mean? Didn't you carve those chess matches into the wall? Han Sen looked at Holy Pirate in shock. I would not have the time to do that, Holy Pirate casually said. They were carved by some old fart. He said if I was able to solve the secrets of the chess games, I could find the treasure he left. I have been studying them for a few decades and still have discovered nothing. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Holy Pirate and asked, if I can help you solve the secret of the chess matches, will you let me go? Do not waste your time. I have a title in this universe, and it is Chess King. After inspecting it for a few decades and not finding anything, it must have all been a lie concocted by that old far. He realized he said something he shouldn't have, so Holy Pirate stopped talking. Han Sen thought they were just ordinary games of chess. Therefore, he did not examine them closely. After hearing him say that, he thought now might be a good opportunity. Thus, he went back to look at the chess matches. Although he might not have been able to solve the secrets of the chess matches, this was all Han Sen could do for the time being. If he discovered the secrets of the chess games, perhaps he could negotiate with the man. Han Sen checked out each image once. It was just like the first time he observed them. There was nothing special. There were just 17 different stalemates. Chapter 2796, The Secret of the Chessboard. With Han Sen's chess talent, he was unable to tell what was so special about the 17 stalemates. At the very least, he was unable to tell if any secrets had yet to be discovered. Does that mean the secret of the chessboards isn't actually in the chessboards? Han Sen tried to analyze the stalemates via a different perspective. Han Sen's Heavenly Go and Under the Sky knife skills were heavily related to chess. So, he tried to separate the black chess pieces from the white chess pieces and started to move like a chess piece. Han Sen went back to the first stalemate he saw. He thought of himself as a chess piece and started walking per the black chess pieces of the chessboard. Han Sen quickly discovered that would not work. The locations of some of the chess pieces were in reverse to where he went. Unless he had 8 pairs of legs, he would not be able to walk like that. That means these chess pieces do not represent a location to get to. Han Sen tried doing it with every picture. He noticed it did not work in many ways. Even if he walked past it, it was useless. The chessboards were not directions. Little doll, stop wasting your time. I have tried in many different ways. There is no secret. Holy Pirate approached Han Senator. He threw him a few fruits and said, you should eat more. Someone is going to pick you up tomorrow. Do not worry. No one wants to kill you. You just need to listen to someone's orders. Are the Extreme King people coming tomorrow? That means I have no time. Han Sen looked at the sky. The sun was going to set soon. It did not seem like he could accomplish much in the space of one night. But Han Sen was not going to give up. He sat on top of a wall and ate the fruit while he examined the chess pieces on one of the walls. He thought, the chessboard itself is fine. The chess pieces do not make directions, so what is the secret of these chessboards? Or, is it just how Holy Pirate said? Is it all a big joke? Is there no secret to be discovered with the chessboards? Han Sen had nothing else to do, so he continued watching the chessboards. While he was looking at them, his brain suddenly flashed. What if I played out all of these chess games? What would happen then? After Han Sen thought that, he quickly wanted to do it. He chose a chessboard that was nearing the end. He tried playing chess on his own and continued with the game. Since the stalemate was near the end, the winner was practically determined. Han Sen just continued with it. Throughout the rest of the chess match, he did not notice any problems. Han Sen used the chess pieces he had just played with to walk once. He noticed it still did not work. Han Sen did not give up. He observed the chessboard again. He noticed when the chessboard was finished, it seemed a bit different compared to when it was unfinished. What is the difference? Han Sen looked at the chessboard and thought about it. He looked at it for a while before slapping his legs and saying, could this thing be a password? Is it like how the breaks guys used their hands for a password on that metal box? You needed a set of punching skills to open the metal box. What if I follow that discipline and a chess game? What would happen then? Han Sen was examining one of the chessboards, but he swiftly discovered a problem. He did not know which way to go. This go was not like the average game of Chinese chess. If it was Chinese chess, one could look at the chess pieces and tell what sort of steps could be taken. In Go, it was extremely hard to see which chess piece was moved first and which chess pieces moved later. So, it was hard to find out the order of the chess pieces. In that case, I have to go backward and replay the entire match of that chessboard. That way, I might be able to find something. Han Sen started to reverse the moves played out on that chessboard. It was not easy for Han Sen to do, even though he was good at Heavenly Go, Dongxian Sutra, and Under the Sky Knife. By the time he was finished with one chessboard, it was already midnight. It was only a few hours until daylight. His work did not go to waste. After Han Sen replayed the game of chess, he was able to figure out the order of each chess piece. My success hinges exclusively on this. Han Sen walked before that stalemate. He wanted to press the chess pieces on the image, but he was not tall enough. He was unable to touch them. A child's body is horrible. Han Sen had no choice. At the moment, he had no power. He could not hit things in the air. In the valley, he found a thick branch that he could use as a ladder. Han Sen returned to the chessboard with it. He climbed up the mountain with the ladder. According to the order he had calculated, he placed his hand on the first chess piece. Catcha! That chess piece that was carved onto the mountain and not being pressed inside. It made Han Sen extremely happy. According to what he thought, he then pressed the chess pieces in order. Huh? What is going on? Holy Pirate walked before the mountain. He looked up at Han Sen pressing a chess piece in with shock. He had tried to do that before, but he had been unable to press it in. Now, he was seeing Han Sen doing what he had failed to do. That made him quite surprised. He had no clue how Han Sen had managed to do it. Han Sen pressed all the black chess pieces, but it was still quiet all around. He did not see any contraption unlock or secrets unveiled. No danger showed its face either. Han Sen's heart jumped. He started pressing the white chess pieces. It seemed like Han Sen moving his little body via that cumbersome ladder was too slow. Holy Pirate teleported forward and lifted Han Sen up. Tell me which chess piece you want me to press, and I will help you. Han Sen told him the order in which to press the pieces, and Holy Pirate went to press them. He easily pushed in the chess pieces. Soon after, all the chess pieces on the chessboard were pressed in. After they pressed all the chess pieces of the stalemate, nothing happened. Do I have to press the chess pieces on all 17 stalemate images? Han Sen asked. That won't be too hard. Holy Pirate flew over to the second stalemate. He reached his hand out to press a chess piece. When his fingers came down on it, the chess piece did not move. It did not go into the stone as the other ones did. He pressed every chess piece on the chessboard he was able to. Not one of them seemed to budge. Why is it not working? Holy Pirate looked at Han Senator. He was called the chess king in that universe, but his chess skill level was not all that high. It was just as Han Sen thought. Holy Pirate was bad at playing chess, even though the man thought he was great at it. He was confident in his chess playing level. If you want to know how to press these pieces correctly, promise to let me go, Han Sen said. If you make this promise, I will give you the solution. This, Holy Pirate hesitated. Although Bai Wanjia had told him success or failure mattered, he was still in possession of the sky silk picture. But as one of the pirates, stealing the benefits and doing nothing in return was not an option. With these revelations, Holy Pirate did not want to give Hansen away. It was not easy to uncover the secrets of the chessboards. If Hansen left, he would not be able to continue. 2797 Going to King's Kingdom again, can it uncover the secrets of the chessboard? This Xenogeniac is a bit weird. Holy Pirate looked at Hansen strangely. How about I tell you the secret of the chessboards, and you let me go, Hansen said. Just pretend you have never seen me before. Holy Pirate had to shake his head. Even thieves have a moral code. I accepted a job and received the sky silk picture. I cannot go back on my word and break my promise. Hansen felt depressed and replied, "You are just a thief. Don't talk to me about having morals. Does your brain have a problem?" Holy Pirate preferred to not go back on his word about handing Hansen over learning the secret of the chessboards. That really depressed Senator Hansen suddenly thought of something. He said, "If you think things are really that way, then you don't have to let me go. I will use the chessboard's secret to barter with you." What kind of trade are you thinking about? Holy Pirate did not want to give up learning the secrets of the chessboards. He looked at Hansen with interest. "I will hire you to kidnap me again," Hansen said. He sounded like he was rapping hip-hop. Still, Holy Pirate understood what Hansen meant. "What you mean to say is that you want me to kidnap you back from the Extreme King once you've been handed over, right?" "That is absolutely right," Hansen said with a nod. "That is not something easily done," Holy Pirate quietly said. "You can easily go around the Space Garden," Hansen said. "Is it really that hard to penetrate the Extreme King?" "In this universe, no one can enter the Space Garden freely except for me," Holy Pirate said. "Entering the Extreme King is easier than going to the Space Garden, but the Extreme Kings have many elites in their ranks. And, there is, of course, that horny old man, by King. That guy is a true God-class guy. Stealing you under their all-seeing eyes without bringing attention to myself would be incredibly difficult. If I am exposed and they learned I stole you, I am afraid I would have to keep running for the rest of my life. Ugh, it doesn't work for you no matter what I suggest." Hansen smiled and said, "I don't think you should call yourself Holy Pirate. Instead, you should call yourself the Crybaby Pirate." Holy Pirate was not angry. He went silent for a little while before saying, "That is fine. I might need to take a risk, but it is worth it for the secret of the chessboards. Tell me, what is the secret of the chessboards? We will trade when you've done your part. Once you have rescued me from the Extreme King, I will tell you what you need to know." Hansen was not going to divulge the secrets of the chessboards to Holy Pirate just yet. "I would never betray a promise I made. Everyone in this universe knows I keep my word." Holy Pirate stroked his beard and looked at Senator. He looked angry. "You are a thief that kidnaps children, so why would I believe you?" Hansen asked. Holy Pirate was speechless. His three-rule pirate code consisted of the fact he would never steal a child, but he did not consider xenogeniacs as counting. After all, hunting xenogeniacs or eating xenogeniacs was perfectly normal in the universe. Holy Pirate would never have believed this xenogeniac could be so smart and possess the personality it did. "It is the same as when I go and save you," Holy Pirate coldly said. "Who left the pictures of the 17 stalemates on the walls?" Hansen changed the subject and pointed at the chessboards scrawled into the walls. "An old fart monster." Holy Pirate seemed to be in a bad mood. He did not answer Hansen's question. He went back to his rocking chair and fell asleep. Hansen examined the stalemates alone. After researching them for a while, he was unable to open the password of the chests. Thus, he had to remember them. The next morning, someone was outside the valley calling out for Holy Pirate. When Hansen heard the voice, he immediately knew it was by Wuxia. "It really is him," Hansen coldly grunted. "What an annoying man. Don't let me see you again. Holy Pirate picked up Han Sen and teleported away from the valley. He threw him to Bai Wanjie and said, "That is what you wanted. This transaction is complete." Bai Wanjie picked up Han Sen with confusion and asked, "Why does he have black hair and black eyes? I wanted a bald guy in red robes." "He could have changed clothes and grew hair," Holy Pirate replied. "Besides, there was only one xenogeniac in the space garden that met the defined criteria. If you can find another one that looks like this, you can have my head on a plate." "Of course, I believe you, Holy Pirate." Bai Wanjie checked out Han's senator back then. He had only seen Han Sen bring the red-robed child to save the flower gods. He did not see any further details. Aside from Han Sen's clothes and hair, he did look like the red-robed child. And it was a xenogeniac body. Bai Wanjie was unable to tell that it was Han Sen and not the red-robed child he was after. Bai Wanjie looked at Han Sen as he asked, "Are you the red-robed child from the space garden?" Han Sen looked at him coldly and did not speak. Bai Wanjie frowned. He was going to do something, but Holy Pirate coldly said, "You guys may go now." "Thanks, Holy Pirate. I am going to leave." Bai Wanjie did not want to offend Holy Pirate. He was suspicious, but he still left with Han's senator after they departed the planet. Bai Wanjie returned to his battleship and locked Han Sen inside a supergravity cabin. Bai Wanjie looked at the monitor for a while, but he was still unable to confirm if Han Sen was or was not the red-robed child he had seen that day. "It looks like I have to return to King's Kingdom and try to read his memories to confirm his identity." Bai Wanjie did not bother interrogating Han's senator. That was unnecessary for him to do. There were many professionals in the Extreme King that could do that for him. Han Sen was worried Bai Wanjie would opt to torture him. If that happened, he was going to suffer a lot. After Bai Wanjie locked him in the supergravity cabin, he did not come back. "I wonder when Holy Pirate will come to save me." Han Sen did not place all of his faith in Holy Pirate. If Holy Pirate was scared of the Extreme King, then he would be waiting for nothing. "If my body was ordinary, I could escape this mere supergravity cabin. It could not contain me." Han Sen felt depressed. His body's power was currently unavailable. He was unable to make use of anything. "Fortunately, I can still use beast souls. It is not like there are any other ways." Han Sen was still wondering if there was a way for him to escape. Before Han Sen had the chance, they were already in King's Kingdom. This was Han Sen's second time with the Extreme King, and he was filled with a bevy of emotions. He expected he would come back to the Extreme King again, but he thought he would only have done so as some sort of king. He would have dominated the Extreme King and kept them below his thumb. No one expected he would be returning to the Extreme King as a prisoner. The skies were familiar there, and Han Sen could not help but sigh. "I cannot believe this. This is a bad stroke of luck. I am the red-robed child scapegoat, and I have been captured and brought to his Extreme King hellhole. Furthermore, I have no power." 2798 in Ghost Head. After returning to his planet, Bai Wanjie told his servant, "Go and fetch Mr. Een." Out of the top 3 in the universe, the Extreme King was the race with the most outsiders. They had also raised many deified outsiders for themselves. Most of those outsider deifieds were loyal, and they only worked for the Extreme King. They rarely returned to their own races. Mr. Een was one of the outsider deifieds the Extreme King had raised. It was a Ghost Head elite that had been raised by Bai Wanjie and his faction. He worked for Bai Wanjie. Ghost Heads were good at reading people's brains. When it came to the transmutation class, Mr. Een was exceptional. Since he was able to extract the memories of a brain going all the way back to a victim's birth, he only required enough time to bring results. He was also able to alter the memories of a person to control them. Ghost Heads were able to turn enemies into friends. It was not difficult for Mr. Een to do that. Reading shallow memories was something they could do whenever. When it came to reading the deeper memories, they needed to control the person first. It was even harder to change their memories. Han Sen had been locked up inside a supergravity cabin this entire time. When the cabin door opened, he saw Bai Wanjie enter. He was with a guy that looked like a big demon King Piccolo. Han Sen checked the green-skinned person out. He also saw the two antennas on his head. He knew Bai Wanjie would not have invited this person in if it wasn't for some specific reason. Mr. Een, thank you for doing this, Bai Wanjie said to the green-skinned creep. Mr. Een smiled and said, You are welcome, Mr. Crown Prince. After all, this is my job. After that, Mr. Een walked in front of Han Senator. Since Han Sen had been locked down by the supergravity pressure, he was unable to resist and move his body. He was only able to watch Mr. Een walk in front of him. Mr. Yin's green eyes peered into Han Sen's. His lips were lifted. He had a weird smile on his face as he said, Do not be afraid, little child. This will all be over very soon. After that, the green antennas on his head flashed with a green light. In the next second, the green light shot into Han Sen's skull via the space between his eyebrows. Boom! The green light quickly invaded Han Sen's brain. It enabled Han Sen to understand what it was it had come there to do to him. He wants to read my memories. Han Sen laughed coldly in his heart. He was not afraid of anyone trying to torture him. But by trying to read his memories, it was like a death wish for the invader. Even if he was unable to resist the man, the black crystal armor would not allow the invader to succeed. Even if the black crystal armor did not care about him, it would not allow anyone to scan Han Sen's memories. That would just expose the black armor. After the green light entered Han Sen's brain, the black crystal armor did not react. This confused Han Sen, but he soon saw Mr. Yin's face start to change. His eyes were wide open. His green skin began to expand and turn black. Pang! Mr. Een screamed and flew backward, hitting the cabin's wall. He coughed up some blood. Mr. Een. Bai Wanjie frowned as he picked up Mr. Een from the floor. Mr. Een wiped the blood off his mouth and stared at Han Sen with immense shock. He said, This xenogenic is weird. His head is like a rock. There is not a single message leaking out of it. Even my ghost brain power cannot invade his thoughts. Mr. Crown Prince, is he a deified xenogenic that is above larvae class? I do not know what level this xenogenic is. Bai Wanjie frowned and asked, Do you think there is a way to read his memories? Right now, we can only use our race's secret geno art ghost head fall, Mr. Een hesitantly said. After using this geno art, even if a xenogenic is larvae class, we can still read their memories. But by using this geno art, it will end up damaging the target's brain a bit. What? How much will the target be damaged? Bai Wanjie asked. If we control it correctly, they will only lose a few of their memories, Mr. Een said. If things don't go smoothly, and we have to force ourselves in, there can be even more damage. He might end up becoming a simpleton. Bai Wanjie thought deeply before asking, If he becomes a simpleton, do you think we can still control his body? That would not be too difficult, Mr. Een said. We just need to write down the memories and make him do whatever you want. But he will never be able to think by himself again. That is fine, Bai Wanjie said with a careless wave of his hand. With Bai Wanjie's permission, Mr. Een did not have to worry about anything. His antenna again flashed with a green bolt of lightning. This time, the green lightning did not strike Han Senator, it was going into the antenna. It made Mr. Yin's whole body crackle and fizz with green lightning. This lasted about 7 to 8 minutes. After that, Mr. Yin's body built up with more and more green lightning. His entire body became a green shadow. It was like he was nothing more than something virtual. At this time, Mr. Een raised his head and looked at Han Sen spookily. He used his hand to press Han Sen's head. His hands had already turned into green lightning. When his palm touched Han Sen's head, it made Han Sen's head pop and crack with lightning. It was like countless volts of green electricity surging into Han Sen's brain. Mr. Yin's whole body quickly became green lightning that was sent directly into Han Sen's brain. It made Han Sen's body shine with a green light. Even his hair was standing up straight due to the electric shock. The battle power of the ghost heads is not too high, but their ghost brain is really quite overpowering. It is something quite rare in the universe. It is no wonder why Mother spent so many resources raising them. Upon seeing all this, Bai Wanjie nodded. Raising an army to be used for one purpose was proving to be worthwhile. Mr. Yin's performance satisfied him. With a ghost head deified like that with him, it was much easier for him to accomplish whatever he wished. While Bai Wanjie was thinking, he suddenly saw Han Sen, who was being invaded by Mr. Een, smiling in his direction. Han Sen gave him a disdained look. Bai Wanjie's heart was suddenly hit with a bad feeling. Before he could respond, he saw Han Sen's body possess a green light. It was like a firework exploding. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Bai Wanjie's face changed. He could no longer feel Mr. Yin's existence inside Han Sen's body. Xenogenic deified hunted. Een head ghost, xenogenic gene found. Obtained weird head ghost beast soul. Deified gene already absorbed. Deified gene, the announcement kept popping up in Han Sen's head. It had 6 deified genes. What a good man. He just gave me free deified genes and a beast soul. Han Sen complimented the gift basket. When Mr. Een entered his head, he knew he would end up dead. As expected, the black crystal armor was triggered. A minor invasion was all that was needed for Mr. Een to end up dead a second later. He had become Han Sen's snack. Meanwhile, Bai Wanjie looked terrible. He never thought he would be unable to extract Han Sen's memories. He had also lost Mr. Een, whom he had raised for a long time. 2799 Extreme King Overbearing Eye. Bai Wanjie's face looked terrible. Upon seeing it, he knew he had to be correct. If it was not a special xenogenic, how else could it control a strange place like the Space Garden? Even if I know he is the red-robed child, it will be pointless if I cannot find a way to control it. Even Mr. Een was unable to control it. So, that means I will have to ask the Grandmaster. But the Grandmaster went to the Big Baron Systems, so I do not think he will be back anytime soon. Bai Wanjie sighed. He quickly thought of someone else. I need to get Mr. White from the Winter Garden. Bai Wanjie summoned a servant and gave him a pass. He told him, be polite to Mr. White. Do not offend him. The servant accepted the pass and departed. Bai Wanjie thought, Mr. White has a lot of knowledge. Before he was deified, he had already accomplished many shocking things. After becoming deified, he has only become even better. With his weird powers, we might stand a chance. Greetings, Mr. Crown Prince. Mr. White went to the Crown Prince's manor and bowed before Bai Wanjie. There is no need for such modesty. Bai Wanjie lifted Mr. White and said, Today, I have asked you to come here because there is something you must understand. I hope you will be able to help me. Please tell me what it is, Mr. Crown Prince, Mr. White gently said. If I know how to fix what bothers you, it will be my pleasure to do just that. Bai Wanjie told him about Mr. Een using ghost head fall on Han Sen and how he ended up dying, but he did not tell him about Han Sen's story or where he had come from. After hearing this, Mr. White thought for a moment. He soon said, I will need to take a look at the xenogenic first. Only then can I examine it and give you the accurate answer you seek, Mr. Crown Prince. Please do that. Bai Wanjie took Mr. White over to the supergravity cabin that contained Han. Senator Han Sen saw Bai Wanjie had brought Mr. White with him. When he did, he suddenly felt happy. Yet, he did not dare show that happiness on his face. He looked at Bai Wanjie and gave him a look of scornful mocking. "That is the xenogenic, Mr. White." Bai Wanjie did not care. He gestured toward Mr. White. Mr. White walked in front of Han Sen and checked him out. He reached a hand out to touch Han Sen's head. On the other hand, he was counting his fingers as if he was calculating something. Han Sen's face was full of disdain. His heart was jumping, but he did not seek to give him any hints in case Bai Wanjie saw it. Even if Bai Wanjie didn't see it, there were cameras. If Bai Wanjie went to look at the cameras, he would notice something. That would only lead to harm upon Mr. White. Han Sen thought, with Mr. White's power, he must be able to recognize me. Mr. White did not seem to show any sign of knowing that. His face did not change. He acted as if Han Sen was a total stranger. He touched every inch of Han Sen's body and returned to Bai Wanjie. After all that time, however, Han Sen did not see any changes in Mr. White's eyes. Did Mr. White not recognize me? Han Sen felt a bit sad about that, but he could not hint at him in any way. "Did you find out anything?" Bai Wanjie asked. Mr. White looked at Han Sen before replying to Bai Wanjie. "We should talk about it when we're out of here." Upon hearing that, Han Sen felt a chill. Did Mr. White recognize me? Bai Wanjie understood and gestured for them to exit. He and Mr. White left the supergravity cabin. He took Mr. White to a lobby. After they sat down, Bai Wanjie said, "We can talk in here. You can tell me anything." Mr. White did not reply. It seemed as if he was trying to find a way to compose what he wished to say. A while later, he said, "From what I have been able to tell, Mr. Een should not have used Ghost Head Fall on him. Mr. Een had just become a transmutation class. Even if he was larvae class or even butterfly class, using Ghost Head Fall would have likely resulted in his death." Bai Wanjie was surprised, so he asked, "Oh, why is that?" "If I have guessed correctly, that xenogenic came from the space garden," Mr. White slowly said. "Is that right? How did you know where it came from?" Bai Wanjie was shocked. He had not told Mr. White where Han Sen had come from, yet Mr. White had been able to guess it. That was unbelievable. Mr. White quietly said, "I am good at predicting. It is not hard to see where it came from." "You really are a genius, but what is that supposed to mean?" Bai Wanjie now believed Mr. White. "From what I have seen, the space garden is a plant xenogenic that is true God class," Mr. White replied. "Its power is very unique. Even if a true God class elite tried to, it may not enter the space garden." Bai Wanjie saw that Mr. White was able to tell the secrets of the place. Thus, he believed him even more. The secrets of the space garden being a true God xenogenic was not something many people knew. He had only heard the secret from Bai King once before. Mr. White was from a small race that was raised by the extreme king, yet he knew this secret. Bai Wanjie believed Mr. White even more. "Earlier, I calculated this xenogeniac's identity. If I have guessed correctly, he is the son of the space garden. When the space garden raised him, he earned many special abilities. So, he is not just a born deified. He has two talents. He is a special child that can conquer the universe." Mr. White paused and said, "I believe that something strange must have happened in the space garden that made many creatures die. That is what must have happened when he was born. When this special child was born, its life force and genes were scarier than ordinary born deifieds. He is almost immortal. Other people might be able to kill it, but taking its mind is an impossible task. If that is true, how can I control him?" Bai Wanjie knew Mr. White hadn't gone to the space garden, but he spoke like he had been. He had not missed a single part, which made him very confused. "With my power, I do not think I can help you," Mr. White said. "Why don't you find the Grand Master to help? With his power, I am sure you can tame it. The Grand Master is out on business, and I am afraid he will not be back soon." Bai Wanjie could see there was more for Mr. White to say, so he asked, "Mr. White, is there no other way?" "It is not that there is not another way, but it would be very troublesome," Mr. White said. "Please tell me, Mr. White," Bai Wanjie said with glee. "If you want to control this child, perhaps you can go and make use of the Extreme King's overbearing eye," Mr. White slowly said. Chapter 2800 Second Ancestor's Legacy, Extreme King's Overbearing Eye. "What do you mean?" Bai Wanjie frowned and looked at Mr. White. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was a forbidden place in the Extreme King's realm. Even within the Extreme King, not many people received permission to enter. Bai Wanjie was a crown prince, and he had only just recently earned the correct permission to go there. Of course, he knew what the Extreme King's overbearing eye was, but he did not understand why Mr. White would mention the Extreme King's overbearing eye. What did it have to do with the taming of a xenogeniac? Mr. White was not in a rush as he answered, "This xenogeniac is very special. It is a xenogeniac that was grown from a plant, but it has received special treatment. It even has a body. It is a born deified with two extreme bodies. Its body structure and thinking are completely different. That is the reason normal mind control skills like Mr. Een used are inefficient." After pausing, Mr. White went on to say, "From what I can tell, the Extreme King's overbearing eye is a true god eye that was left behind by the second ancestor. It has absolute order power. Use the absolute order power to govern the xenogeniac's two extreme bodies. Then, all you will need is a simple mind control talent to control his heart. You will not need anything like ghost head fall." Bai Wanjie looked at Mr. White and asked, "Will that really work?" "I am just guessing, but I do not think the truth will differ much," Mr. White quietly said. "There is one thing you must remember, though, Crown Prince." "Please tell me." Bai Wanjie looked at Mr. White with eyes as sharp as a sword. It was like he was attempting to see through his heart. It was just as Mr. White said. The Extreme King's overbearing eye came from the Extreme King's second ancestor. It was a true god eye when he became a true god. It was the best gene the second ancestor had. It had an unbelievable amount of power. The second ancestor did not decide on heading to the Geno Hall. It left its true god eye with the Extreme King to suppress King Kingdom's luck. That was the very core of King Kingdom's defensive systems. Its position was like Sky Palace's sky eye. It was the item to control and determine the fate of an entire race. It was more important than any true god item, so it was something they could not afford to lose. It was not just Mr. White. Anyone who mentioned the Extreme King's overbearing eye was put on alert. He never wanted anyone to make use of it. While you use the Extreme King's overbearing eye to split his two extreme bodies, do not rush the process, Mr. White seriously said. You need to be careful. Otherwise, something may backfire. Please remember that, Mr. Crown Prince. If you decide to try this, do not rush it. If you do, there may be a disaster. Extreme King's overbearing eye is the very core of the Extreme King's civilization, Bai Wanjie said. I cannot bring any other creature there. Is there another way? Mr. White thought for a while and said, It is not like there isn't. I have heard the king has a king's book. It can split up many creatures in the universe. If you use that book, you can control that spirit. The king's book has not been used by my father for a long time, Bai Wanjie said. He will not use it for a small spirit. Then, there is nothing else I can do. Mr. White bowed and said, King's kingdom has many elites. Perhaps you can ask others for a suggestion on what you might be able to do. Thanks a lot, Mr. White. Bai Wanjie sent Mr. White away. The extreme king's overbearing eye was very important, so Bai Wanjie did not believe the man right away. He asked a few other extreme king deified elites for their opinions to see if there was anything they could do to control Han's senator, but it was just like Mr. White said. There was nothing they could do to Han's senator. A butterfly class being that was good at using mind control skills was unable to control Han Sen's mind. Bai Wanjie asked his uncle to come over. He still could not control Han Sen, so Mr. White told his uncle about Mr. White's method. "Uncle, do you think Mr. White's method might actually work? It seems as if it makes sense, but before we try it, I am not sure it is actually all that useful," Nan Huai Kong quietly said. "Do you think I can give it a go, uncle?" Bai Wanjie asked. The more powerful Han Sen was, the greater Bai Wanjie's desire for control became. Back in the space garden, he saw the green light shoot into the sky. He thought the person that killed the god was still inside the space garden. Perhaps the god's personality was still there in the space garden. It made Bai Wanjie want to claim the space garden all the more. It could be useful, but the extreme king's overbearing eye is too important, Nan Huai Kong said. In case something happens, perhaps you should not use this on such a trivial matter. Even if you were the one to cause a mess with this, not even that would quell the fury of the king. Nan Huai Kong did not know Bai Wanjie wanted the space garden. Aside from the resources of the space garden, he also wanted the god's personality that everyone else wanted. Getting the god's personality meant they could become god spirits. That was something true god elites could not even achieve. Bai Wanjie would not miss out on such an opportunity. After sending Nan Huai Kong away, Bai Wanjie used many methods and all kinds of torture tools on Han's senator. No matter what he tried, he could not make Han Sen obey. That made him start to do something else. Han Sen's situation was bad. There was no doubt about that. He was injured all over. This time, he was getting tortured so much that his body was in agony. Even so, it was not enough to make him change his mind. Bai Wanjie was unable to discover a way to break Han Sen, who was still holding on non-stop. Han Sen was not going to divulge a thing. He knew Bai Wanjie wanted the space garden. He would not kill him before he found it. Bai Wanjie looked at Han Sen with disdain. After being silent for so long, he suddenly turned off the supergravity suppression. He lifted Han Sen and departed the supergravity cabin. He had thought about it day and night. He could no longer resist the temptation of the space garden and the possibility of finding the god's personality. He wanted to take Han Sen to the extreme king's overbearing eye and do what Mr. White had told him to do. Now, Han Sen was feeling terrible and thought, "Where is Bai Wanjie taking me to? It looks like Mr. White really didn't recognize me. Otherwise, he would have reacted. He should have at least given me a hint if he did." Bai Wanjie carried Han Sen the entire way. They went through many doors. Han Sen was shocked. He thought, "I did not think his father's bedroom has this much security. Where is he taking me?" Han Sen was a bit worried. After all, his body had not yet recovered. He was rather scared. When Bai Wanjie stopped before a palace, he saw a familiar statue. That statue was the same as the one he saw in an Extreme King pavilion. It was the second leader of the Extreme King. This statue looked a little different from the statue of the Extreme King's second ancestor he saw in the Extreme King pavilion. The second ancestor's statue on this palace's platform was holding a scale. It made the whole statue look serious. It looked like everything had to be fair and square. It looked like a god, but it did not have the emotion to look at everybody. Chapter 28:01 Biggest Crime. There was something strange about the statue. One of the eyes was shut, whereas the other was open. The open eye also looked weird. That eye was black and white. The eyeball was white, but the pupils were black. It was still different from ordinary eyes. The eye was half black and half white. The black and white each had a side of their own, and it was very clear to see. Han Sen saw that black and white eye and started to feel goosebumps. Those god eyes gave all who saw them a chill. It was like the eye that looked at everyone and deemed them sinners. Next to the second ancestor statue, an old voice boomed. "Mr. Crown Prince, why have you come?" Han Sen suddenly noticed an old person kneeling in front of the statue. One was unable to see what he looked like. Since he was kneeling, he appeared to be someone who was praying to a god. Plus, he was directly in front of the statue. Han Sen saw that his hair was pale like snow, but he could not discern any other colors. That covered his whole body. It was very straight. He was like a kneeling snow ape, which is why Han Sen had not noticed him. Bai Wanjie is greeting Old Iron. Bai Wanjie's identity within the Extreme King was high. Despite that, he was greeting the old man present. That proved how special the old man must have been. "Oh, no. I am just a servant. Why is Mr. Crown Prince coming to Law Hall?" The old man was still kneeling on the ground. He did not raise his head. If there weren't people there, no one would believe he was talking to Bai Wanjie. "I caught a born deified xenogeniac," Bai Wanjie politely said. "I want to capture and control it, but its body is very weird. It is half plant and half flesh. It is two extremes combined. There are no skills capable of moving its heart. So, I want to use the Extreme King's overbearing eye's law power to suppress his body shape and use it for myself. Do you know the Extreme King's overbearing eye is King's Kingdom's base stone? Do you not think it is inappropriate to make us vulnerable by using it for such a small task?" The old man's voice had returned, but he was still kneeling before the statue unmoving. Bai Wanjie did not dare offend the old man. He politely said, "Old Iron, if this was for the mere taming of a xenogeniac, I would not dare trouble you. But this xenogeniac is so weird and the key to controlling a special xenogeniac space. With this, I can control that xenogeniac space. That xenogeniac space is very important to me. It matters, and it can determine my future as a true god. Therefore, I am hoping Old Iron will be able to help me." The old man did not move or speak. Although Bai Wanjie was powerful, his heart was a bit depressed. If there was no other way to solve this issue, he would not have gone there. After a while, the old man's voice came back. "Place it on the left side of the law scale." Bai Wanjie was suddenly delighted. He quickly picked up Han Sen and placed him on the scale the second ancestor statue was holding. Han Sen felt terrible. He did not know what the Extreme King's overbearing eye would do. After Bai Wanjie let him go, he tried to struggle and get away. He discovered that he was unable to move. It was like some scary power had tied him up and bound him to the left plate of the scale. Han Sen thought the scale was just a decoration. He had not thought the scale would actually work. After he was placed on the left plate, his weight lowered the scale. When the left plate of the scale went down, the second ancestor's eye started to brighten up. Black and white light came out from it. The white light shot toward the left plate of the scale while the black light shot at the right plate of the scale. The white light came down on Han Sen's body. He felt as if some weird power had invaded his body. It felt extremely strange. It was like he was being scanned or an X-ray was looking into his body. Han Sen sensed that the X-ray was not being used to look into his bones. They were looking into his genes. When the white light scanned Han Sen's body, the black light on the right side illuminated the right plate of the scale. It generated a black counterweight. The counterweight had a number that kept changing. It started from 1 and kept rising. What is going on? Han Sen did not feel as if his body was getting damaged, but this weird feeling unsettled him. He did not know what the numbers implied. The old man was still kneeling in front of the statue, so he could not see what was happening. Bai Wanjie kept staring at the black counterweights, which were building on the right plate of the scale. Although the Extreme King was started by the Alpha, the core of the civilization was built by the second ancestor. It was easy to start a business, but keeping it going was a different matter entirely. The second ancestor kept the core of what the Alpha had created and built a civilization and the rule of law to uphold and sustain the Extreme King. That had kept the Extreme King going for billions and billions of years. It had amassed quite the history. The legends claim that the second ancestor was very harsh and cold. He treated all of the family members the same. He even executed his son who had broken the law. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was his Geno armament. It had a weird power inside of it that was called sin. It judged whether or not a creature was guilty. If that creature was very sinful, the Extreme King's overbearing eye power would grow. The second ancestor judged a sinful butterfly elite when he had only just become a primitive deified. With one hit, it killed the butterfly elite, not even sparing it a chance. That was how the Extreme King's overbearing eye started to become famous. It had become one of the most powerful Geno armaments. It was in the top 10 in the Geno universe. With the power of the second Alpha, all the creatures believed he could use the Extreme King's overbearing eye to enter the Geno Hall and possibly become a god spirit. Who would have guessed that the second ancestor would force his Geno armament, the Extreme King's overbearing eye, out and leave it for the Extreme King? By doing so, he lost the right to enter the Geno Hall. One legend claimed that the Extreme King's overbearing eye, despite being very powerful, did not work on a creature that had no sin. No one ever did find out how the Extreme King's overbearing eye determined how a person might have sinned. When the second ancestor was alive, no faction dared attack King's kingdom. The second Alpha settled the foundation of the Extreme King, which kept them going for billions of years. Now, Han Sen was locked down by the Extreme King's overbearing eye. The counterweight on the right was continuing to increase. The higher the number, the more sins Han Sen had committed. When the number of the counterweight equaled Han Sen's amount of sins, the scales would be balanced again. At that time, the Extreme King's overbearing eye was able to judge Han Senator. The counterweight's number was 30, but the left plate of the scale that featured Han Sen was still getting lower. It was not balancing out. Seeing the number on the counterweight quickly increase, Bai Wanjie's face looked strange. It is over 100 already, and the scales are still trying to find a balance. It is not coming back. What has this xenogeniac done to be deemed so sinful? Chapter 2802 Trial. In the past, when the Extreme King's overbearing eye judged a person and the number 50 was displayed, the judged was deemed sinful. Around 80 had committed serious crimes. More than 100 were considered the most sinful. After Han Sen's meter went past 100 and kept on increasing, the scale was still sinking. It was not going back up. Apparently, the counterweight was unable to balance out the crimes he had committed. Destroying an entire race can lead to a counterweight of only 100, so what did this guy do? Bai Wanjie frowned as he peered at the counterweight on the right. The number on the scale was now over 200. This kind of sin was reserved for the greatest of villains across the entire universe. The number on the counterweight increased quickly. It made Bai Wanjie's heart start to shake. Before long, it was already over 500. That kind of number had to make him the evilest person in the universe. No one else had ever reached such a figure. The counterweight was still increasing. The left plate, where Han Sen was still sinking. It was scary. How could this happen? Bai Wanjie was shocked. Although the Extreme King's overbearing eye wouldn't kill things, it suppressed the sinner. Under the weight of a sin this big, the person's body should have been crushed and destroyed by now. The old man who was kneeling on the floor suddenly raised his head. He looked at Han Sen on the scale. His expression started to look strange. Old Iron, can you stop the trial? Bai Wanjie asked. When the real trial comes, I am afraid that if this keeps going, he will not be unable to withstand the trial's power. It will crush his body. Okay, but the extreme king's overbearing eye cannot be controlled by others, the old man coldly said. It won't be controlled by anyone. Even if he is very sinful, he won't be killed. He will just be suppressed. When the old man said that, Bai Wanjie did not say anything more. He kept watching the counterweight's number increase. Every time the number jumped, it made Bai Wanjie's heart jump. The number on the counterweight soared over 1,000. The old man's face changed. When the second ancestor had slain the butterfly elite, that butterfly elite's sin was only 1,000 to 2,000. That was the villain of that generation. It was hard to find another like that in recent times. The old man looked at Bai Wanjie and asked, "Is it really like you described? Is this xenogenic from the space garden?" He was shocked by this level of crime. "I asked Holy Pirate to capture him from the space garden, so I suppose he was correct," Bai Wanjie replied. Holy Pirate is not a man who goes against his word. If he agreed to the task, this should be the correct target. But if this is a son of the space garden, why is he deemed to be so evil? The old man raised his head as he spoke. He saw that Han Sen's body was chained up like a prisoner. The old man's eye looked rather purple. He looked at Han Sen, who was on the scale. He shook his head and said, "Weird. It is so weird. I cannot see through his body. Are two extreme bodies that powerful?" Bai Wanjie's heart jumped. He suddenly thought of something. Mr. White said this xenogeniac was not just a son of the space garden. They say he is very talented. There is something special that gave him this body. At one point, the space garden was full of green light. At the same time, the god spirit was killed and the Geno Hall appeared. Is that miracle connected to the god spirit that was killed? Was the god spirit that was killed the space garden itself? Did the space garden absorb the god's personality and create a special xenogeniac? As Bai Wanjie spoke, his belief in such a possibility became more real. His heart raced faster. If things are truly like that, I just need to tame this son. I can use his power to suppress the space garden and get the god's personality. Then, I will be made a god spirit, he thought. Bai Wanjie started to think this truly was a huge opportunity. With this much sin, I bet he must have slain a god. Bai Wanjie could see the counterweight number continue to increase. It made him put more stock in what he had been predicting. 2,000. 3,000, the counterweight's number was breaking the limits. Even the old man was visibly shocked. He had never seen a creature's sin be this high. This had never happened before. This xenogeniac. He does seem a bit weird. Should we stop the trial, then? The old man looked at Bai Wanjie as he spoke. With such a grand amount of sin, not even he knew if something bad might happen. Normally, no one controlled the extreme king's overbearing eye, and it would not kill anyone. For this much sin, the trial was going to be something scary. There was the possibility that this xenogeniac would be crushed. They were unsure whether the calculation of his sin would stop and his trial would start. If the trial did not have enough power and was done a second time, they would have to wait a month until the extreme king's overbearing eye could be used again. Thinking of the space garden and having a god's personality there waiting for him, he could not hold his horses. Old Iron, I thought you said if no one controls the extreme king's overbearing eye, it would not kill anyone, Bai Wanjie said. Yeah, that is how it is supposed to work. It really is like that. In the past, there has never been a creature this sinful. Old Iron did not keep speaking. If things are like that, let us just wait longer. Bai Wanjie went silent. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000, the sin meter increased its speed. It made the old man's face change. He had never heard of such a sinful creature before. Bai Wanjie's heart was shaking. He said to the old man, "Old Iron, let's just end this and go to the trial. I am afraid that if this keeps going, his body will not be able to withstand the force of the trial." The old man nodded. He stood up and planned on walking up to the scales. Pang! The chain on the left side, which connected the plate to the scale, suddenly broke. The left side broke, and the right side fell. It meant the scale that represented justice had suddenly broken. The black and white light that shot out of the statue's eyes was still carrying on. It kept Han Sen in the air. The other side of the black scale was also hovering in the air. The numbers were still increasing, and they were increasing faster than before. Amid their shock, the old man and Bai Wanjie saw Han Sen's score of sin pass the 10,000 mark. When the scale's sin number hit 10,000, it stopped increasing. The black and white light from the Extreme King's overbearing eye still hadn't stopped. There was no sign of a trial going on. It was still shining on Han Senator. The old man was shocked. He did not know what was going on. He had no idea why the sin meter had stopped. Furthermore, there was no trial. This had never happened before. Does this mean the creature's sin cannot be measured more than this? But the Extreme King's overbearing eye can only display 10,000 at most. The old man and Bai Wanjie shared the same thought of this possibility. Pang! Suddenly, the second ancestor statue that held the Extreme King's overbearing eye was shining. The eyes of the sculpture exploded out of their sockets. Chapter 2803, I changed. The old man and Bai Wanjie were in shock. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was a supremely important item for the Extreme King. If something happened to it, it would affect the Extreme King a lot. Pang! The black and white eyeballs burst out of the sockets. They were each around the size of a football. Half of each was white and half of each was black. They carried a black and white light that was beaming out madly. The old man was shocked. His body burst with a silver flame that came out of him like a tsunami. He had to become a roaring demon to suppress the black and white eyeballs. After a minor touch, the old man's power vanished. The old man's demonic power was erased into nothing greater than dust. The Extreme King's overbearing eye went right in front of Han Senator. Han Sen's body was set free. Before he realized what was going on, the Extreme King's overbearing eye went into his left eye. One was not able to imagine what kind of scene this was. A ball the size of a football went into Han Sen's left eye. His eyes were quite big compared to humans, but they were not as big as footballs. Seeing the black and white light explode, the Extreme King's overbearing eye went into Han Sen's eye. It made his eyes look like they were erupting like a volcano. It released black and white flames. Under that huge amount of pain, Han Sen could not help but hold his eyes. His hands were unable to prevent the black and white light from exploding. Bai Wanjie and the old man were in shock. They did not know what to do, so they just stood where they were. They looked at Han Sen in midair. He was just cupping his hands. The black and white light surged out from the gaps in his fingers. It turned everything around them black and white. It was like a comic without color. Boom! 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 The entire king's kingdom shook a little as if something had broken. Oh, no! Bai Wanjie's face turned green. He looked glum. He almost had tears forming. Apparently, something had changed with the Extreme King's overbearing eye. It had a problem with King's Kingdom's defensive system. Before Bai Wanjie could think of something more, he saw a few people land nearby. All of their bodies had a scary presence. One of them was the Extreme King's king. Bai King looked at Han Sen, who was floating in the air with his left eye spewing out a black and white flame. He looked at the old man and asked, "Old Iron, what is going on? My lord, the old man was going to say something, but Bai Wanjie interrupted. Father, it was my fault. Bai Wanjie kneeled before him and explained what happened. Go and get Mr. White. After Bai King heard this, he did not pin any blame on Bai Wanjie. He only spoke to an extreme king elite. The extreme king elite nodded and quickly disappeared. A moment later, his body reappeared. He had brought Mr. White with him. Greetings, my lord. Mr. White bowed to Bai King. Mr. White, can you explain what has happened here? Bai King looked at Mr. White. He sounded gentle, but there was an inescapable pressure hidden within that was difficult to explain. If he was asking a man with a low level of will, even if the man did not make a mistake, he would be expected to kowtow to Bai King. Mr. White looked at Han Sen, who was floating in the air. He had an ironic smile on his face. He bowed to Bai King and said, "It is my fault. Please punish me." "Why would you say that?" Bai King casually asked without moving. "I told Mr. Crown Prince that the extreme king's overbearing eye could break this xenogeniac's two extreme bodies," Mr. White said with a wry smile. "I did not expect this xenogeniac would be able to attract the extreme king's overbearing eye. This was my fault." "Oh, how did you tell the Crown Prince?" Bai King asked. Mr. White explained what he had told him. He sighed and said, "It was my mistake. You can punish me instead." Bai King ignored Mr. White. He looked at Bai Wanjie, who was kneeling. Did Mr. White tell any lies in his story? No, Bai Wanjie quietly said with his head lowered. His entire body was quaking. If it was like that when you discovered how strange the sin meter was behaving, why did you not stop it? Bai King asked. Bai Wanjie was suddenly speechless. Mr. White had warned him many times that he shouldn't rush things, but all he could think about was the space garden and the god's personality. He did not heed the warnings he had been given. He knew if he did not explain this, he would have committed a serious crime. He might have even lost his crown prince seat. "Father, there is one thing I would like to talk to you about in private." Bai Wanjie gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Say it." Bai King did not move, but there was some sort of invisible power spreading that filtered out everything else around. Bai Wanjie did not dare hide anything. He told him everything about Han Sen and his thoughts regarding it. Did that really happen? When Bai King heard him, he looked at Han Sen, who was still mid-air, in shock. Clearly, the god's personality thing had surprised him a good deal. "It was me being dumb. I was too greedy." Bai Wanjie lowered his head as he spoke. "If you were not ambitious and someone not decisive, you would not be my son." Bai King changed his tone. "But the way you go about things is still immature." Before Bai King finished, they suddenly heard a sound. Pat-ong. They saw Han Sen fall from the air. He fell to the ground of the hall. His left eye no longer had a black and white flame in it, but he was not entirely his usual self. His left eye looked ordinary. There was a white eyeball with a black pupil. Comparing it to other eyes, this eye had no layers. The white eyeball and black pupil were really distinct. It was white like snow and black like ink. It did not look lively. It was like a lifeless eye. "My lord, it was me who did not watch carefully and made the extreme king's overbearing eye suffer this accident," the old man apologized. "Please punish me." Bai King waved his hand to stop the old man from talking. "There is no need to do this, old iron. You have been guarding the extreme king's law hall for a long time. You have always been good to us. This is not your fault, so do not blame yourself." Bai King looked at Han Sen and walked over to him. Han Sen felt terrible. He had no idea what would happen next. Something this huge had happened. Even Bai King had come. Han Sen felt like something really bad was going to happen to him soon. As he watched Bai King approach him, Han Sen was very glum. He thought, it looks like I am going to have something bad happen to me no matter what. I might as well strike first. After thinking that, Han Sen got up off the floor. He straightened his body and puffed out his chest. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Bai King. He was not going to bow down. Chapter 28:04 I want you, little kid, do you want to be like him, taking whatever you want and tricking whoever you want? Bai King walked before Han Sen and suddenly reached out his hand. He patted Han Sen on the head, smiled, and pointed at Bai Wanjie. Han Sen was frozen as he looked at Bai King. He did not know what he was talking about. If you follow me, you can bully people without remorse, Bai King said as he led Han Sen out. No one will ever dream of bullying you either. Only you can trick people. No one will trick you. All the Extreme King elites had strange looks on their faces. They had no idea what Bai King was thinking. The king's heart was never be something they could accurately gauge. Besides, this was a king that had almost conquered the entire universe. No one dared to say anything. They only looked at Bai King holding Han Sen by the hand, walking him out of Law Hall. Han Sen was also surprised. This change had come too fast. Bai King's thoughts were surprisingly different from what was expected. It made Han Sen unable to act. Han Sen thought he was going to die, but he didn't die. Instead, Bai King brought him into a palace. The pretty women there healed his wounds, and he had waiters bring him nice clothes. He was allowed any meal he fancied. It made Han Sen feel as if he was dreaming. He had never received this kind of treatment before, so it did not seem real. In such a big palace, aside from Bai King, there were women everywhere. Han Sen was the second male in that place. It is no wonder why the legends claim Bai King is a very horny tyrant. It is making sense to me now. Let's not say anything else, but seeing the number of children he has and the infinite number of pretty women in his palace, it is fairly obvious he is a horny man. Han Sen was comfortably lying on a chair. A woman from the feather race was next to him. She was slicing up fruit and putting it in his mouth. He took a bite of the fruit. It tasted amazing. It felt warm inside his body. It was as if he was eating live fruit. All of his pores were so comfortable that they groaned in pleasure. As he gorged on the stuff, Han Sen thought, even the food I eat is ordinary, high-class xenogenic fruit. A random one can bring a baron up to a viscount. They are so rich. He stayed there for 15 days. If he said he wanted something, he got it. No one watched him either. If he wanted to, he could visit any corner of the palace as he pleased. Throughout his time there, he did not see Bai King. It was like Bai King had brought him there and just forgot about him. While he was thinking, Bai King, who was wearing green clothes, entered the garden. He smiled at Han Sen and asked, "Have you gotten used to living here? If there is something you do not like about the place, all you must do is tell me. Mr. Bai King, you should just tell me it straight. What is that you want?" Han Sen was not going to be bought out with fancy stuff. He knew Bai King was not treating him like this because of the goodness of his heart. He knew he must have had a plan. Bai King waved his hand. The servants and women officers all left the garden. Bai King sat on a stone chair next to Han Senator. He poured himself some tea, had a sip, and said, "I have no choice. You combined with my Extreme King's overbearing eye. Without this Geno armament, the defensive systems of King's kingdom are practically fake. Therefore, I need your help." Han Sen looked at Bai King weirdly. This tyrant of legends spoke with surprising modesty. Han Sen did not expect that. Out of the 3 top high races, Ancient God did not have the ambition to control the rest of the universe. The Very High was not bothered to do it. Thus, the extreme king was more like the leader of the universe. For a king like that, if he controlled Han Sen's life, even if Han Sen was a billion light-years away, and wanted him dead, Han Sen would be dead. Now, Bai King was like a sad middle-aged man talking about his issues with him. If they were not in his palace, Han Sen would wonder if he was the extreme king's king. "Do not look at me like that," Bai King humbly said. "I am just a normal person in this universe. I am not like the gods in their lofty places. Now, I have two choices. One is to kill you and take your extreme king's overbearing eye. Doing that would be fine. The extreme king's defensive system would go back to normal." Han Sen felt a chill. Bai King smiled and said, "But I am not planning on doing that. A race's development is like going against the water with a boat. If you do not go forward, you will go back. The extreme king is at the top of the universe, but we have not improved for a long time. If there is a chance for us to improve, I am willing to try. Therefore, I have decided to go the other way. If you are willing to help me, our race will improve. Although the chances are slim, it is better than nothing." Han Sen frowned and asked, "Do you want me to go to the space garden with you?" Bai King laughed and said, "You underestimate yourself. The god's personality is a rare thing, but I do not care for it. I want you." Bai King's tone of voice was very calm, but he gave off the feeling of staring down the world. It was something other people couldn't do. "Me?" Han Sen did not understand what Bai King was trying to tell him. "Yes, it is you. If you are really the one who killed the god in the space garden, that means you are half a god. Now that you have combined with my second ancestor's extreme king's overbearing eye, I want to see how far you can go. If you are willing to, you could become my one and only student. You can receive more benefits than my own children. I will raise you to true god class." Everything Bai King was saying was extremely shocking. Even when Han Sen heard it, his heart could not stop pounding. "Why would this benefit you?" Han Sen looked at Bai King weirdly. He found it hard to believe that Bai King would willingly help an outsider xenogenic. "I have my own benefits," Bai King coldly said. "Just think of it as me helping you. Are you willing to receive my help or not? Do I have a choice?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Bai King smiled and said, "I do not like forcing people. This must be something you are willing to do. If you don't want to do this, you will have to die. I won't force you. At least, I will give you a quick death and take back my extreme king's overbearing eye. I will also give you a big funeral." "I want to live," Han Sen said with a wry smile. "If you are willing to, prepare yourself for the next few days. I have never had a student before, so I expect you will not only be my first but also my last. We must have a big ceremony. I want the whole universe to know you are my student." "Right, what is your name?" "If you do not have a name, I can give you a name. You will also have my surname." "Holy baby," Han Sen quickly said. He did not want Bai King's surname. Holy baby was the name Han Sen had given to the red-robed child. If he was still using Holy baby's identity, he might as well use his name. "Holy baby, that is a good name," Bai King said while squinting his eyes. "From now on, Holy baby is Bai King's student. You are his only student." Chapter 2805 Bai King's student. Bai King had taken an outsider xenogenic for a student. That news quickly spread across the universe. Upon hearing the news, the elites were shocked. Most ordinary people thought Bai King must have gone crazy. Only scary people were able to understand what Bai King was going to do. But that xenogenic did not have any history or renown. It was only known that he was called Holy Baby. It was a child that looked around 5 to 6 years old. Aside from that, no one knew much about him. No one knew its specific race. No one knew where it came from. Many elites were invited by King to come and join the teacher ceremony. The people who went were keen to learn as much as they could about the holy baby xenogenic. They were unable to determine his level or body, which shocked them even more. Han Sen thought King only wanted to take him as a student to trap him with the Extreme King and take his space garden. After the teacher and student bond was made official, King made no further mention of the space garden. He also did not stop Han Sen from going anywhere he desired. Even if he wanted to leave the realm of the Extreme King, King was not going to stop him. While not far away from the Extreme King's door, Han Sen was thinking about whether or not he should leave. He saw Mr. White flying. Mr. White. The Extreme King is not a bad place, Mr. White said. Maybe you should stay for a while. Did you know I want to leave? Han Sen did not know if Mr. White knew who he was. Mr. White smiled. If I did not know, why would I have sent you to the law hall? So, did you know who I was a long time ago? Han Sen was frozen. He suddenly realized Mr. White had deliberately sent him to the law hall. How did you know that I would combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye? Han Sen asked with confusion. I did not know, Mr. White said as he shook his head. I was merely making a calculation. Although the wheels of fate forever change, it was an uncertain future I was able to predict. But there are always rules to help you avoid harm. As far as I was able to tell, going there would give you more life force and provide a better result. I thought it was worth spurring you on to try it. Mister, you are a very daring person. What if I had been unable to combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye? Han Sen wanted to both laugh and cry at the same time. Mr. White smiled and said, in this world, there is nothing absolute. If I did not have an absolute solution, then choosing the one with the likeliest outcome is usually what you should opt for. If you ever get unlucky and something bad falls upon you, it was meant to be. It was a part of life's design. Han Sen knew what Mr. White said made sense, but it was still kind of scary. It is fortunate your predictions were not too bad. So, was making me stay in the Extreme King part of your prediction? That was not something that needed to be predicted, Mr. White said. King has accepted you, an outsider xenogenic, as a student. That is quite the privilege. Now, in this universe, many scary existences have their eyes on you. They want to know why King wanted to accept you as a student. No one will dare to do anything to you in the Extreme King. That much is certain. If you leave the Extreme King, I believe many people will want to kidnap you and take you for their own vile research. King is so manipulative. He wants to tie me up like a figurehead for the ship that is the Extreme King. Han Sen finally understood. You underestimate King, Mr. White said. If those were the only sorts of tricks he could do, he wouldn't be the man in charge of the Extreme King. The Extreme King wouldn't be what it is today, as sound as a pound, if that was all he could do. He must have a greater plan. For now, you and I are unable to see it. So, according to what you are telling me, I should willingly trap myself here, Han Sen said with a frown. Just sit and see what comes next. Mr. White did not have a better idea either. Han Sen had been thinking about things for a while. He now believed Mr. White was likely correct. If King had no plans of doing anything foul to him, staying with the Extreme King was likely a good idea. May I ask, how did your body become like this? Mr. White asked about the crux of Han Sen's troubles. Han Sen wanted to ask Mr. White about it too. He explained what happened when he became transmutation class. After Mr. White listened to his tale and though for a while, he said, if you can practice 4 Geno arts to deified class, that is already something quite incredible. If I have guessed things correctly, your leveling up is fine. It is normal here. If it is normal, how can I not make use of my power? Han Sen asked. Do you know why the deified class is divided into primitive, transmutation, larvae, butterfly, and true God? Mr. White asked with a smile. I do not know, Han Sen said with a shake of his head. Actually, the whole process is about a true God being born, Mr. White said. The son of a true God will be born when they become a butterfly. Before that, they are something like a prototype. The body has not developed yet, so they cannot use their powers. In this universe, it is quite rare for one to become a true God. It mostly depends on the practice afterward, but this progress simulates the process of becoming a true God. That is why there are 5 classes. If I have guessed things correctly, when you became deified and your 4 genes became one, it had to mean your body would take on a different shape and appearance. It took on a status similar to a born true God. So, when you became a transmutation class, it meant your fetus was still growing. Maybe when you reach larvae or butterfly class and your God body has developed some more, perhaps then you can use your powers. Mr. White paused and said, that is not a bad thing. The primitive genes we humans have come from crystallizers. The core of our bodies is not great. You can experience a second development by making your primitive genes like a born true God, which is very good for you. I hope so, Han Sen replied. After hearing Mr. White speak, he felt better. Mr. White and Han Sen exchanged some more information. Han Sen decided to stay with the Extreme King for now. I do not want to be a student for anything. Didn't Bai King say he will give me anything? Let me go ask him for some deified xenogenic genes. Perhaps if I have enough, I can become a larvae class. Hopefully, I can become a butterfly. After Han Sen thought this through, he walked back to the palace. The palace was a serious place. Even the king's daughters and sons were not allowed to enter without prior permission, but Bai King was giving Han Sen special treatment. He was able to enter the palace whenever he chose. With this special treatment, it made Bai King's wives and children upset. Of course, no one said anything about it. Other people were becoming more curious about Han's senator. They wanted to know what was special about him and why Bai King would spoil him like that. After all, this had never happened before. When Han Sen went to Bai King's study, Bai Wanjie was there. Holy baby, you are here. Sit down, Bai King nicely said. Even Bai Wanjie, who was a crown prince, had to stand. Han Sen, however, was told to take a seat. Han Sen opened his lion mouth. My king, did you say I can have anything I want? Now, I need deified xenogenic genes. I need 300 or 400. He did not think Bai King would give him that many. He was asking for a ridiculous amount, but it would at least mean he would receive as many as possible. Sure. Surprisingly, Bai King agreed straight away. He turned to Bai Wanjie and said, Wanjie, take holy baby to Nine Defense Palace. That place will belong to him now. When Bai Wanjie heard that, his face changed. Although his face changed back quickly, Han Sen could still see that Bai Wanjie was very upset. Chapter 28:06 Nine Defense Palace. Han Sen followed Bai Wanjie out of the palace. Bai King had asked Bai Wanjie to take him to the Nine Defense Palace, but he had not explained what the Nine Defense Palace was. As he walked alongside Bai Wanjie, Han Sen asked, Crown Prince, what is the Nine Defense Palace? I don't know, Bai Wanjie coldly replied. Han Sen was surprised. With Bai Wanjie's way of thinking, even if there was something that had upset him, he would not show it on his face. Plus, this was something Bai King wanted him to do. Even if he did not want to do what he was bidden to, he would not let Han Sen see. Now, he was exhibiting quite a bit of emotion. That meant this whole thing must have really triggered him. It had triggered him to the point that he was unable to control his own emotions. Han Sen kept walking and thinking. What kind of place is Nine Defense Palace? On the way, Bai Wanjie remained cold. He did not say a word. It was rather scary. Han Sen was not going to keep provoking him. He followed by Wuxia to a purple palace. That palace was made out of purple metal. Han Sen did not know what kind of metal it was. The weird thing about the palace was it had no window. It was a big, metal, purple palace that seemed 1,000 miles long, yet it did not have a single window. There was only one entrance, and it was at the front. The door was as big as a mountain. Above the door, a plaque read, 9 Defense Palace. Bai Wanjie looked at the 9 Defense Palace's door. With a look filled with regret, he said, "Here." He immediately turned around and left. He did not say anything more to Han. Senator Bai Wanjie is so mad. It looks like the 9 Defense Palace must be packed with good stuff since Bai King told me he would give me deified xenogeneic genes. I suppose this place is filled to the brim with deified xenogeneic genes. Is this place a warehouse for the storage of deified xenogeneic genes? Han Sen was excited to find out. If there were benefits to claim from the Extreme King, he was not going to be stingy. He was going to take all that he could get. The big palace did not have guards, so Han Sen brought out the purple, metal key Bai King had given him. He inserted the key into the door's keyhole. Han Sen turned the key, but the giant, metal door did not open. He saw a xenogeneic statue attached to the door. Its eyes grew bright as it shined down on Han Sen and sucked him in. It was like some kind of teleportation device. When Han Sen's vision returned, he was already in the palace. He saw a semicircular plaza in front of him. Both sides of the plaza had many xenogeneic statues. They were also made of metal. Their sizes were all different from each other. Some were 300 feet high, whereas others were as small as a ball. One saw them in every shape and size. Across the plaza, on the circular wall, were 9 big doors. They all had some words on them. They were not written in the common language, so Han Sen was unable to read them. What if Bai Wanjie did not tell me what was here because he does not know what is behind these 9 doors? Han Sen hesitated. He selected a door and put the key inside. This time, the door slowly rose. He saw a path behind the door. It looked like it was a path that led to another palace. If Bai King wanted to harm me, there would be no need for him to go to all this trouble. I do not think this place is dangerous. Han Sen kept thinking, but he eventually walked inside. After walking down an extremely long corridor, he saw a giant structure. This is a palace inside a palace. When Han Sen saw the space ahead, there were many more palaces lined up. The palaces were all the same size, which was about the size of a basketball court. Han Sen quickly noticed the palaces were numbered. The first one Han Sen saw was 0001. Sequentially, each palace went up in number. Han Sen looked around, but he could not tell how many palaces were inside that palace. It looks like I am right. This is an Extreme King warehouse, but would Bai King really be that nice and give me the magic key to the Extreme King stuff? Han Sen had to wonder that, but he did not think that was likely. Catcha. As Han Sen thought it through, he still went ahead and opened the palace that was labeled 0001. He immediately saw a xenogeneic that looked like a giant ape. It was just inside the palace. Roar! When the big ape saw Han Sen, it made an angry cry. Its black hair went straight. Black substance chains arose across it. It was like the coming of a demon. In the next second, the big ape's chains were attacked by a god light. A spell of some sort flickered, suppressing the big ape's power. It did not matter how hard the big ape struggled. It was unable to escape the magical pressure. Deified xenogeneic. This place does not store the deified xenogeneic genes themselves. It stores a deified xenogeneic that is actually alive. If all these palaces have a deified xenogeneic locked inside, how many could there possibly be? Han Sen was shocked. He coldly laughed and said aloud, "By King! Do you really think my body cannot fight, and I cannot slay these deified xenogeneics?" Han Sen immediately summoned a beast soul. It made his entire body look like the red blood demon. He also summoned the Peacock King's soul clothing and 6-core snake bow. His power was still unable to be used, but the 3 deified beast souls could lend him the power to kill a primitive deified xenogeneic with ease. The black-haired, big ape was trapped, so it could not fight back. Han Sen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and generated heart connection power. He fired an arrow at the black-haired, big ape's head. Catcha! The big ape was still trapped and unable to move. Its power had been suppressed. Han Sen's arrow neatly punctured its head. The big ape's head was perforated. It madly shouted at Han Senator to kill it. Han Sen fired another dozen arrows to put him down for good. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Black demon ape, deified xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen turned off the restrictions in the palace. He looked at the black demon ape's big body and felt rather remorseful. "I killed it, but it is so big. How am I supposed to eat it? It would be great if the flower gods were here and turned it into a geno fluid I could down in one gulp. Never mind, I am going to check if the other palaces have deified xenogeneics inside them." Han Sen put the black demon ape's body aside. After he left the palace, he went to the palace labeled 0002. He opened the palace and saw a xenogeneic inside that was also locked up. It was not another black demon ape. It was a xenogeneic he could not see. Its body was completely wrapped in purple armor. This xenogeneic did not shout at Han Sen as the black demon ape had. It just coldly looked at Han Senator. Its eyes shone from within the armor and unleashed a purple light. It was like it could see through Han Sen's lungs. Han Sen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and fired an arrow at the xenogeneic. The xenogeneics there were all tied up for him to kill, so he was not going to go easy on them. This was far better than just receiving deified xenogeneic genes. Aside from getting xenogeneic genes, Han Sen had the chance of receiving a beast soul. Dong! When Han Sen's arrow struck the xenogeneic's armor, the projectile did not leave a white mark. The light arrow exploded on impact. Chapter 2807 can only move mouth of very powerful xenogeneic. It looks like it is not just primitive deified. Han Sen knew that his arrows wouldn't be able to hurt the fiend. Before his body recovered, he did not think he would be able to do anything to it. The xenogeneic did not react, though. It just coldly looked at Han Sen as if he was a clown. So, Han Sen did not persist attacking. He exited the palace labeled 0002 and decided to check out a few more of the palaces. He noticed that 0003 and 0004 were empty. When he reached Palace 0005, he saw another xenogeneic. This time, Han Sen did not strike. That was because he did not need to strike. He saw the scary xenogeneic, which looked like a snow dragon, was breathing out an icy, snowy presence. Han Sen knew it was a larvae class with just one glance. Thus, he knew he could not kill it any time soon. I do not know how many deified xenogeneics are locked up here, but the quality of them is too high. Han Sen decided to stop looking. That black demon ape xenogeneic gene was enough for him to eat for the next few days. He dragged the body of the black demon ape out of the 9 Defense Palace. After he left the 9 Defense Palace, he did not keep using his beast soul. He called on a few of the Extreme King guards to help him drag the black demon ape's body back to the palace. Han Sen soon noticed that the guards and the maids in the palace were looking at him strangely. "Why are you looking at me?" Han Sen asked one of the maids. "I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby." The maid looked scared. She swiftly kneeled upon the floor. I asked, "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you just answer me?" Han Sen frowned. I. The maid was so shocked that she was unable to speak. "You are very powerful, Mr. Holy Baby." A voice stemmed from afar. It came from an elegant woman. She was dressed in extraordinarily beautiful clothes. She was of the extreme king. She had many maids who all looked at Han Sen coldly. "Who are you?" Han Sen knew this woman was likely one of Bai King's wives, but Bai King had too many wives. He did not recognize all of them. In fact, he did not care to learn the names of Bai King's wives. Xenogeniacs really are xenogeniacs. This guy has no manners. The elegant woman looked at Han Sen coldly but with pride. "How dare you? Don't you bow before the queen," a maid near her shouted. "Oh, is this the teacher's wife?" Han Sen smiled, but he was not going to bow. Bai King was the one who had forced him into adopting a new teacher. He never wanted to remain a student there, so he was not going to be respectful to all his wives. Plus, if that woman was a queen, that meant she was Bai Wanjie and Bai Wuchang's mother. Those two guys were Han Sen's enemies. There was no need for him to respect her. Han Sen thought the woman had gone there looking for trouble, so Han Sen was not going to just concede. The queen looked more upset, so she addressed one of her maids. "Bao Ying, teach him the rules of this palace, just in case he creates trouble. Mr. Holy Baby, you should bow to the queen." The maid, Bao Ying, was wearing a snow-white robe. It looked like a nun's robe, but she was not wearing a hood or veil. Her hair was done up in a bun. Bao Ying's skin was as smooth as jade. She was extremely pretty. Her presence was like a fairy coming out of a plume of dust. Her face was so pretty that she looked like a perfect creation by God. Bowing showed Han Sen how to perform the bow. It was a half-kneeled gesture. She did it very elegantly. When she lowered her head, her neck looked like a pale white jade. It was like the neck of a swan and extremely pretty. Bai King, that old man, is very lucky. Every woman in the palace is both pretty and stunning, Han Sen said to compliment her. Han Sen was merely admiring Bao Ying, but he was not going to go ahead and perform what she had tried to teach him. The queen's face looked dimmer with each passing second. She eventually said, "Bao Ying, take him to the manners department to teach him a lesson or two." "Yes," Bao Ying said. She looked at Han Sen and said, "Mr. Holy Baby, please follow me to the manners department." "I do not have time to go to the manners department. You guys can go on ahead." Han Sen said that and turned around, ready to return to his garden. "I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby," Bao Ying said. She lifted her finger. It enabled a sakura flower to manifest atop its tip. It flew to Han Senator. "I can't believe she is so young yet is already deified." Han Sen was shocked by this. He immediately dodged the flower that was coming toward him. But that sakura was like a living being. It was like a butterfly with wings, and it followed Han Sen's body as it moved. No matter what, he was unable to avoid it. He saw the sakura was about to land on him. Han Sen's eyes froze as he flipped his hand. A skull appeared in his hand. The eye of the skull blew up with a green light and turned the sakura into nothing. The skull was the Een head ghost beast soul. Han Sen figured out it was a weapon beast soul. However, he had never wielded a weapon that was a skull before. Its effectiveness was not bad, but it was just a little on the weak side. The green substance chains of the Een head ghost had a total power weaker than the 6-core snake bow. Therefore, Han Sen did not use it much. He could have used his other beast souls in this situation, but he was happy to make use of this for the time being. "He is resisting," the queen coldly said. "How dare you use a xenogenic treasure inside the palace? Bao Ying, take him down." Bowing looked at Han Sen and sighed. Mr. Holy Baby, you should just come with me to the manners department. Bowing, I asked you to take him down. The queen looked upset as she quietly but harshly made her demand. Yes. Bowing agreed. She reached out her hand and brought out a white, jade-like vase. It was quite small. Han Sen knew it was Bao Ying's Geno armament. He was not about to underestimate her. He held the skull and looked at the vase in Bao Ying's hand. Seeing Bao Ying raise her vase, Bao King's voice suddenly boomed. What are you doing? My king. Everyone bowed to Bai King. Bai King approached the queen and looked at Han Sen as he asked, My queen, what are you doing here? The queen said, This child is so rude. He disrespected me, and he used a xenogenic treasure in the palace. I was just going to teach him a lesson. God knows how much trouble he might stir up in the future. Bai King looked at Han Sen and asked. Holy Baby, is that what happened? Teacher, you should really watch your wife, Han Sen said with a smile. When she is bored, she forces people to kneel before her. I do not have the time for that. My king, see how rude he is. The queen was angered by his comments. Upon seeing this scene, the maid's face looked weird. She had never seen someone speak to Bai King like that before. She expected him to get severely punished. Holy Baby is not being disrespectful. He is merely from a different race. Their manners and ways of showing respect are different. You do not have to force him to follow the rules we have imposed on ourselves. After Bai King said this, everyone was shocked. They thought they were dreaming. My king. The queen looked terrible. She wished to say something, but Bai King interrupted her. Bai King paused for a moment and said, All right, Shang Rong, I was looking for you. Holy Baby, you should go back now. He also spoke to Bao Ying. He also needs to learn the rules. Bao Ying, you should try and teach Holy Baby the rules, but you can only teach him. You cannot hit him. Is that understood? Yes, my king. Bao Ying awkwardly lowered her head. Chapter 2808 Special Xenogenic Han Sen did not know what Bai King was thinking, but he had to be up to something since he was spoiling him so much. There had to be an ulterior motive. For the time being, Han Sen was unaware of what it was. After this news spread, many of the extreme king elites knew that Bai King spoiled the holy child to an ungodly level. Even Bai King's firstborn son did not receive such lavish treatment. As a matter of fact, Bai King was always harsh toward his children. He rarely spoiled someone like he was doing now. Even more shocking was the fact that Bai King had given Holy Baby access to the Nine Defense Palace. This news spread after many people saw the black demon ape's carcass. They guessed what had happened, which made them even more shocked than what had happened in the palace. Mr. Holy Baby, can you start learning some manners now? Bao Ying saw Han Sen reclining on a rocking chair. She looked hopeless as she made the request. If she had a choice in the matter, she would not bother trying to teach Han Senator since Bai King had commanded her to do it. She could not decline and disobey. Han Sen blinked and said, My name is Holy Baby, and your name is Bao Ying. That is a coincidence. As a result of this stroke of fate, can you answer a question? Aside from manners, I do not know anything else, Bao Ying said. Do not worry, Han Sen said. I am not asking you to divulge any secrets. I have access to the Nine Defense Palace now, so can you tell me something about the Nine Defense Palace? What do you want to know about Nine Defense Palace? Bao Ying weirdly asked. What is that place called Nine Defense Palace? Han Sen asked with a smile. And, that queen, she was only there to trouble me because of my access to Nine Defense Palace. Isn't that right? The queen had not come to see him before that, so it was a bit of a coincidence how she had come to trouble him after his first trip to the Nine Defense Palace. Considering Bai Wanjia's behavior earlier, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Bowing moved her eyes, but she still shook her head. I am not privy to what motivates the queen to do what she does. You must know something about the Nine Defense Palace, right? Han Sen asked. You must know something. Stop telling me you don't know. I really don't know. You have the right to access Nine Defense Palace. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know? Bowing still spoke coldly, despite maintaining her elegance. Let's make a deal, Han Sen said while looking at Bowing. You tell me about the Nine Defense Palace, and I will concede to learning manners from you. Otherwise, get ready to teach me forever. Bao Ying was a little hesitant. She frowned and thought about it for a while. I don't actually know all that much. I only know that the Nine Defense Palace is a place to lock up special xenogenics. Many generations have been controlled by the king or crown prince. Although Bao Ying had just spoken 3 sentences, there were many hidden messages in the subtext. Nine Defense Palace locked up special xenogenics. Many generations were controlled by the crown princes. It meant that the person who controlled Nine Defense Palace might become the extreme king's future king. Now, Bai King had given Nine Defense Palace to Han Senator. It was weird. Han Sen knew Bai King would not give up the throne to a xenogenic student. It is no wonder Bai Wanjia was so mad. He could not even keep a lid on his emotions. Even the queen came to annoy me. That has to be why. But what is Bai King up to? I do not understand. If Mr. White was here, he might be able to analyze a thing or two. Considering my current identity, seeking him out might be awkward. It might end up harming him. Han Sen was a bit troubled, but he forgot all about it. He wanted to get his benefits first. What is so special about the xenogenics contained in the Nine Defense Palace? Han Sen asked. I really do not know. Bowing shook her head as she answered him. Seeing Bowing not wanting to answer him, Han Sen tried to change the subject. Your surname is Bao. Do you belong to Bao King's faction? If so, why are you here as a mere maid? Mister, we should really get on with our lessons. Bao Ying did not want to answer that even more than his other questions. Answer one of my questions first, then we can start learning, Han Sen said. There was nothing Bao Ying was able to do. She was silent a moment before saying, Nine Defense Palace has always been in charge of either the king or the crown prince. Outsiders do not know why they trap the xenogenics inside. Those xenogenics are locked up in there by the king himself. I am afraid you are the only one who is not a king or a crown prince to have ever entered Nine Defense Palace. If you want a clearer answer, you will have to find out more by yourself. Seeing that Bao Ying was not misleading him and being earnest, Han Sen did not force her to say anything more. He smiled and said, let's start practicing. You can start teaching me manners. We will later take a break to talk about more things. Bao Ying read out the manners to Han Senator. He kept listening but thought, is Bai King's conspiracy related to my access to Nine Defense Palace? But he did not say anything, and he allowed me to kill the xenogenics of the Nine Defense Palace. Why is he doing that? A maid quickly rushed into the garden, speaking to Bao Ying, who was in the middle of reading to Han Sr. Bao Ying, the queen is not feeling well. She wants you to go be with her. Bao Ying's expression changed. The maid went on to say, the queen says you will have to go back with her, no matter what. Mister, I am afraid we will have to pause our lesson here. Bao Ying stood up and bowed. Bao Ying, it was the king who asked you to teach me, right? Han Sen asked. Mister, I will be back tomorrow, Bao Ying said. I want to learn it now. Teach me now. Otherwise, you will be disobeying the king's orders. Han Sen's face did not change. Bao Ying looked troubled. She glanced at the maid, who was frowning. You can learn manners whenever. The queen is ill. She needs bowing there for her. We cannot delay this matter. Are you saying that the queen's concerns are more important than the king's concerns? If the queen's concerns are so important, it looks like I should tell the king about this. I should let him know just how important the queen's affairs are. Han Sen looked like he was smiling at the maid, but he wasn't smiling. The maid's face changed. She gritted her teeth. There is no need. If there is no need, then get the hell out of here. If you enter my garden again, things won't be this copacetic. Han Sen summoned Een head ghost and shone it at the maid. Pang! The maid flew away and started to cry. She was sent soaring far away from the garden. Everyone watched the maid go. He is so cocky. He is beating up a maid that belongs to the queen. That is because he has the backing of the king. When the king was just a king, no one was mistreated like this before. I do not understand what is so special about him that makes the king think he is so important. Why are you offending the queen? Bowing asked with a sigh. You don't get anything out of it. You do not want to go back either, right? Han Sen asked with a blink. Bowing was shocked. She did not know Han Sen was so perceptive. He was able to see the doubts she harbored in her heart. Chapter 2809 Beast Soul Combined. Bowing stayed in the garden for some time. She read about manners to Han Sen, but it was more like she was reading a book. Han Sen felt a little strange about it. No matter how strong the extreme king was, he did not think they were strong enough to use deified elites for a maid. A maid like Bowing was being treated as a usual servant. Plus, Bowing must have come from Bao King's faction. If that was true, there was no way she was a mere maid. Although Bao King's faction did not control the government, no matter what happened, the deifieds of Bao King's faction would never be treated so poorly as to be made lowly maids and waiters. It seems as if people like Bowing have a big story behind them. Han Sen was not interested in Bao Ying's secrets. He kept her there because there might be a time when he needed people to read him stories about the extreme king. Otherwise, Han Sen was in the dark. He did not know who was who and knew there would be many weird things there. Han Sen wanted to find a chance to ask Bai King. He wanted to precisely know what the Nine Defense Palace was, but he had completely eaten the black demon ape's body. During that time, he had not been able to see hide nor hair of Bai King. If he does not explain it, he cannot take it out on me for eating all of his xenogenics. Han Sen was unable to see Bai King, so he went back to the Nine Defense Palace. He was planning to kill more deified xenogenics there to fill up his deified gene tallies to reach larvae class. After going back to the Nine Defense Palace, he returned to the last door he visited. He went back to the place where there were lots of palaces. He skipped a few of the palaces in front of him. He started from number 0006. The next few palaces were empty. They were empty up to Palace 0013. Han Sen found a xenogenic inside there that was locked up. This time, the palace contained more than one xenogenic. Han Sen saw 4 xenogenics that were exactly the same. They were all locked up in the same palace. It was a xenogenic that looked like a dog and a wolf. Its body had shiny blue fur, but its eyes were red. Han Sen had only just entered the palace when the 4 xenogenics revealed their fangs and angrily barked at Han Senator. The substance chains on their bodies lit up, but the powers of the palace quickly suppressed them. They only looked mean, and that was it. Han Sen saw that they did not possess much power. They were only primitive, so he quit hesitating and summoned his beast souls. He fired at one of the blue fur wolves. The sharp arrow pierced through the blue-furred wolf's head and instantly killed it. Xenogenic deified hunted. Sky Star Wolf, xenogenic deified gene found. Obtain Sky Star Wolf deified beast soul. Han Sen heard the announcement in his head. He received a beast soul out of his latest kill, and it overjoyed him. I don't know why the Extreme King's king brings the Xenogeneics here. Some of them are strong, and some of them are weak. They are all different. There are no standardized rules between them. Han Sen looked at the other 3 Sky Star Wolves that barked at him and fired an arrow at each of them. He killed his second Sky Star Wolf. Xenogeneic deified hunted. Sky Star Wolf, Xenogeneic deified gene found. Obtain Sky Star Wolf deified beast soul. Another beast soul. Today, I am lucky. I have received 2 deified beast souls. Han Sen felt so lucky that he could not believe it. When Han Sen fired at the 3rd Sky Star Wolf, he received another deified beast soul. Holy **T. What is going on? My luck is so strong today. I keep getting deified beast souls. This is harder than winning the lottery. The last one surely won't give me another beast soul. While Han Sen was thinking, he fired an arrow at the last Sky Star Wolf. In the next moment, he was unable to believe what he heard. He received another deified beast soul. Oh, my God! What has happened today? Did I just use up all the luck I will have for the rest of my life in this one day? After thinking that, Han Sen went to examine the Sky Star Wolf's beast souls. Deified beast soul Sky Star Wolf, glyph type, broken. Han Sen took a look at them. The 4 Sky Star Wolf beast souls were all broken glyph beast souls. 4 broken beast souls. I do not know if I can make a complete beast soul out of them, Han Sen said to himself. But those 4 Sky Star Wolf beast souls were able to be combined. 4 blue lights melded. They quickly came together to create a giant, scary Sky Star Wolf. Its presence was much stronger. Holy **T. They really can be combined. Han Sen was frozen. He hastily had a look at the Sky Star Wolf's information after it combined. Deified beast soul Sky Star Wolf, glyph type, broken. Why is it still broken? Han Sen felt strange, so he hesitated. He summoned the Sky Star Wolf beast soul. He immediately saw the shape of a blue and angry wolf manifest. It started to become a tattoo of a wolf on Han Sen's body. It made his whole back gleam with the tattoo of a cruel and menacing blue wolf. Han Sen felt his body possess a lot of scary power. It was as if he had been connected to the sky and the stars. It was like every star in the universe had a connection to him. This is an extremely powerful power. Han Sen felt the power of his body madly increase. The tattoo's power was more than when he used his Peacock King soul clothing, 6-core snake bow, and red blood demon shape-shifting beast soul. Weird. The power of the Sky Star Wolf beast soul is so strong. It must have reached the transmutation level. No, it could already be larva level. But the Sky Star Wolf power is not strong. It is a weaker fiend for the primitive class, but the beast souls they give are so strong because 4 of them were able to combine. Han Sen was shocked. That means broken beast souls can be combined. So, Tianxia Peacock King beast souls should be able to be combined too. But where do I find another Tianxia Peacock King beast soul? Han Sen thought the chances of getting another Tianxia Peacock King beast soul were too low. The 4 Sky Star Wolf Xenogeneic genes provided Han Sen enough to eat for a while. Plus, he had received Sky Star Wolf beast souls. Han Sen was quite happy. Han Sen took the 4 wolf bodies back to the palace with him. He had only just reached the garden when he saw Bao Ying there waiting for him. Bao Ying, you do not have to work that hard, Han Sen said with a laugh. Bao Ying shook her head and said, Mr. Holy Baby, I am here to say goodbye to you. Why? Does the queen want you back? Han Sen raised his eyebrows. Bao Ying shook her head. Han Sen killed an extreme king deified in the real old system. The king is so angry that he sent a few deifieds to the real old system to kill Han Senator. I am one of them. Han Sr. He killed an extreme king deified in real old system. Han Sen was frozen. He was right there and had never heard of the real old system before. How could he kill an extreme king deified elite there? Yes, you might not understand. This Han Sen is a rival of the extreme king. I have heard the very high are in search of him as well. Bowing explained what had happened to him. Han Sen's face got a lot more excited the more he heard. Whatever Bowing told him, though, he had never done. Chapter 28:10 Lost Land. Can I go with you to the real old system? Han Sen asked. I want to help out the extreme king too. If you want to go, you need to ask second uncle, Bowing said. He is in charge this time. Okay. Take me to see second uncle. Han Sen did not know if he would actually be allowed to leave the extreme king, but he wanted to use this opportunity to test the boundaries and length of Bai King's leash on him. In addition to that, he wanted to know who was pretending to be him. He had killed an extreme king deified. Han Sen had wanted to do that a long time ago, but he had never received the chance. Bao Ying did not deny Han Sen's request. She took Han Sen to see second uncle. Second uncle did not decline Han Sen's request to join them. He just said he needed Bai King's blessing to make the decision and ensure he was allowed to go with them. So, he had Han Sen wait for the news. Han Sen did not think Bai King would let him leave. Surprisingly, not long after, second uncle returned with Bowing to notify Han Sen that he should go and get himself ready. They were all going to the real old system that night. Han Sen really did not understand what Bai King was thinking. Bai King is willing to let me leave the extreme king. What if I leave and never come back? He would lose everything. If Bai King was willing to let him out, Han Sen did not mind being given the chance to go and see someplace new. That same night, he followed Bowing to the gathering where the others had assembled. Out of the people who were going, second uncle was the strongest. Han Sen only knew that second uncle's power was almighty. He wagered that he might have been a butterfly elite, but that was just a rumor. Han Sen's power had yet to recover, so he could not make an accurate judgment. There was also Bao Ying, Bao Qin, Meng Lai, and another 4 outsider deifieds among them. This time, the extreme king was sending out a task force comprised of 8 deified elites. It looked like they meant business, and they really wanted to take Han Senator. The deified would never have thought that the Han Sen they were venturing out to kill was already secretly among them. On the way, second uncle and the others made no effort to watch Han Sen or keep him on a leash. Han Sen was certain that if he decided to leave, escaping would not be difficult. Han Sen thought, this asshole holy pirate is not trustable. He said he would steal me back, but I haven't seen him make one move to help me. Fortunately, I did not depend on his rescue. Han Sen and the others traveled to the real old system. Once they were there, they realized the place was in a proper mess. The Xenogenic Space's door had been blown open. Inside, there were signs of a battle. Many of the planets were affected. That fight had to have been a nasty one. The entirety of the real old system was destroyed. Many of the outsiders who reached that place were coming for Han Sen, but none of them were able to find him. Han Sen, second uncle, and the others were a bit late to the party. Many of the places there were destroyed. Fortunately, there were still members of the extreme king around. They were stationed there to protect the more important places. Second uncle and the others were there now, but the biggest problem they faced was not how to defeat Han Senator, it was how they were going to find Han Senator. The extreme king team second uncle had brought were good with that task. They had their own tracking methods. Han Sen and the group that he had come to the battleground with were shocked and they saw what remained. Under the sky knife skills. How is that possible? Han Sen looked at all the knife marks across the planet and felt strange. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was able to tell they were under the sky knife strikes. And they were not under the sky knife skills from Sky Palace. They were the under the sky knife skills Han Sen had personally modified. It is no wonder everyone believes it was the real Han Senator. If I was not Han Sen, I would believe it too. Who is this impersonator that can replicate my under the sky knife? Han Sen was shocked. Second uncle and the others learned that it was under the sky knife as well. They knew for sure it was a trademark of the real Han Sen, so they didn't believe it was a fake Han. Senator Han Sen's under the sky knife was very unique in the universe. Even Sky Palace, which had the original under the sky knife, was unable to copy the under the sky knife Han Sen used. Second uncle looked at a deified elite and asked, "Gur, have you found anything?" Gur had shadow eye powers. Although he was unable to see into the future or past, he could piece together what might have happened through the atmosphere. He had the ability to rebuild and replicate the image of what had transpired. It was sort of similar to what the purple-eyed butterfly could do. Ger's eyes kept flashing and cycling through different images. He quickly started moving his body in a certain direction. Second uncle and the others followed. Everyone was following him, which led to them leaving the real old system. "Are we leaving already?" Bao Qin asked with a frown. "That means our pursuit and capture of the fiend will be much harder. How dare he kill my extreme king and destroy my xenogenic space," second uncle coldly said. "Even if I must chase him to the ends of the universe, I will kill him." "Maybe he did not go far," Gur suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Meng Lai asked. Meng Lai had been frozen by the Medusa shield on his last encounter with Han Senator. It had cost the Extreme King a lot to restore his health. He had been resting in King's Kingdom for most of the time since. This was the first time he had ventured outbound. Gur said, "Han Sen left very slowly. It isn't as if he left in a rush. From the video I see inside me, unless he made use of galaxy teleportation, I do not think he went very far from here. I think he learned galaxy teleportation from the Extreme King, but galaxy teleportation cannot be learned in any short period of time," second uncle quietly said. "He could not perform a big act of galaxy teleportation. It does not matter what we say now. Let us just continue the pursuit." Meng Lai's eyes flashed. Last time, he had been trapped by Han Sen in space. That had made him very upset. This time, he joined without an invitation to fight Han Sen and exact his revenge. Gur agreed. He continued leading the way forward for everyone. The entire group traveled through space, leaving old real system behind them. "Hang on." Second uncle's face changed. He stopped Gur, who was ahead of them leading the group. Everyone looked at second uncle, who looked at Gur and asked, "Gur, are you sure Han Sen fled this way?" "Although it was only for just a second, I assumed this was the way he went," Gur said after thinking for a moment. "That is weird," second uncle quietly said. "If I am noticing it correctly, that place leads to the Big Baron systems." "Second brother, did you remember it wrong? This place is so far away from the Big Baron systems." Meng Lai looked at second uncle with confusion as he spoke. "That is correct. When you go forward, you reach the systems of chaos. There are many bug holes and zones of twisted space that many battleships can often fall into by mistake. Going into one can have you end up in the Big Baron systems. If we keep going, we might end up entering the zone of the systems of chaos that is known as the Lost Land." Second uncle's words were spoken with the utmost seriousness. Meng Lai looked at Gur and asked, "Gur, are you sure Han Sen went this way?" Gur used his power to look and reconfirm it. He nodded and said, "Right now, it seems to be the way. He went that way, but I do not know if he entered the Lost Land. We need to go there first." "Okay. We will go to Lost Land and make plans." Second uncle momentarily thought about it before asking Ger to keep leading the way. Chapter 28:11 All the way forward second uncle and the group of people hoped the fugitive, Han Sen, had not escaped to the lost land and perhaps diverted his path on the way there. When Ger led them to the lost land, their final tether of hope was cut. Han Sen knows he made a mistake. That must be why he risked going to the lost land. Are we going in or not? Everyone looked at second uncle. Bao Qin was the one who asked. Second uncle hesitated. Although the lost land was not a real big barren system, it made people mistakenly enter into the big barren systems. The big barren systems contained the remnants of sacred. It was weird how sacred's downfall came about. After their demise, the lands once governed by sacred became dead zones. Countless mutant xenogeniacs roamed what was left. They were different from ordinary xenogeniacs. Xenogeniacs in the big barren systems had mutated a great deal. They were far stronger than their counterparts of the same level, and they all seemed frenzied. They all had an insatiable bloodlust. Even if a deified elite entered, unless they were true gods, it was highly unlikely they'd emerge from that place alive. The king sent many of us deifieds to capture Han Sen, Meng Lai said. If we go back now, we cannot complete the objective given to us. Yeah. If we go back now, we really cannot finish our task, second uncle said. He nodded and went on to say, it should be fine. If Han Sen was able to enter this place, then we can go in too. I do not think he would dare to venture into the big barren systems. He is probably just hiding someplace in the lost lands. Everyone knew it was dangerous, but they also knew they could not go back without completing their objective. They were hoping to get Han Sen in the lost lands, so they agreed to go. If they did not fall into the big barren systems, they would be fine. Second uncle looked at Han Sen and said, Holy baby, the lost lands are too dangerous. You should not risk it. Let us have Bao Ying take you back. Han Sen was not going to go back. With much braveness, he said, I am a part of the extreme king now, just like you, and I am the king's student. I cannot just turn back. That would be an embarrassment to the king. Please, second uncle, take me. I want to contribute to the extreme king. Han Sen said that via his mouth, but in his mind he thought, I am actually thinking that if I have the chance to enter the big barren systems, I might be able to seek out Little Flower. It would be great to go with you guys and do something like that. That means I have free muscle to guide me and cannon fodder to bite bullets on my behalf. I just hope this fake Han Sen were after entered the big barren systems. Hearing Han Sen say that, second uncle and everyone else looked at him like a star. But they thought it was not nonsense that Bai King had selected him as a student. If you really feel that way, let us push on. Let's capture Han Sen and accomplish our goal. Second uncle nodded. Meng Lai's attitude toward Han Sen was fairly nice. Before this, people weren't really fond of the idea that Bai King had accepted an outsider for a student. They still weren't keen on who the student was, but he had scored a few points by feigning dedication to their cause. Everybody entered the lost land. This was the first time Han Sen had ever been there. He saw the magnetic fields and light fizz in the skies, creating strange scenes. A black hole was spinning in the halo, and some spots of light moving around really quickly like lightning. Some strings of light were all twisted. The lost land was a magical place. There were many things there that Han Sen had never seen before. After entering the lost land, Ger's power stopped working. He looked depressed as he said, My power needs an environment and space. The space here has been disturbed too much. It's twisted. I can barely grasp the faint semblance of an image here. Bao Ying, I guess it all falls on you. We are depending on you. Second uncle seemed to have expected this would happen, so he addressed Bao Ying directly. Everyone turned to look at Bao Ying. Han Sen was curious about what sort of power Baoing had. Her identity was still veiled in secrecy. It sparked some curiosity inside Han. Senator Baoing nodded. She took out a jade bottle and held it in her hands. It was the same white jade bottle Han Sen had recently seen. It was likely her Geno armament. Baoing held her jade bottle up and said, "I need something that belongs to Han Sr., that is easy." Gr. Second uncle waved at Gr. Raised a hand. His fingerprints were laden with dust. He said, "Lady Baoing, this is the trail I have been tracking. It is only this much. Is that enough? Let's give it a try." Baoing took the specks of dust and placed them inside the vase. Han Sen saw strange movement inside the vase. Baoing quickly tilted the jade bottle. It was like she was pouring out water, but what came out from the bottle was not water. They were many sakura petals. The petals were like butterflies, and they all took off flying in a certain direction. The petals were everywhere. They looked quite beautiful. "Follow me." Baoing held onto her jade bottle as she started moving. The petals kept coming out of the bottle to lead the way. Via the guidance of the petals, the group traveled quickly through the lost land. Thus far, there had been no danger. Bao Ying's Geno armaments are quite unique. I cannot tell what sort of power that is. Seeing those petals, it seems to suggest it might be a plant element. But there is no way the jade bottle is composed of something from the plant element. Han Sen was unable to use his Dongxian area, so his curiosity was at an all-time high. He had no idea what they were. Why did the petals fly into the black hole? Bao Qin asked with shock. Everyone saw that happen too. The petals, which were like a galaxy, were now flocking into the black hole ahead of them. After the petals entered the black hole, they disappeared. Soon, a majority of the petals had vanished. Second uncle looked at Baoing and asked, "Baoing, what is going on?" If the dust did come from Han Sen, then he really did go through this black hole. Baoing said that and paused. She looked at the black hole and said, "The petals are still alive after traveling through the black hole. They were not killed. This should be one of the more stable black holes. You can travel through it. I am afraid this is a black hole that leads to the Big Barren system. It is easy to go in, but how do we get out?" Bao Qin was displaying a wry smile. "Baoing, do you have any other way to learn more about the situation as it currently stands?" Second uncle asked. Baoing shook her head. "I think it is too far away. I still feel the petals, but I cannot sense anything else. If it is so far away, this black hole might truly lead to the Big Barren systems. Fourth brother, what do you think?" Second uncle looked at Meng Lai, who was on par with second uncle in terms of command. "If this is a stable black hole, why don't we go scope it out first?" Meng Lai suggested. "If there is any danger, we can just hop back through the black hole." "Does it work that way?" Second uncle looked at Baoing. "We can try." Baoing looked at the black hole. She raised her jade bottle, which had a weird light spinning inside it. There was a galaxy-like number of petals returning from the black hole. They all returned to the jade bottle. When the last petal returned to the jade bottle, Baoing said, "All of the petals are accounted for, and none of them were damaged during transport." Chapter 28 12 Real Fake Hans and the ground was destroyed ground. Broken metal and stone buildings were seen everywhere. The broken, metal pieces of machinery were sort of like products from a steampunk era. The buildings seemed even older than them. Stone tripods with bowls atop them, stone stoves, and stone towers were cracked and strewn across the land. A 9-foot stone stove had been split in half. One saw broken stone buildings and tools all around. Giant metal machines were visible in every direction. They were so decayed that one could not tell what they were. Under the light of the setting sun, the whole place was like a ruin left behind by an apocalypse. Han Sen and the others had only just arrived. Upon seeing all this, they frowned. I calculate a 90% probability that this place belongs to the Big Barren Systems, Meng Lai said as he looked around. Han Sen observed the broken buildings all around. They looked familiar. The style of the buildings looked like the Stone-era stylings of the architecture in the Valley of Time in the sanctuaries. He thought, does this mean the stone tools came from here? That must mean the Destiny Tablet comes from here as well. Because Gear's power was still there but not working, they had to continue depending on Bao Ying in their pursuit of the fugitive Han Senator. The way the petals led into the ruins was like a stream. Second uncle and the others carefully followed the petals that were guiding them. None of them dared to risk carelessness. The Big Barren Systems were the scariest places in the entire universe. Even a deified as strong as second uncle did not underestimate such a place. After walking 100 miles, they still only saw ruins. They did not see any xenogeneics, however, which made the travelers feel moderately better. Even so, no one dared to lose their vigilance. The petals suddenly stopped before a stone tower. They kept spinning around the stone tower. Bao Ying looked at the stone tower and said, "This is it." Everyone was happy. If they could catch Han Sen inside there, they would not have to venture too deep into the Big Barren Systems. It looks like that kid Han Sen did not think we would dare to chase him to this wretched place, Bao Qin said. He did not think he would have to go far, so he decided to hide here. Londo, break this stone tower. Second uncle spoke to a deified man with the head of a cow. The man with a cow head adhered to the order and summoned his Geno armament. It was a big axe that shone with indestructible substance chains. Roar! The man with a cow head roared. His big axe was madly swung toward the stone tower. He cut the tower, which was a few dozen feet tall, in half. Dong! The split stone tower flopped to both sides. When the giant axe reached the feet of the stone tower, something blocked its descent. It created the sound of metallic noise. Everyone was left staring at where the giant axe had stopped its swing. They saw a young man, who had apparently been sitting inside the stone tower. He lifted his right hand. The big axe's descent had been stopped by the squeeze of the man's index finger and middle finger. Roar! Londo madly roared. A substance chain exploded on his axe like a volcano. He wanted to slash down and cut the young man's arm off. No matter how much power Londo exploded, the big axe was unable to be moved. The young man laughed. He applied more strength with his fingers to make a catcha noise. The giant head of the axe broke between his fingers. Blurg! Londo's mouth spewed with blood. It made him stumble backward. His face was white. The giant axe was his Geno armament. The Geno armament broke, so he was heavily damaged. The faces of second uncle and the others looked grim. Although Londo was just a primitive deified and not one of the extreme king, his power was supposed to be indestructible. Yet, that young man had just used his fingers to effortlessly break the story of genes. Via that one small move, one saw just how powerful the young man must have been. Second uncle surrounded the young person. Bao Qin coldly shouted at the young man, Han Sen, no matter how evil you are, today is the day that you die. Han Sen looked at the young man. His face morphed into a strange expression. That was because the young man he was looking at looked identical to him. He looked at the young man and thought he was looking in the mirror. Who is this guy that has this sort of power? He is stronger than me. He is not any weaker than me when I turned. Why is he disguised as me? Han Sen thought about it with suspicion. The young man looked at second uncle and smiled. I thought the very high would get here first. I did not expect it to be you guys, but that is fine. Since you guys are here first, then it is you guys. From now on, you will have to listen to my commands. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. How that young man spoke was very demanding. It sounded like second uncle and the others were his slaves. Second uncle and Meng Lai were by king's family. They had been in lofty positions their entire lives. They had never been treated like this before. It made them feel extremely agitated. Meng Lai coldly grunted. Han Sen, do not be all cocky here just because you have the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Today, I will be letting you know that the Medusa shield is rubbish. After that, Meng Lai brought out a pill. He crushed the pill. Soon after, a scary deified xenogeniac came out. When the wind arrived, it became a 30-foot, black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. Meng Lai grabbed the tail of the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. His body shone with a gold god light. He dyed the giant black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake in gold color. When Meng Lai shouted, the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake became a gold, 9-headed trident. Meng Lai grabbed it, took aim at the young man who was sitting on a platform, and unleashed a scary power. It made Ger and the others fall back. This guy Meng Lai is stronger. Did he become larva? Han Sen thought. The young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. He did not plan on standing up from the platform. He smiled and looked at the gold, 9-headed trident. He said, "Gold soldier body. That is interesting, but I still think you are too weak." "It is still enough to kill you," Meng Lai coldly grunted. The gold, 9-headed trident unleashed a scary gold light. It was attacking the young man on the stone platform. With that strike, the gold, 9-headed trident became 9, gold, evil snakes that were heading for the young man. They were like 9, gold, evil dragons that could swallow the world. Han Sen had to admit that Meng Lai had become stronger. When Han Sen was primitive, if he used his xenogeniac battle body, he would have been unable to block that attack. "Fourth brother's gold soldier body is getting stronger," second uncle said. In the next second, everyone froze. The young man sat on the stone and flicked his finger 9 times. Each flick hit the head of one of the gold, evil snakes. Instantly, 9, gold, evil snake heads exploded. The gold, 9-headed trident was destroyed. Meng Lai could no longer hold his broken trident. He threw up blood and went soaring away. He collapsed among several metal tools. Chapter 28:13 Too weak. Everyone was shocked. Meng Lai was already a larva-class deified, and he had turned a larva-class black-scaled, 9-headed snake into a gold soldier. Even so, he was not able to deflect one small strike. How scary could that power be? Impossible. You are not Han Sr. Meng Lai was shaking and shivering as he emerged from the scrap heap. His hands were full of blood, but he did not care. He stared at the young man and spoke directly to him. "Oh? Why am I not Han Sen? Is it because I did not use under the sky knife skills? If you would like to watch me perform them, I can show you." The young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. Almost at the same time, his body had an under the sky skill play out. The scary mind suddenly covered everything around. Even second uncle's face changed while witnessing it. His will was affected by the strength of that mind. It gave him a strange and unsettling feeling. It was like they had all become puppets. If that man wanted to, he could change their fates in the blink of an eye. Han Sen finally noticed the young man's knife mind was similar to his under the sky knife skills, but it was a bit different. The young man's knife mind was more like the very high mind. It was like he was the person who played chess. Everything was a chess piece, and the pieces were in his hands. It was like Han Sen's mind, but he used himself as a chess piece. He was not the one who controlled the game of chess. The young man's mind was strong, and he was in no way inferior to him. He was a bit shocked that the young man might very well be the smartest person in the world. He just did not have a clue why he had disguised himself as Han Sr. "You are not Han Son," Meng Lai stubbornly repeated. He stared at the young man intently. "Oh? Are you saying this because I have proven myself to be too strong and he is not that strong?" the young man coldly asked. Hearing the young man say that, everyone understood how Meng Lai was correct. That young man was not Han Sr., no. You have sensed it differently. Although you wear his face, you cannot copy his presence. You are not Han Sr., Meng Lai gnashed his teeth as he asked, "So, who are you?" "You are right," the man coldly said. Han Sen is just a small, low-life creature. It does not matter how I try to disguise myself as him. I still cannot get a hold of his cheap presence. Second uncle's face changed. He looked at the young man and said, "If you are not Han Sen, then we are not your enemy. This was all just a big misunderstanding. How about we stop fighting now?" The young man lifted his lips, smiled, and asked, "Did I not just tell you that from now on, you must all listen to my command? If you perform your duties well, I might be inclined to spare your lives. You really are powerful, but if we got into a real fight, there is no guarantee you can win. Why not be friends instead of enemies? This time, you offended us. If you stop now, you can become an ally of the Extreme King." Second uncle's power was stronger than Meng Lai's, but he was not a person who sorted out problems via simple force. He also did not think he could beat that mysterious man in front of him. After listening to second uncle, the young man's face broke into an even bigger smile. In the eyes of the low-life creatures, the Extreme King might sound like stalwart allies. For someone like me, through my god eyes, the Extreme Kings of the universe are just as much of low-lives as all the others. They do not have what it takes to negotiate with the likes of me, who is a god. Who is this guy? He is very cocky. He does not spare the Extreme King a second thought. Han Sen did not speak. He just looked at the young man. "You are too cocky." Second uncle was furious. There was no way he was going to let the young man's attitude fly. Many weird shockwaves came out of second uncle's body. The shockwaves were shapeless and colorless, but once could see the shockwaves ripple through space. They created a special area for second uncle's body. Han Sen was slightly shocked. The power second uncle used seemed to be like a time power. It was a very rare element. Time element. That is very rare, but you are too weak. The young man stood up from the stone platform. In the next moment, he was flying towards second uncle. It was just one step, yet he was already before second uncle. Second uncle's eyes had a god light in them. The time power in his body quickly spun. It twisted the space around. It was like the area Han Sen was in. Time was slowing down. Everyone there was moving in slow motion. Even Bao Qin's screaming had been slowed down many times. His mouth was open, but he could not make a sound for a long time. Pang! The young man was not at all affected. His hands pressed down on second uncle's head, but second uncle's legs went soft. He knelt before the young man. Everybody was unable to believe what they were seeing. The butterfly's second uncle, who had a Time King body, had been suppressed into a kneel by one hand. How strong was that power? Second uncle was extremely mad. He had never been humiliated like this before. The power in him quickly exploded. He wanted to break the young man's power. No matter how he exploded, the young man was still as stable as Tarzan. His hands were still holding onto second uncle's head, so that is where second uncle continued to kneel. I told you. Your time power element is strong, but you are still too weak for the likes of me. Low-life creatures really are low-life creatures. You have powerful element powers, but you can exercise the full potential of such strength. The young man was acting like he was teaching a junior. He made second uncle's face burn red. Although second uncle was angry, he could not break the young man's suppressing power. It made him feel terrible. His anger continued to grow. "Let's go!" Meng Lai roared. He picked up the broken, gold, 9-headed trident. The gold god light on him exploded like a tsunami. It was going toward the young man. Londo, Bao Qin, Bao Ying, and all the deified elites used their strongest powers. They were all going to attack the young man at the same time. They wanted to use this chance while the young man was dealing with second uncle. Now was the time to damage him. The young man looked disdained. One of his hands held on to second uncle, but he did not move. He shone with a god light. He was like a god light surrounded by a god light from a halo. Pang! All kinds of scary powers struck the halo, but they could not break it. "Let me give you one last chance. If you still do not listen, your lives are worthless and you don't deserve to live," the young man said. His body exploded with god light. It blew away Meng Lai and the other deifieds. Seeing the deifieds' elites that fell, Han Sen was shocked. He thought, who is this guy? Is he a true god-class elite? Why did he disguise himself as me? Is he a friend or foe? Chapter 28:14 East King Garden. Second uncle looked up at the man, who looked like a god, and thought of something. His eyes started to narrow. "Do you come from the God Hall?" He looked at the man with a moderate amount of fear as he spoke. "You have a little knowledge," the young man coldly said. He removed his hand from second uncle's head. "You really do come from the God Hall." Second uncle stood up. He still looked at the young man in disbelief. "There is no need to speak much. From now on, you just listen to what I tell you." "Me? God." The young man spoke with a lot of pride. This time, second uncle stopped questioning him. He bowed and said, "How should we refer to you, Mr. God?" "Evil Lotus," the young man proudly answered. "What do you want us to do, Mr. God?" "It would be an honor to serve Mr. God." Second uncle's words suddenly sounded very subservient. Han Sen thought, God Hall? Does that mean the Geno Hall? Can the creatures from the Geno Hall come out of there? They should be able to come out. Otherwise, Sky Vine Radish would not have been damaged in the Space Garden. It is good that you are listening now. All you must do is work hard for me. After we are done, you guys will receive your benefits. Evil Lotus seemed to know how to play them. He waved his hand, revealing he also knew how not to damage them. The god light shone on everyone. Their wounds quickly healed. They were back to being as fit as fiddles. "I wonder what you want us to do, Mr. God," second uncle politely said. "Just follow me." Evil Lotus did not say much. He just had the people follow him into the big barren systems. Second uncle and the others were worried. Evil Lotus might have been able to survive in the big barren systems, but they could not. If they went any deeper, they did not know if they would be walking out alive. Han Sen and Meng Lai were at the back of the group. Han Sen quietly asked Meng Lai, "Fourth uncle, is this god from the Geno Hall?" Meng Lai nodded and said, "Let's not talk too much. Let's just follow him. You stay with Bao Ying and do not leave my side too much." Han Sen nodded, but he saw Evil Lotus turn his head to look at him. He knew Evil Lotus heard them speak, but he did not care. Evil Lotus looked at Han Sen, but there was nothing more to hear. They kept traveling through the ruins. It seemed as if he was trying to avoid something. While he was traveling, he went by specific routes. Han Sen thought too, weird. The guys that call themselves gods should not be able to be damaged, and they cannot deal damage to people and creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus and Sky Vine Radish are clearly different, but why are there these differences? Are they not the same kind of gods? Evil Lotus seemed to know his way around that place. It was a very safe trek. They did not encounter any of the horrible xenogeniacs that prowled the big barren systems. They reached an old city that was in shambles. That old city was not just destroyed. It was half buried underground. The gates to the city were only a moon-like hole. The rest of it was buried underground. The city's carved plaque of the city was still there. 3 words were written on it: East Holy Garden. Second uncle and the others saw the 3 words, East Holy Garden, and was delivered another shock. Is this the East Holy Garden that the holy Kirin of the 4 holy beasts of sacred comes from? You know quite a lot. Do you know about the East Holy Kirin? Evil Lotus looked at second uncle. I have only heard about it, second uncle quickly replied. Evil Lotus looked at the 3 words, East Holy Garden. He sounded a bit weird when he said, yes. This is the place where the holy Kirin, one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred, lived. Sacred's 4 holy beasts were born a true god. They were different to you lowlives. They were born as superior creatures. Somehow, even such superior creatures were used by sacred leader. I never understood how. I have come to the big barren systems because there is information I seek. I want to learn it from the houses of the 4 holy beasts. After pausing, Evil Lotus pointed at East Holy Garden and said, right now, I have only found the ruins of the East Holy Garden, and half of it is buried in the ground. I need it to be dug away. You guys will be the ones to do that. Within a month, you must dig out the whole of the East Holy Garden. Now, everyone knew Evil Lotus only wanted them there to do slave labor for him. Although they knew Holy Kirin's house might not be dangerous, digging randomly was just a recipe for disaster. With Evil Lotus present, they did not dare disobey what they were ordered to do. Everyone followed Evil Lotus's command and started digging at East Holy Garden's gate. The soil and rock of the big barren systems were special. They were much harder than the stones of other systems. The soil near the East Holy Garden was like crystal or jade. With deified powers, they could not dig up much of the rock and sand. If I turn this soil and sand into treasure, it will be better than any deified treasure, Hansen quietly said. Bao Ying, who was near him, said, that is impossible. The big barren system has some scary power that corrodes the place for unknown reasons. The substances here have changed. You cannot make treasures out of it. By using high-tech tools to analyze the substances, it was learned that the substances here contain traces of nuclear dust. It is very radioactive. If creatures stay here for long, they are affected by radiation and start to exhibit changes in their body. Bao Qin said, we are deified. So, we can withstand the radiation just enough, but we cannot stay here for long. Otherwise, we will turn into those xenogeniacs. Our minds will be destroyed, and we will be rendered monsters that only know how to kill. Bao Qin looked at Han Sen and asked, speaking of that, holy baby, are you born deified? How can your power be so weak? My race is not very good at fighting, Hansen quietly said. Dong. It seemed as if Meng Lai had found something. The tap emitted a metallic sound. Everyone quickly went over to look. They saw that where he was digging was the gate. The door opened. There was sand inside it. For some reason, the sand there had become red instead of gray. The light red sand had become more solid. Every hit made a dinging noise. The deeper he dug, the darker and harder the sand was. After digging several feet deep, they saw the sand ahead of them oozed a dark red liquid. Arg! Londo's cow feet touched the dark red liquid, which resulted in him screaming. He quickly scrambled away. In the blink of an eye, his strong deified cow feet had been melted by the corrosive dark red liquid. Chapter 28 15 Kirin statue Londo's cow feet were still being corroded. It seemed as if his cow feet were going to melt off. Evil Lotus moved his hand. A knife light flashed by. He cut off Londo's cow feet. Everyone watched the cow feet melt into liquid. Losing his cow feet was not much for a deified like Londo, but the pain made him turn pale. His forehead was dripping with sweat. "Mr. God, what is this red liquid? How can it corrode a god body?" Second uncle asked with a frown. The reason he asked was not that he wanted to know what the liquid was. It was because he did not want to keep digging. They were digging into the houses of true god Xenogeneics in the middle of a large battlefield. If he kept digging, it was hard to imagine what more dangers they would end up finding. Evil Lotus coldly said, "That is the Holy Kirin's blood. It has pure and true gene powers. They can combine with any gene. If any creature's gene touches the blood of the Holy Kirin, it will be absorbed. Even true God-class deifieds do not dare touch the body of the Holy Kirin. Now, seeing the holy blood here, I can confirm that the Holy Kirin really did die here." "Holy Kirin's gene power is so powerful," Second Uncle said. "It can still consume the genes of other creatures even after it died. If we cannot touch the blood, how do we keep on digging?" Evil Lotus saw the soil that possessed the red liquid. After a pause, he quietly said, "Well, dig someplace else. Just try to avoid the Kirin blood as best as you can." Although no one wanted to dig anymore, they had no choice if Evil Lotus was forcing them. They just changed their digging location and went along with what they were told to do. They did not dare to dig near the gate anymore. Fortunately, the East Holy Garden was a big open garden. If this was before, there would have been a Bysema guarding it. Now, East Holy Garden had become a ruin. There were no more Bysema there. People were able to just walk right into the garden. Evil Lotus selected a spot for Han Sen and the others to keep digging. This time, the place they were digging was a palace with visible soil. It was unknown how tall the palace was. They could only see the corridor. The rest was buried in the sand. Han Sen thought, Evil Lotus's power is stronger than Second Uncle's, but he does not dare to dig. He is clearly scared of Holy Kirin. The Phoenix Feather and Phoenix Flame were capable of killing Sky Vine Radish. So, it looks like true god elites can battle gods. But there is still something amiss. Second Uncle and the others were worried as they dug up the sand. They were staying focused. After digging a few dozen feet, they only saw the top of the palace. God knew how many floors there were. As they kept digging, they found more red sand down below. It had clearly been tainted by the Kirin blood. Second Uncle and the others stopped digging. They did not dare continue. "Mr. God, there is Kirin blood here too," Second Uncle politely said. "Should we change where we dig?" Evil Lotus nodded. So, they changed their position. After changing places a few times and digging a few down, they again saw more of the red sand. It was like the whole bottom of the East Holy Garden had the Holy Kirin blood. Evil Lotus' face turned gloomy. Second Uncle said, "Mr. God, Holy Kirin must have died in East Holy Garden. Now, East Holy Garden is full of Holy Kirin's blood. Even if we are willing to keep digging, we cannot dig out the Holy Kirin's body. If you cannot dig it out, then there is only one way," Evil Lotus coldly said. "Open the top of the palace's corridor and see what is inside it." Everyone thought they could stop digging, but they still had to continue. Now, they were digging into a house instead of soil. This palace was made of stone, and it was extremely hard. Second Uncle used all his power to strike it, but he only left a crack. Everyone kept pounding it for a few dozen hours. Eventually, they broke a hole in the palace's top. Looking down through the hole, they saw that the palace was still fine. They saw many drawings and statues around. "You go in and take a look." Evil Lotus pointed at Londo. Clearly, Evil Lotus was afraid that the palace had been booby-trapped. He did not dare to go first. Londo was hesitant, but he had to listen to the command. He reluctantly went in via the hole. Everyone watched Londo land in the palace. Nothing weird happened, so they felt relieved. There are no traps or tricks in the palace. Londo walked back and forth in the palace a few times. He did not discover anything. Evil Lotus felt safe enough to enter the palace. The wall of the palace was engraved with the images of all kinds of animals, and the statues in the hall were shaped like kirins. They were statues of the kirin in all kinds of shapes and sizes on both sides of the hall. The kirin statue does not look like it was carved. It looks like pottery. Bao Qin looked at one of the kirin statues, which was 6 feet high. Second uncle squatted in front of a broken kirin statue. He picked up a piece, looked at it, and said, "It is pottery." While he was talking, second uncle used some strength to break the pottery piece. He frowned and said, "Weird. Why does the holy kirin have so many kirin statues made of pottery? The material of the pottery seems quite average. It is not as hard as the sand outside." Evil Lotus looked around the palace. Inside the 3-layered palace, he did not find anything else. Every floor had many kirin statues made of pottery. It seemed as if the palace had been used to store pottery. As he looked at the kirin statues, Meng Lai said, "Holy kirin would not just put some useless pottery here. Maybe there is something special about the pottery. Let's break some pottery and find out if there is anything inside," Evil Lotus said to Meng Lai. Meng Lai wanted to smack himself in the head. He should not have spoken so much. He was used to being with fourth uncle, so he often spoke whatever came to mind. He did not expect this. Although he did not want to take such a risk, with Evil Lotus stare, Meng Lai chose to break a small kirin pottery statue. It was around half the size of the average human. He generated a gold light to strike the pottery from afar. The pottery broke. It was weak and fragile, just like ordinary pottery pieces. Everyone was startled and fell back. They were all afraid something might jump out of the pottery. They quickly realized that the pottery was empty. There was nothing contained inside. There is nothing. Under orders from Evil Lotus, Meng Lai broke another 2 kirin statues. They were just as empty. There was nothing inside them. Everyone looked at Evil Lotus to await his judgment. Evil Lotus's face changed. His exposed hair and skin were burning like mad. A red light was glowing. Chapter 28:16 Pottery Powder, Kirin Power. Evil Lotus's face changed. His body brimmed with a god light that pushed the red light away. The skin on his face and hair returned to normal. Everyone was shocked. They all generated powers to get ready, but they did not notice there was a problem. It was like the power had focused solely on Evil Lotus. Humph. The pottery statues have a problem. The pottery powder has a kirin power inside it. Evil Lotus's god light kept releasing. Everyone saw the broken statue had scattered some of its powder onto his body. It resulted in a strong reaction with the god light. It jumped and sparkled like lightning. Everyone had been sprayed with the same powder. Second uncle had crushed a piece of pottery, but nothing had happened to him. Second uncle and the others were confused, but Han Sen could guess why this had come to pass. The Phoenix Fire and Phoenix Flame were like that too. They did not deal any damage to any creature, but they were able to harm the Sky Vine Radish. It seemed as if the pottery pieces had been created by the same stuff. Break all the pottery here. I want to see what the Holy Kirin is up to, Evil Lotus said to Second Uncle with a cold and commanding voice. Second Uncle's heart leaped inside his chest. He addressed the others. You all heard the man. Mr. God wants us to break these Kirin statues. Hurry up. After all, second uncle was Meng Lai's brother. He saw second uncle's eyes and knew what he meant. He punched toward a Kirin statue. A whole line of them was broken. Meng Lai had easily destroyed those Kirin statues. This time, he broke them hard. He made sure lots of dust was kicked up. He generated a plume so large that it choked the entire hall. The dust that touched down on Han Sen's body and the bodies of all the others seemed fine. When they landed on Evil Lotus, it prompted a large reaction to occur with his god light. It made his entire body become wrapped up by some burning lightning. Evil Lotus screamed. His body was like a thunderbolt. He raced out of the palace, looking as if he had been severely damaged. Now is the only chance we have to live. Everyone, put some pottery powder on yourself. Second uncle commanded. He collected many pottery pieces. He crushed them and rubbed them on his body. Not long later, it looked as if he was a person that had been built entirely from dust. Everyone realized that the power in the pottery dust only affected Evil Lotus God. It did not affect them. Although they did not know why, they knew it was the best weapon they had against Evil Lotus. Collect more pottery powder. We will need it to escape this place. We cannot keep digging for him. If we do, it is only a matter of time before we are all killed. After speaking, second uncle broke a few more pieces of pottery. He used a pill presser to store the powder within. Everyone copied the same method. They broke a few of the pottery statues and collected the powder. Han Sen really admired them. Second uncle, in particular, was very focused when he was very scared. When the time came for them to be decisive, he was decisive. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Bye-bye, do you know what consequences you will bear if you do this? Do you really think these crappy pottery statues can go against me? I am a god. Evil Lotus' voice boomed from outside the hall. Mr. God, what are you talking about? Second uncle politely asked. We have followed your orders to break the pottery statues. He and Bye-Bye kept breaking the pottery statues while also collecting the pottery's powder. Ha! Han Sen was unable to suppress a laugh. Second uncle was a genius. Even now, while gasping, he still said that. Good. Very good, Evil Lotus coldly said from the outside. He stopped talking due to the anger he was feeling. Mr. God, we are breaking the pottery statues, second uncle said. Is there anything else you would like us to do? They did not hear Evil Lotus respond to them anymore. Perhaps he was too mad to even speak, or perhaps he was doing something else entirely. Be quick. We do not have much time. Try to bring all the pottery pieces you can. Our return to the Extreme King is entirely dependent on this. Second uncle hurried them up. Han Sen was collecting pottery statues. Bowing suddenly said with shock, this Kirin statue has some stuff in it. Everyone looked at Bowing. Seeing a Kirin statue that had been broken by Bowing, their attention was snared by the presence of a metal box. The metal box was square. It was pitch black and looked incredibly heavy. On the outside of the box was the carving of a Kirin. It looks like it was left behind by the Holy Kirin, but I wonder why it chose to leave a box behind here, second uncle said as he observed the metal box. Should we open it? Bao Qin merrily asked. Perhaps it contains some treasure left behind by the Holy Kirin. If the pottery powder did not hurt us, perhaps something inside this thing can help us deal with Evil Lotus God. Second uncle was not as optimistic as Bao Qin. He shook his head and said, we should not take that risk right now. Bring the box, but do not open it. Londo carefully picked up the box. Nothing went awry. Second uncle felt relieved. Everyone went back to collect the pottery powder. They broke all the pottery statues inside the palace and collected the remains, but no other metal boxes were discovered. There was just that one metal box. Second uncle wanted to put the metal box inside a plastic bag that compressed things, but he noticed he was unable to put it in. He made Londo carry the box. When we exit, we need to use the pottery powder, second uncle reminded them. If Evil Lotus comes, everyone just start throwing the pottery powder. There is no need to use any other powers. Everyone now knew what to do, but their hearts were overwhelmed with worry. They did not know if the pottery powder would really rival Evil Lotus. Trying to get back to the Extreme King this way was a long shot. They had a long way to get back to the safety of the Extreme King. Even if the pottery powder repelled Evil Lotus, it might not have been enough to carry them all the way back to the Extreme King. Because there was no other way to go, they still had to try despite the danger. "Mr. Holy Baby, please stay next to me," Bao Ying said as she looked at Han. Senator Han Sen nodded. He stayed next to Bao Ying, followed everyone, and went outside. After they exited the palace, they were surprised to no longer see Evil Lotus God. They were not sure where he had gone off to. "Where is Evil Lotus?" Fourth uncle frowned. "There is no need to care about him. Let's just run," second uncle said. He hurried everyone out of the East Holy Garden. Han Sen and the group carefully exited the East Holy Garden. On the way, they did not see Evil Lotus. "Evil Lotus must know we have the pottery powder to protect ourselves," Bao Qin said with a laugh. "I think it is afraid of us and no longer dares to show up." Second uncle frowned and said, "Run and stop talking crap." Everybody got ready to move. Suddenly, they felt the ground vibrate. It was like a scary beast was running across the ground. They quickly turned their heads to see where the noise had come from. They shockingly saw Evil Lotus slowly approach. He was not walking fast, but one step was like crossing a mountain and going over water. Behind him was a scary Xenogeniac. Upon seeing the Xenogeniac, second uncle's face changed. "Oh, no. Evil Lotus is scared of the pottery powder, so he won't attack us. But he brought a Xenogeniac to deal with us instead." Chapter 28 17 Cold Light Charm. Of course, after second uncle said that, Evil Lotus flashed by their heads and landed on a mechanical ruin that was not far away. The Xenogeniac was chasing Evil Lotus God. When it saw second uncle and the others, it spat out some scary and pink beams of light. The Xenogeniac looked extremely weird. Its body was semi-transparent and pink. It did not look like crystal. It looked more like semi-transparent metal. Its pink upper body was like a giant pink piranha, and its lower body was wriggling with tentacles like an octopus. It looked very strange. Seeing the piranha spew out pink beams of light from its flower, second uncle activated his time power. It made the pink beam of light slower. Now, everyone had a chance to evade the attack. Seeing the pink beam of light land on the ground, it cut a deep trench through the hard soil. It was a clean, laser-like cut. Everybody was shocked. They knew how hard the soil there was, yet the pink light beam had effortlessly cut a 9 to 12-foot deep trench right through it. Such power was certainly on par with second uncle, who was a butterfly. Second uncle opened his time area. He made the time around the Xenogeniac slow down. He shouted at Meng Lai and the others, "We need to hurry over there." The Xenogeniac's speed was made a bit slower. Everyone wanted to get there, but they saw the Xenogeniac's 9 semi-transparent metal tentacles waving. There was a circular thing similar to a sucker on each tentacle. They were lined up across the tentacles. In the next moment, they saw the suckers on the tentacles generate pink beams of light. Suddenly, lots of pink beams of light were fired out. It was like an entire net of lasers was going to come down and throttle Han Sen and the others. In the wide radius of those pink beams, even if they were slowed down, they could not be avoided. "Follow me and break the beams of light," second uncle shouted. The substance chains on his body gathered on a deified treasure longsword. It was wielded to go across the beams of light. Meng Lai, Bao Qin, Bao Ying, Londo, and the others all used their powers to fight alongside Second Uncle to break the net composed of beams of light. Boom! There was a scary explosion of power. The net of light beams was broken, but Second Uncle looked as if he had been hit in the process. The ground near his feet cracked. Meng Lai and the others were all coughing up blood. Their bodies sunk into the sand. The net formed from beams of light had been cracked. Unfortunately, they did not have the spare power necessary to run forward. Before they could crawl out of the soil, the Xenogeniac was waving its tentacles. Many pink beams of light were coming at them again. Second Uncle shouted, which shocked the sky. A sword broke through the sky. It was going for the Xenogeniac. Out of all of them, only Second Uncle could deal with that Xenogeniac. It was a shame that Second Uncle was only good with time power and not destructive power. Although he was able to use his time powers to control the Xenogeniac and enable the Xenogeniac to not attack him, when his longsword struck the Xenogeniac's body, it only made a few light marks. It was unable to damage it properly. Everyone knew that if Second Uncle continued to fight and used all of his power, he could not use his time powers to keep on suppressing the Xenogeniac. Once that happened, they were to surely lose. You are all low-life creatures. How dare you try and play tricks in front of me, the god? You must have a death wish. You guys were supposed to work for me, a god. I would have let you live, but if you guys want to die, it is not on me. Evil Lotus God looked at Second Uncle with disdain as he spoke. Fourth brother, you guys run. Second Uncle shouted. Split up while you do so to see how many of us can escape. Second brother, let me help you. Meng Lai was born a very grumpy person. He knew he had only become larva class, and his 9-headed, evil snake weapon had been broken. Even though he could not deal with the Xenogeniac, he was not going to just leave. His king body exploded. He was going to fight hard. Old 4, we cannot die here together. Someone needs to go back and report to the king. Whoever goes against the extreme king like this cannot go unanswered. We will have to avenge today's events. Second Uncle was fighting the Xenogeniac while he was shouting. It should be you leaving, second brother. You have the highest chance of surviving and making it back. Meng Lai said that as he was already rushing out. He was using his Xenogeniac spear. It was like an evil dragon going toward the enemy Xenogeniac. Second brother, I've got this. You go. Go back and tell the king. You must avenge my death. You've got this. What have you got this with? Second Uncle went next to Meng Lai. The time area landed on him at the same time. It made the Xenogeniac coming for Meng Lai slow down. Second Uncle grabbed Meng Lai and threw him to Bao Ying. He said, you guys take old 4 with you. Remember, before you go back to the extreme king, you must carry the pottery powder. Second brother, Meng Lai was struggling and trying to move. He discovered that his body was locked. He shouted, second brother, if you don't come with us, how do the few of us leave the big barren systems? We will die if we stay, and we will die if we leave. Why don't we fight them together? Second Uncle wished to say something, but Evil Lotus laughed and said, you guys do not need to fight. You are all going to die. This place has more than one Xenogeniac. Hearing Evil Lotus say that, Second Uncle's face changed. Evil Lotus God suddenly screamed at the sky. That scream was like a rumbling thunder that extended beyond hundreds of miles. It made the sounds echo and roll. Not long later, the Xenogeniacs from a few thousand miles will be drawn here. Although they are not as strong as this cold light charm, it is enough to kill you guys. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed. Second Uncle looked terrible. He forced a smile and said, "Evil Lotus God, you and I have no grudge. Why must you kill us all?" "It is too late to say that now," Evil Lotus said emotionlessly. "Whoever follows me lives, and whoever goes against me dies. You guys dared to go against me, a god, so you are all going to die." Everyone's face looked panicked. Although they did not see any xenogeniacs, they heard some scary beast noises roaring. They were coming for them. Clearly, many scary xenogeniacs were approaching. Second uncle laughed and said, "Fourth brother, it looks like today the brothers need to kill." After speaking, second uncle unbound the restrictions he had placed on Meng Lai. He knew they were going to die there. "Second brother, it is just you and me. We will kill them until we fall." Meng Lai raised his spear and jumped. "Uncles, let me help you guys as well." Han Sen knew this was a life and death moment. He stopped hesitating and summoned his Sky Star Wolf Beast Soul. He was also holding his Ing-Head Ghost Beast Soul, which was a skull. He confidently went forward. Second uncle did not think Han Sen could help, but he knew they were going to die in this fight sooner or later. So, he did not stop Han Sen. 2818 Activate Potential. Han Sen was holding the skull head. The eye sockets fired out 2 beams of green light. It was a shame that when they touched the cold light charm's pink beams of light, the green light was destroyed. It was not on the same level of power. Han Sen's face did not change. He expected that the Ing-Head Ghost Beast Soul's power would be insufficient. Almost at the exact moment, the green light was destroyed, Han Sen activated his Sky Star Wolf Glyph's power. Seeing the pink beam of light, Han Sen took a deep breath and threw a punch toward it. Pang! The blue starlight and pink beam of light collided. The 2 powers exploded to become a red and blue firework in the air. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Han Sen with absolute shock. No one expected Han Sen, who did not seem as if he could fight, could wield a power that great and fight back against the cold light charm. Even Evil Lotus God looked at Han Sen with surprise. He really did not think Han Sen could explode with such a ferocious power. "Second uncle, you and I will fight that xenogeniac together. You use the time area to assist my power, and I will kill it." Han Sen noticed that with one hit, the 4 Sky Star Wolf combination was still weaker than the cold light charm. The full power of his attacks could only tie with one of cold light charm's beams of light. Good. Second uncle felt alive. Although he did not know why Han Sen had such power, it gave him a glimmer of hope to hang on to. Second uncle pushed his time area to the max, making all the time substance chains twist in the air. It made cold light charm's movements a bit slower and Han Sen's speed faster. It was actually not Han Sen's speed that was faster. When time went faster, it made it look like his speed was faster. With 1 positive and 1 negative, Han Sen's speed was faster than cold light charm. His body was shining with starlight. He was like a blue stream of stars shooting across the heavens. He soared through the pink beam of light cold light charm fired and went straight for the beast itself. What is the point of being faster than cold light charm? His power still cannot damage cold light charm, and he will still die. Evil Lotus looked at him with disdain as he spoke. He sensed that Han Sen's absolute showing of power was inferior to cold light charm, and it was not as good as second uncle Bai Bai. With his power being what it was, even if he touched cold light charm, he could not damage cold light charm. Han Sen did not seem to understand that. He was still getting in close to cold light charm. With second uncle's time area control, it made him easily be able to dodge the pink beam of light. Boom! The blue starlight suddenly opened up between Han Sen's fist and cold light charm's tentacles. That starlight power did not break cold light charm's cold semi-transparent metal body. It was shaken and shattered. It didn't work. It is still not enough. Second uncle was a bit disappointed. Although he sort of expected that to happen, seeing it unfold the way he predicted was still a bit disappointing. Bao Qin and the others had just managed to cling onto a thread of hope, but it was severed by that punch. Anyone could tell that Han Sen's power was weaker than cold light charm by a lot. But Han Sen did not give up. His body was like lightning. It surrounded cold light charm and flashed fast. He kept on punching cold light charm's body to make the blue starlight keep breaking. The difference between our powers cannot be replaced by how many times you punch. Even if you generate power like under the sky knife, you cannot beat cold light charm. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed as he spoke. No matter what the others thought, Han Sen kept on punching cold light charm non-stop. As he punched more and more, his punching power did indeed increase. A gathering power Geno art that activates potential. Evil Lotus God looked a bit like he had underestimated him. Activating potential skills can increase one's battle power by a lot, but it needs potential to activate. For a larva class Xenogeneic, no matter how much potential is activated, it still cannot reach butterfly at max power as cold light charm can. Even if you squeeze out all the gene potential and use all your life power for a suicide attack, it still won't be enough to damage cold light charm. Second uncle and the others knew that Han Sen was forcing the activation of his potential. As Evil Lotus had said, he needed enough potential first. Otherwise, even if he exploded his body, he would still not gather enough power to hurt cold light charm. It was like a 1-liter bottle of gas. No matter how much you blew it up, you would not get the effect of a missile. Han Sen did not care. He kept activating his body's potential. Other people may not have known, but he did. His body was transmutation class, but he could not activate his body's power. To other people, this was activating his potential. To him, he was just trying to activate the ordinary power he had inside him. While Han Sen was being suppressed, the power hidden inside him kept being activated. The starlight of his punch got stronger. It started with starlight. In the end, it looked like a blue sun after every punch. Pang! Cold light charm's body had been punched by Han Sen, but it did not shrug it off like it used to. The transparent, metal tentacles had a punch mark in them. The pink dust was everywhere. Cold light charm squealed in pain. Is he still activating potential? How much potential does he have? There's no way he can kill cold light charm. Second uncle kept controlling his time area. He saw Han Sen's starlight was bright like a sun and still expanding. He was as much shocked as he was delighted. Humph. With this kind of potential power exploding, you are going to die from exhaustion. How long do you think you can last? Evil Lotus God did not care for the spectacle. From what he saw, Han Sen was exploding his potential too much, which was as good as a death wish. Pang! Pang! Han Sen's small body, which looked like a god that was carrying starlight, needed the time area's control to evade the cold light beam attacks. Now, he did not need it. Han Sen swung his fist for a punch. It was like the stars in the sky falling. It suppressed cold light charm and broke cold light charm's pink light beam. It was so powerful and hard to believe. Bao Qin was crazily happy. He screamed, he can continue to activate his potential. That potential is so scary. It is no wonder the king wanted to take him as a student. His potential is scary. Hold on. You must hold on. If you can survive, after we go back to the Extreme King, even if I go bankrupt, I will use everything to heal your exhausted body. Meng Lai's palms were dripping with sweat. He was larva class and knew the body of someone in that class would take an insane amount of power to explode like that. After the fight, if Han Sen defeated the cold light charm, his body would be destroyed. If he suffered bad luck and was unable to defeat cold light charm, Han Sen would be exhausted and end up dead. Chapter 28:19 Cold light charms Beast's soul. Beads of sweat cascaded down from second uncle's brow. He had a complicated expression as he wiped them away. Han Sen exploded with a power that was greater than his own. It was perhaps even better than cold light charm. For such power to be controlled by a small body like that was concerning. Second uncle feared Han Sen's body might not be able to keep going. He worried his body might blow up at any moment. Second uncle was someone who had a lot of knowledge. He had seen many genius elites in his time, but never a small body like that blow up with so much potential. He had never seen another put on a show like this before. Hasn't he become exhausted and died yet? Does his body really contain the genes of a true god creature? Evil Lotus God's eyes were starting to flare with shock. Aside from the child of a true god creature, ordinary creatures were not able to display power this scary. Pang! Cold light charm's transparent metal body was blown up by Han's senator with one final punch. Its entire body was blown into fleshy chunks. Xenogenic deified hunted. Cold light charm, deified xenogenic gene found. Obtained cold light charm beast soul. At the same time, the announcement played in Han Sen's head. It is dead. Long live Mr. Holy Baby. Londo screamed with excitement. No one wanted to die. Han Sen had managed to blow up the cold light charm and save their lives. That is why they were so happy. Not bad. That really wasn't bad. To be able to do something like that, you are impressive for the low-life creature that you are. Evil Lotus was not angry. He clapped and smiled at Han Sr. Evil Lotus, you can leave now. I will spare your life. Han Sen looked at Evil Lotus seriously as he spoke. Spare my life. Evil Lotus God looked at him like an idiot. Upon hearing Han Sen say that, second uncle, Meng Lai, Bao Ying, and the others felt weird. Although they had pottery powder to restrict the Evil Lotus God, making a god mad was never a wise thing to do. Evil Lotus God was not enraged. In fact, he did not even get the slightest bit mad. No one cared for the crazy words of a fool, so he was not going to be mad at a crazy guy. Evil Lotus God looked at Han Sen as if he was in a high place and said, if you can survive against the xenogenic siege that is yet to come, I will kill you. The way he said his words were like it was Han Sen's honor to die by his hands. Before Han Sen said anything in return, Gur was already screaming and shouting, Xenogenics. It's all Xenogenics. They are all cold light charms. Han Sen and the others looked back. In the distant sky, many pink things, which looked like gems in the ocean, were coming for them. All of them were cold light charms. Although they were not as scary as the terrifying first cold light charm, they were still deified class. Some of them were almost as powerful as the first cold light charm. Everyone's face suddenly turned white. Although they knew the big barren systems were scary, they did not think it would be that scary. Within thousands of miles, there were many scary xenogenics. It had been hard for them to kill one cold light charm, and this group of cold light charm presented them with 30 to 40 cold light charms. Some of them even had a power that was closer to the first one. Being surrounded by that many cold light charms, one could use one's ass to figure out what might happen next. Han Sen had been exhausted once. He was not about to exhaust his potential again. Even if he exhausted his potential again, he could not take on 10 enemies alone. Londo grabbed his big axe and shouted, F***CK. Killing one was enough. Killing 2 more is extra. We will fight until we die. Seeing the group of cold light charms already arriving, everyone knew they were not going to survive. They were all prepared to die. Second uncle, help me control those cold light charms, Han Sen said. He then waved his right hand. A pink, half-transparent sword appeared in his hand. The sword looked like crystal. It was like a gem, but it was cold like metal. It was only the width of a finger, and it was pink like a crystal. The sword looked evil. The handle of the sword had a pink, eye-like gem. It was like it was looking at people. It gave people goosebumps when they saw it. Deified beast soul, cold light charm, cold light sword, half complete. This was different from the destroyed beast souls Han Sen had received before. This cold light sword beast soul was half complete. Han Sen had no idea what that meant, but he sensed how scary the cold light sword's power was just by holding it. Second uncle had not time to react. Han Sen had already turned into a light and was going into the cold light charm group. He was shocked. He subconsciously opened his time area and covered a large portion of the land. Now, it was the universe's era with a lot of technology. Many elites used swords, and there were many swordsmen in the Extreme King. Second uncle and the others had never seen Han Sen's sword skill, nor heard about them either. Perhaps they did not notice which sword skills Han Sen used because the weird red sword light that went across had already enraptured their minds and eyesight. The straight, pink, sword light went across space. It cut a cold light charm in half. Before anyone was able to react, Han Sen had already rushed into the group of cold light charms. They saw the sword light go everywhere. It was like a deftly cutting laser that was going across hell. Wherever it went, broken tentacles flew everywhere. The cold light charms were being slaughtered by Han Sen as easy as if he was slicing vegetables. Upon seeing all this, Londo and the others were frozen as he said, "Holy crap. Mr. Holy Baby is that strong? Was he toying with us before?" No one answered him because they were all in complete shock. It would have been fine if the cold light charms were that easy to kill, but the cold light charms there were as scary as the one earlier. Yet, Han Sen was casually able to slice and dice their limbs away. That group of cold light charms was unable to do anything to stop him. Although second uncle's time area helped how Han Sen go through the cold light charms carelessly, it was still too shocking. Seeing all those powerful cold light charms be slain by Han Sen, God blood was bleeding like mad from the sky. The sword lights that shocked the sky had become so outstanding in the chaos of the pink beams of light. Evil Lotus God was in utter shock as he watched Han Sen butcher the cold light charms. He looked confused. He was a god, but he had never seen a Xenogeniac perform like Han Senator. He was not able to tell how strong he actually was either. What is wrong with that Xenogeniac? What level is this Xenogeniac? Evil Lotus God looked Han Sen up and down. His eyes were gleaming with god lights. No matter how he looked at him, what Han Sen was showing put him at transmutation class at the very most. He was not larva class as he had expected. Chapter 28:20 Fighting Evil Lotus. Not long later, Han Sen had killed 30 to 40 cold light charms. The Xenogeniacs from the Big Baron systems were cruel. They knew they were unable to fight him, but they were not afraid of death. They fought until the bitter end. Second uncle and the others were as much shocked as they were happy. They had believed they were going to die, but they were now more alive than ever. Han Sen had exploded with a strong power that was beyond the realms of imagination. It is no wonder the king went against the people and changed the rules about taking on a student. With a power of such magnitude, it was only right you could become the king's student. Meng Lai gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Holy Baby has such wild strength. Why did you not make use of it before? Londo's voice was buzzing. Everyone thought Han Sen had gone undercover far too deep. If this was not a life or death moment, it was unlikely that they would have ever come to learn the true amount of power Han Sen possessed. I am just using the power of my treasure, Han Sen coldly said. It is not my power. Holy Baby, your sword is so scary, Bao Qin said. What is that sword? A deified treasure such as that should be on the rankings list. How come I have never heard of it before? Everyone was talking, but evil Lotus God coldly laughed. He spoke one sentence for Han Sen and one for himself. You really do have some power. You are worthy for me, a god, to kill you. Londo looked disdained and said, Evil Lotus God, you can cease your bluffing. With the pottery powder here, you cannot touch me. Therefore, you cannot touch the holy baby either. Evil Lotus God's eyes were full of disdain. Such an ignorant, low-life creature. The pottery pieces can harm my god body because it contains the ashes of the holy Kirin. I do not want to waste time with this useless, futile matter. Do you guys really think I cannot deal with the ashes? Come at me, bro, if you think you can. Londo did not believe he could, so he was happy to provoke their nemesis. Everyone thought evil Lotus God was not able to circumvent the pottery powder. If he could, he would not have had to spend so much effort in attracting the ire of so many cold light charms to the area. What a stupid creature. Evil Lotus God did not bother explaining. His body suddenly had some purple and white fires claim him. His eyes crackled and fizzed with the charge of electricity. They shone with a green and white light. Second Uncle and the others were shocked. He felt as if evil Lotus God's body had a scary sense of suppression on it that could not be explained. It made shocked them to their cores. They subconsciously fell back. They almost wanted to turn and run. Looking at the ghost god-looking evil Lotus God approach, Second Uncle shouted, Get the pottery powder ready. Everyone took out the pottery powder. They started throwing it toward evil Lotus God. Suddenly, the whole sky was covered with gray pottery powder. At this time, the pottery flame touched the purple and white flame. It looked like an ordinary gust of sand. It was unable to douse evil Lotus God's godlight. Everyone was shocked. The pottery powder was useless against evil Lotus God, which was what they were depending on for their escape. Evil Lotus God walked up to Han Sen and coldly asked, Is your name Holy Baby, correct? Your name will be remembered by me, a god. You had worth in this life. Han Sen ignored what evil Lotus God was saying. His eyes stared at evil Lotus God. He looked as if he was thinking about something. Second Uncle and the others were not able to see the purple-looking spirit body that looked like an evil ghost's shadow inside him. That spirit body gave Han Sen the same feeling as Sky Vine Radish's god spirit did. Han Sen thought, weird. Why does evil Lotus God give me the same feeling that his body is just a puppet on strings and the purple, evil ghost-looking spirit body is his real body? It was because that purple, evil, ghost spirit body was protecting evil Lotus God. That was why the pottery powder was no longer working. Han Sen still noticed there was something amiss. When the purple, evil, ghost spirit bodies appeared, evil Lotus God's life force seemed to fade. One was able to see his blood vessels stick in his skin. They turned into a green and purplish color. They looked like the veins that dead men have. Everyone was now running. Bao Ying, however, could see Han Sen just standing where he was, and so she quickly shouted, Mr. Holy Baby, run. Han Sen's train of thought was interrupted by Bao Ying. He was staring at evil Lotus God, who was 30 feet away from him. He asked, Evil Lotus, do you have a death wish? Evil Lotus seemed to be annoyed. It looked as if there was some taboo he had to be aware of, so he stopped talking to him. He gathered up power. His finger was like a lotus flower that came to grab Han Sen's head. If Han Sen was grabbed, his head would probably have had 5 holes of blood in it. Second Uncle heard Bao Ying's voice and knew it meant that Han Sen had not fled. He looked back and saw evil Lotus God was going to grab Han Senator. The pottery powder in the air was not working on him. Although they were not able to see it, Han Sen could see it. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body moved the same as evil Lotus God did. He reached his hand out and grabbed him. The pottery powder was outside the purple, evil, ghost spirit body. The heart kept pounding. Han Sen knew that this strike was extremely dangerous, but he did not hesitate. Han Sen summoned Sky Vine Radish. A green light giant-looking Sky Vine Radish appeared in front of Han Senator. A giant fist punched the purple evil ghost spirit body. Evil Lotus God did not expect that would happen. No one expected that. A universal low-life creature possessed a god spirit. That should have been impossible. Evil Lotus God did not have a chance to react. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body was punched in the face by Sky Vine Radish. A purple light exploded everywhere. His mangled head flew away. When the purple, evil, ghost spirit body flew away, Evil Lotus God's body flew away with it. The blood in his mouth went soaring away as well. Meng Lai and the others were shocked. It was unbelievable what their eyes had seen. They thought their eyes had gone funny. Evil Lotus God was overpowering in the face of Han Sen, but Han Sen had not moved. He had not even raised his hand. All he did was look at Evil Lotus God, and Evil Lotus God spat out blood and flew away. Oh, my God! What did I see? Holy baby! What did he do? He used his eyes to kill a god. Meng Lai lost his voice and screamed. This was far too difficult for them to believe. Second Uncle Bai Bai was shocked as well. Londo and the others did not know what a god meant anymore. They thought they were strong deifieds, but they knew for sure that a god was not just stronger than deifieds. Only the true god elites in the universe were able to fight against gods, and they could barely stand a chance. They did not know if they could battle and defeat a god. Second Uncle would have never dreamed that in this universe, there was a creature that could use their eyes to make a god fly away in a spray of blood. It was like a fairy tale. Bai Bai felt as if what he had just seen was the same as if he was watching Han Sen kill very high leader. That was supposedly an impossible task. Now, something impossible to happen had just happened, and it happened right in front of him. Chapter 28-21 God Spirit Phi, Sky Vine Radish's God Spirit. Are you the creature that killed the god? Did you take Sky Vine Radish's God Spirit? I did not expect that a low-life creature could do that. Evil Lotus God stood up. He was still coughing up blood. His eyes were staring at Sky Vine Radish, who stood before Han Senator. Clearly, he could see Sky Vine Radish. Second Uncle and the others were even more shocked. When the god's sadness happened, it made for a popular topic of conversation. For it now to be revealed that it was a xenogeniac that killed the god, it was pretty difficult to fathom. Han Sen's face still did not change. Sky Vine Radish's god spirit was still under his control. It had a scary green god light. It was madly attacking Evil Lotus God, or rather, the Evil Lotus's purple, evil ghost spirit body. It was different from Han Sen, who was using his mind control to operate the god spirit. Evil Lotus God's body seemed to exist alongside the purple, evil ghost spirit body. Its movements affected the purple, evil ghost spirit's movements. Han Sen was watching the fight from afar. Evil Lotus God had to join the fight with all his might. If the purple, evil ghost spirit was damaged, Evil Lotus God himself would be damaged too. The purple, evil ghost spirit was fighting Sky Vine Radish like mad. Its scary power was able to destroy everything, but this power was too amazing. Aside from the purple, evil spirit, and Sky Vine Radish, no other substance in that universe could be affected by that power. Second Uncle and the others were not able to see the god spirit. From what they could tell, Han Sen was just floating in the air. He was watching Evil Lotus God, and Evil Lotus God was an insane lunatic flailing around in the air. He kept spitting out blood and flying away. Who is Mr. Holy Baby? Londo mumbled. He is so shockingly powerful. He looks like more of a god than Evil Lotus God does. Maybe only the king knows where Holy Baby came from, and that is why the king accepted him as a student. He can fight against the gods. Only very rare true god-class elites can do such a thing. Second uncle looked at Han Sen, who was in the sky, with a complex look. Gare's expression looked strange as he said, "Even evil Lotus God said Mr. Holy Baby killed the god. Is that really true?" No one had the answer. They all wanted to know the answer too. Although Han Sen was the aggressive one, Sky Vine Radish's god spirit power was not any stronger than evil Lotus God's god spirit. Their powers were almost the same. If Han Sen did not use the mistakes of evil Lotus God and damage evil Lotus God's purple, evil spirit in the beginning, he could not suppress him now. A low race is a low race. Even if you have a god spirit, you will only be used by others. Evil Lotus God was suppressed, but he still looked very prideful. His eyes were burning brighter than ever. They even looked greedy. He looked at the Sky Vine Radish's god spirit with greed. It is enough to kill you. Han Sen sensed that too. After evil Lotus God combined with the purple, evil spirit, it had more agility. He directly used power more. It was not like he was using his mind to control the purple, evil spirit. After all, it was still not natural. Although he had the advantage, he could not beat the purple, evil spirit. In the fight, Han Sen was watching the purple, evil spirit, and evil Lotus God. He knew for sure that the purple, evil spirit was a god spirit, but it was different from the Sky Vine Radish. Sky Vine Radish's green god light was obviously a plant power, and the purple, evil spirit was of another element. Han Sen did not see what the difference was. I wonder if my body can be combined with the god spirit. Han Sen was looking at evil Lotus God, wanting to know how he could combine with the god spirit to fight. He looked at him for a long time but could not see anything. Evil Lotus God suddenly and coldly said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Me, a god, will let you know what the true power of a god spirit is." While he was talking, the purple, evil spirit suddenly had a weird mark on its forehead. That mark was made of countless universal rules. It was just a godly miracle, but it showed endless miracles of the universe. Han Sen suddenly felt bad. When that mark appeared, Han Sen sensed that the purple, evil spirit body's spirit power had increased. It was like it had been buffed by the power of the universe. It suddenly went through Sky Vine Radish and was wildly increasing. By the name of evil Lotus God, accept God's punishment. When evil Lotus God's God voice sounded, the purple, evil spirit's hands clasped together to have him sit like a Buddha. Beneath him was a purple, evil lotus. When that evil lotus opened, Han Sen felt the whole world was like a purple lotus flower that had opened. It was like he had fallen into an endless lotus pool. Han Sen looked at second uncle and the others. They had no reaction. They were not able to see the purple lotus flower. Han Sen had many questions to think over. He thought, it looks like Sky Vine Radish and the evil lotus power are just like the gods. They cannot affect other universal creatures, but why are their bodies different from Empty God, Sky Armor God, and the others? They can visit the universe and hurt the creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus God did not stop on the behalf of Han Sen's paws. Many purple lotus flowers opened. They exploded. The power blew up Sky Vine Radish. Evil Lotus God walked with the purple, evil spirit and the purple lotus. It was madly attacking Sky Vine Radish. The purple, evil spirit's power was much better than Sky Vine Radish, and it had the help of a purple lotus. Sky Vine Radish was at a bad disadvantage. The purple evil spirit kept attacking. Soon, the green light broke. A second later, an entire arm was severed. Han Sen was not injured because of that. He was different from evil Lotus God. Even if Sky Vine Radish was killed, it would not affect him. Purple, evil spirit power did not affect his body. However, if Sky Vine Radish was killed, Han Sen would have nothing left to go against evil Lotus God. His eyes were like blades. Han Sen moved his body. He was going into the battlefield. He knew that by depending on Sky Vine Radish, the battle would be lost. He had to cooperate with Sky Vine Radish if he wanted to defeat evil Lotus God. Han Sen moved. Evil Lotus God knew what he was going to do. He looked disdained and said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Do you think a god body cannot hurt your body and you can ignore it? You are so dumb." Evil Lotus God punched Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch at Han Senator. The purple, evil spirit was doing the same thing and threw a punch at Han Sen too. Han Sen did not move. He threw out the suppressing plastic bag and punched it to make it shatter. Lots of pottery powder came out like a gray, dark mist. Holy Kirin is strong, but if you think the ash can hurt a god, you are too naive. Evil Lotus God continued with his punch. The purple, evil spirit broke through the ash. Chapter 28-22 Killing a God. When the ash settled, Han Sen was instantly there. His body went past the purple, evil spirit and came right before evil Lotus God. Death Wish. Evil Lotus God threw a punch at Han Senator. Suddenly, there was a white flame coming from Han Sen's hand. At the same time, evil Lotus God's punch hit Han Sen. The white flame went through evil Lotus God's chest. Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Feather. How could you? Evil Lotus God lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw a phoenix feather in his chest. A white flame was madly surging through his body and organs. Pang! Han Sen did not let him speak. The moment he pulled out the phoenix flame, he controlled Sky Vine Radish to punch the purple, evil spirit, which was connected to evil Lotus God. When evil Lotus God was damaged, he did not have the time to react. Sky Vine Radish punched his head, unleashing purple air everywhere. Half of Han Sen's shoulder bones were broken by evil Lotus God's punch, but Han Sen did not mind. When he was with Sky Vine Radish working together, he was not going to give evil Lotus God a chance. Arg! Evil Lotus God and the purple, evil spirit received a double whammy of damage. His body was damaged, and it made evil Lotus God's face immediately change. Han Sen discovered that evil Lotus God had a weak point that did not really count as a weak point. His purple, evil spirit was not able to affect creatures in the universe. When the evil spirit got injured, evil Lotus God's body was also injured. His body was like a normal creature that could be harmed by universal powers. This meant that when Han Sen was fighting with Sky Vine Radish, evil Lotus God was taking double the damage. Although his body was a true god class, it did not mean his battle power was a true god class. At least for Han Sen, evil Lotus God used the purple, evil spirit, which meant his body's life force was being reduced. When the purple, evil spirit's body got its god mark, his body received even more cracks. It was like his body was going to collapse. Han Sen did not expect the phoenix feather could heavily damage the evil Lotus God. In fact, the phoenix feather went through evil Lotus God's body. Evil Lotus God's power had become weaker because of the negative effects that came from using the purple, evil spirit. For Han Sen, this was a situation that yielded quite the advantage. If evil Lotus God's power kept staying at true god class, the phoenix feather Han Sen held might not hurt him. Now, it was different. When the phoenix flame and Sky Vine Radish kept hitting, evil Lotus God kept screaming. God blood kept pouring out of him without reprieve. Bao Ying and the others were watching in shock. From what they saw, Han Sen was holding a white flame. He made evil Lotus God's god blood spill, making it so he was unable to fight back. It was very strong, like a sky god landing on the earth. No. Impossible. I am a god. I cannot be killed by a lowlife creature. I cannot die. Hell no. Arg, evil lotus god was unable to finish his sentence. Han Sen cut off his left arm, making god blood spill out of him and squirt everywhere like a bloody spring. Damn you. I will cut you up into little pieces for this and ensure you will never be reborn. Evil lotus god's face was full of anger. He put away the purple, evil spirit to look normal again. Evil lotus god's purple, evil spirit was gone. Sky Vine Radish's power had returned to normal. Evil lotus god's body had obviously improved. His face looked enraged. He gathered up power to continue his fight with Han. Senator Han Sen had another 2 compressed plastic bags ready to unload their contents. A lot of pottery powder was unleashed. It went all over evil lotus god's body. It made his skin corrode like he was drenched in acid that fizzed and bubbled across him. A big part of evil lotus god's body was being corroded away right there. Arg! Evil lotus god was screaming in pain. Han Sen was going forward to the place full of pottery powder. He used his phoenix feather to strike it against evil lotus god's neck. He cut it in half. Impossible. I cannot die. I am a god. I am a god. Evil lotus god lost that very high sense of nobility and confidence he exuded earlier. He was in a very bad situation on all sides. Using the purple, evil spirit forced him to accept the 2-way attacks from Han Sen and Sky Vine Radish. If had not used the purple, evil spirit, his body would have been harmed by the pottery powder. It seemed as if he had no way out of this bad situation. I am killing a god, Han Sen coldly grunted. His body was covered in pottery powder. He slashed evil lotus god. Many white flames flew across the scene. They gave evil lotus god more wounds to deal with. Evil lotus god was screaming in agony. It was hard to imagine that this was the same evil lotus god that used his power to defeat Second Uncle and all the others until they had no possible hope of fighting back. Catcha! Evil lotus god's head was lopped off by Han Senator. The head dropped and rolled near Second Uncle. The rest of the audience had gathered around to spectate. Second Uncle looked at the bodiless head with shock. His face looked very weird. No one knew which words would be best to muster and speak. I am a god. You dare to kill a god. You will be cursed for eternity. Evil lotus god's head might have fallen to the ground, but he was not dead yet. He still cursed and cried at Han Senator Catcha. Han Sen's body was carrying a white flame. He slashed downward. It split evil lotus god's head through the middle. A purple lotus flower came out of it. Many mysterious markings were flickering across it. God's spirit hunted. Found God's spirit gene. Han Sen was depressed. This time, there was no god spirit. Han Sen was hoping to claim another god spirit and compare it to Sky Vine Radish's god spirit. Boom! When evil lotus god was killed, a purple light came down from the sky. All of his flesh and bones tuned into a purple light that rose. Han Sen thought another god's sadness would repeat. When the purple pillar of light went through the sky had a weird twist. The purple pillar of light faded away in that twisted space. It was not able to generate a god's sadness. After seeing that, Han Sen felt his heart jump. Even the power of a god spirit's death cannot break out of the big barren systems. What happened to this area? How did Sacred get destroyed? Is that God's personality? Londo looked at the purple lotus flower on the floor. His voice was trembling. That was a God's personality. If they took it, they could go into the skies and become a god. With such an amazing treasure before them, none dared take it. They all looked at Han Senator. After all, when Han Sen killed evil lotus god, his performance had been far too shocking. Even Second Uncle or Meng Lai dared not think of doing something so evil. Han Sen picked up the purple lotus flower off the ground. He was going to put it away. He then heard a "catcha" noise come from Londo, followed by shockwaves. Han Sen thought it was Londo being brave enough to try and steal the god's personality. When he looked closer, it was not Londo that was coming. It was the metal Kirin box that was behind him. It had somehow opened. There was something inside it, and it had come out. It was heading for Han Sen. Chapter 28-23 Kill the Gods. Han Sen saw that the thing flying toward him was flat. He was not able to see what it was, but it was coming for the god's spirit gene. Han Sen was not going to let it succeed. Just as he grabbed the evil purple lotus, another hand was also grabbing it. Pang! The flying thing was punched away by Han Sen with one hit. Han Sen did not feel a strong power coming from it, but Han Sen had not broken it. Han Sen watched the thing as it was flying through the air. It was then that he saw what it was. It appeared to be two big sticks that were stuck together. It was about a foot long and dark red. It was not eye-catching at all. He had no idea what it was. Han Sen punched the flying thing that looked like two sticks. It was sent flying back, but it was still going after the evil purple lotus in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen gathered up more power. He used all of his power to punch the thing away, but it still did not take any damage. After the punch again sent it flying backward, it simply headed straight for him. When Han Sen used Sky Star Wolf Glyph, his punch was as strong as a larva-class deified, yet it was not able to harm that thing. That surprised him. Upon seeing it fly back to him, Han Sen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed the circular stick. Pang! The two circular sticks were struck by Han Senator. It was thrown to the deck but not hurt by Han Senator. It bounced back off the ground and went into the sky to fly. It was headed for Han Sen's evil purple lotus again. This time, Han Sen was very surprised. The cold light sword beam was able to kill a butterfly's xenogeniac. When it slashed the circular sticks, it did not even leave a white mark. Although that thing did not have strong power, the strength of the material could not be underestimated. What is that thing? Londo and the others looked at the two circular sticks with shocked expressions. As Bowing looked at the object, he said, "It looks like a drawing. I think it is a scroll with a drawing on it." "It looks like that, but the texture of the drawing does not look like paper or cloth," second uncle said. "I do not know what material that is, but you cannot break through its layers." Hearing them say it was a drawing, Han Sen realized that it did sort of look like what they described. The two circular sticks must have contained the drawing. There were also dark red papers inside it. Because the papers were sticking to the circular sticks, one could not see them if one did not look closely. One only saw that something was stuck between the two circular sticks. "That's weird." The Kirin placed a metal box inside his palace and enclosed it in one of the statues. And the metal box held the drawing scroll. That scroll can steal the god's spirit genes. Han Sen was able to tell that the scroll was not very aggressive, but his power couldn't hurt it. His heart jumped. When the scroll fell back, he decided to capture it. It was now in Han Sen's hands, but the scroll still struggled to try to get the purple evil lotus, which was also in his hands. Its power was not very strong, so it was unable to escape Han Sen's grasp on it. Han Sen quickly realized that the scroll wasn't a threat to him, so he put away the evil purple lotus. He used both hands to hold on to the handles of the scroll. He opened the scroll to see if there really was a drawing on it. When he pulled it apart, he felt as if the scroll had been stuck together with strong glue. Han Sen tried his best, but he could only open it about 2 or 3 centimeters. Both sides of the scroll near where it had unrolled showed a part of the picture. It meant that where Han Sen was pulling open was the center of the drawing. Han Sen knew his power was not enough to open the scroll. Its power was too strong. It eventually bounced back. Han Sen quickly looked at what he was able to see, hoping to glean something out of the meager view. While he was looking, he saw something. There was a line of words visible. It was written in the Geno universe's common language, so Han Sen could read each word. The text was black, and it was written on a red background. The words on the scroll read, Tai-E, which was followed by a space. After that were 3 more words, killing the gods. Han Sen thought, Tai-E. Is that the Tai-E who I once met? Has he killed a god too? Are gods that easy to kill? I thought only people with super genes could kill gods. Sacred Leader researched it for a long time, and he was unable to kill the gods. Who is this random guy that came out of nowhere and killed gods? His power was already fading, and he was now losing focus. The power in his hands was growing weaker. The scroll closed where Han Sen had revealed the words, making a pat sound. Second uncle and the others flew over to him. Londo curiously asked, Mr. Holy Baby, did you learn what was inside this drawing? I cannot open it. I don't know what's inside it. Han Sen was holding the squirming scroll as he spoke. He did not want to tell people about the scroll, especially people from the Extreme King. Let's not talk right now, Bowing said. Let's just leave the Big Baron systems. This place is far too dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Londo apathetically asked. With Mr. Holy Baby around, why must we be afraid of the Xenogeneics here? He has the ability to kill a god. Let's just leave. Han Sen knew his business. He was only able to kill evil Lotus God because of Sky Vine Radish and the pottery powder. If he'd had to fight a true god-class Xenogeneic, not even his cold light sword would have been enough. Plus, a god spirit was useless against a Xenogeneic. Bad things were bound to happen to them. Thinking of cold light sword, Han Sen looked into his sea of soul and saw there were another 2 cold light sword beast souls. He had received them when he slaughtered the big band of cold light charms. He looked at the cold light charms information and noticed they were the same as the one Han Sen had before. They were cold light swords, but their descriptions were a bit different. One of them said it was broken, and the other was just like the one Han Sen had. That one said it was half complete. Han Sen looked and immediately noticed that the cold light sword beast soul that was labeled as broken was weaker than the other 2. I wonder if the cold light sword beast souls can be combined. Han Sen's heart jumped at the possibility. He saw the 3 cold light charm beast souls stick together. Their spirit bodies combined and started twisting around. They combined into a new cold light sword beast soul. This new cold light charm beast soul was obviously stronger than the other 3 cold light charm beast souls. Just looking at its presence, one could tell that it was much stronger. Han Sen looked at the information, delighted. Deified beast soul, cold light charm, cold light sword, perfect. At half complete, it was already like a butterfly treasure weapon. Now, it's perfect. Maybe the cold light sword can compete with true god weapons. If that's true, I am going to be rich, Han Sen thought, mega excited. He anxiously anticipated using his cold light sword again and flexing its power. 28-24 Leveling up to Larva. Han Sen and the others retraced their steps back to the Lost Land. There was not much resistance to slow their return travel. They left the Big Baron system with ease. On their way back to the Extreme King, Han Sen had been mulling over this question quite a bit. Tai-E that was mentioned in the scroll. Was that the Tai-E that Bauer and the others saw? When they had been digging in God's city, they dug up a strange stone. When Han Sen and the others went into the God's city, Bauer said a man appeared. He announced his name as Tai-E. He even told her to say hello to her father. When Bauer told Han Sen about it, he felt weirded out too. According to Bauer's description of him, Han Sen did not know who Tai-E fellow could have been. He had heard the name Tai-E before, but it was the Tai-E king god in the sanctuaries. It was clearly not the same guy who called himself Tai Yi now. Back then, Han Sen was still wondering about how Tai Yi knew about Bauer's history. The father he mentioned should have been Bauer's true biological father. Ever since then, he had not heard anything about the person known as Tai Yi again. After a prolonged amount of time, Han Sen had almost completely forgotten about him. Now, he had been mentioned in Holy Kirin's drawing scroll. Han Sen had seen Tai Yi's name and the 3 words, killing the gods. That made Han Sen start guessing more about the nature of Tai Yi's identity. But guesses were little more than guesses. He did not even know if the Tai Yi in the drawing was the same one as the Tai Yi he had heard about. It was difficult for him to confirm anything. Han Sen followed second uncle and the others to the Extreme King. On their way, the deified elites treated Han Sen completely differently. They admired him as if he was a god instead. This had been the best way for Han Sen to leave the Extreme King, but he had opted to not abandon them just yet. He followed them back to the Extreme King. Han Sen thought, if I leave now, the Extreme King will talk about me killing a god. I am afraid the scary existences in the Geno Hall might come after me. If I go back to the Extreme King now, they will think I am a part of them. I do not think they will tell anyone the story about me killing evil Lotus God. It would just bring trouble to the Extreme King. Plus, the Extreme King has a lot of deified xenogeneics for me to kill. There is no point in me leaving now. He used to think he was a bit too weak to stay in the Extreme King. Now that he had the perfect cold light sword, he did not have to worry as much. With cold light sword's power, even if he could not fight against true god elites, he could still fight back a little. Han Sen was playing with the purple evil lotus, thinking of a way in which he might be able to hurt it. It is a shame those 2 god spirit genes cannot be refined. If I was able to refine one of them, perhaps I could achieve true god power straight away. After he went back to the Extreme King, he kept munching on his deified genes. Bai King summoned him. He was with second uncle and the others. They reported what had occurred in the Big Baron system. That was about all that happened. Bai King did not ask why Han Sen had that power, nor did he ask Han Sen to hand over the god's personality and the scroll. Ever since that happened, it was like nothing had changed. Han Sen did not see Bai King again. Only Baoing would come to teach him manners every day. Han Sen thought, what is this Bai King thinking? If I wanted to run, I would have run. I have so many secrets in me, yet he is not showing interest. Even with treasures like the god's personality, he hasn't asked about it. What is he truly after? If Bai King had some kind of plan to test him, Han Sen would have felt more convinced. If his opponent was willing to show his cards, he would at least have a way to sort the matter out. But Bai King was not showing his cards, which made Han Sen completely confused. He thought Bai King was a very mysterious character and a difficult person to understand. After a while, every day for Han Sen was just a day in which he ate and slept and slept and ate. His deified gene tallies were greatly increasing. Before long, it reached 100. It is time to become larva class. I hope that after I become larva class, my body will become normal again. Han Sen was happy, but he did not immediately become larva class. This place belonged to the Extreme King, and his identity was that of the Holy Baby. If he strove to become larva class and looked like the real Han Sen again, it would have been like feeding a sheep directly into a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, Bai King did not restrict his freedom. Han Sen found an excuse and took a battleship from the Extreme King to leave the kingdom. He found a planet that was owned by the Extreme King but had no one there. While he was there, he started to evolve his battle body. When the evolution began, Han Sen felt as if his gene messages kept changing. His cells kept splitting and changing. Slowly, Han Sen's body kept getting bigger. It wasn't much longer until he returned to his adult self. Han Sen still kept the xenogenic battle body mode. His body looked weirdly pretty because he had combined with spell. It made his face look as soft as a woman's. I finally became an adult again. Han Sen was so happy. He did not have a fetish to be a child, so he was now much more comfortable. Han Sen had successfully become larva class. He felt as if his power had returned. He enjoyed that powerful power a lot. It was much more powerful than if he relied on using the Sky Star Wolf glyph. This is the real me. Han Sen felt very cocky. When he tried to cancel his xenogenic mode, he found out he was unable to. Do I have to be like this from now on? Han Sen felt kind of depressed, but there was no other way. Although he looked much prettier now, Han Sen still wanted his old face back. Right now, I am much more powerful. I wonder if I can open the scroll. Han Sen took out the scroll. He generated power and tried to pull open the scroll again. The scroll slowly opened. Once again, he saw Tai Yi's name. Because Han Sen's power was stronger than when he used Sky Star Wolf glyph, the scroll could now be slowly opened. Here it is. Here it is. There is that text again. As Han Sen looked at the scroll that was being opened, he saw another line of words appear. Purple fight. Killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he was shocked. Tai Yi could have the same name and surname, but Purple Fight would not have the same name. The elites that used that name in the universe would only be the renowned Purple Fight of Sacred's 10 generals. Han Sen had seen Purple Fight before, but Purple Fight was not doing so well now. He was riding the Sea Demon car in Tianxia system, wandering there forever. After the woman, who called herself a sacred researcher, left Two Worlds Mountain, Purple Fight was gone too. Chapter 28-25 Name Lise Han Sen thought, has this scroll recorded the elites that killed gods before? He thought something was amiss with what was going on. Sacred Leader researched for a long time and was unable to kill the gods. Why would a subordinate of his, Purple Fight, kill a god with success? That is so weird. Plus, that woman and Horizontal Evil used to say that without a super gene, you could not kill a god. Even Sacred Leader was unable to find a super gene. How did Purple Fight find a super gene? Han Sen's brain was flooded with intense wonder. To find an answer in the scroll, Han Sen added power into his hands to pull the scroll open even more. The scroll was hard to open. It was like it was glued shut. It took a lot of power to get it open. The more he pulled it, the harder it became. With Han Sen's larva class power, even he almost couldn't hold it open. There are more words. Horizontal Evil. Killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he froze. Horizontal Evil was the Break Skies Alpha. Han Sen had pinned him on a mountainside a while ago. He was never granted death, so he was stuck in a state of not living and not dying. Horizontal Evil even told Han Sen that he did not have the power to eliminate a god. If that was true, why did the scroll possess words that suggested the contrary? Han Sen suddenly thought the scroll was Holy Kirin's prank. Otherwise, having such a list of names was pointless. Was he giving Purple Fight, Horizontal Evil, and the others a crime? Although Han Sen doubted the credibility of the scroll, he continued pulling the scroll open. He wanted to see what was at the end. Eventually, when he pulled it to some level, the drawing's power was too strong. He was not able to keep pulling the scroll open anymore. Open! Han Sen groaned. Sky Star Wolf's glyph flashed on his body, giving him a bit more power. He kept pulling the scroll open. Han Sen's arms had veins sticking out. Many substance chains flashed across his hands. He was forcing the scroll open bit by bit. Han Yufei. Blasphemy to God, got hit into a loophole never to be reborn. Han Sen finally saw a crime with a different title. That made him wonder even more. Han Sen's head was full of questions. Han Yufei. That should be a woman's name. But who is she? What does it have to do with sacred? How does she have the crime of being blasphemous to a god? That cannot be as bad as killing a god. But why are purple fights crime and the others involve just killing, and this woman was hid into a loophole to never be reborn? Pang! Han Sen's power was no longer able to hold against the strength of the scroll. The scroll's two sticks bounced back into their original position, re-rolling the paper to how it was. The scroll then tried to fly away. Han Sen held onto the scroll and suppressed it enough to stick it in Destiny's tower. What is going on here? Why have so many people managed to kill a god before? Han Sen was very suspicious, but he did not have enough information. He could not make a reasonable judgment just yet. It looks like I will have to wait until my power is stronger. At that time, I can completely open the scroll and learn the meaning of the names in the scroll. Han Sen put the issue of the scroll aside. He was now an adult. Although no one would have been able to tell he was Han Sen, it was not suitable for him to remain with the Extreme King anymore. So, Han Sen teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Linger was learning how to draw in the garden when she saw Han Sen suddenly appear. She tilted her head to the side, looked at him, and asked, "Are you a thief? If I was a thief, what would you do to me?" Han Sen smiled and looked at Han Linger. He wanted to prank her. Han Linger blinked and said, "Mr. Handsome Thief, you look very hot. If you leave now, I will pretend she never saw you." Han Sen's head was full of dark clouds. Linger is so small, and she is already obsessed with appearances. I should teach her that good-looking men are not trustable. "Linger, do you not recognize Dad?" Han Sen asked. He looked gloomy. "Dad?" Han Linger looked at Han Sen with confusion. A while later, she tilted her head and was gladly thrust into Han Sen's hands. She asked, "Dad? Since when did you become so handsome?" Han Sen wished to say something more, but he heard Ji Yanran approaching. She looked at Han Sen for a while. With surprise, she said, "Han Sen, why do you look better now?" Han Sen explained what had happened to him. Ji Yanran and Linger were next to Han Senator. He had one in each arm. They were next to him listening to him explain what had happened. Han Sen quickly noticed that his reputation in the house had been greatly increased. Before, when he arrived home, he would just eat normal food. Now, Ji Yanran made some extra good dishes. Linger kept going around Han Sen for hugs. She didn't stop. She kept calling out for Daddy and asking for kisses. This mother and daughter. Han Sen noticed that to increase his reputation in their family, power and such were useless. Good looks were the most effective weapons. My original face was not that bad. Han Sen felt sad. His face had not been a super handsome one, but his body shape and presence was always there. He could not have been any worse than a supermodel. His treatment, however, was terrible. The next morning, after resting for a day, Han Sen was woken up by Ji Yanran screaming. "What is it?" "It is very early in the morning." Han Sen sat up and discovered that something was wrong. He looked closer. His body had turned into the body of a child again. Even Han Sen was shocked. "What happened? Why do I look like this again? I thought after reaching larva class that I would be normal." Han Sen developed a cold sweat. So adorable, Ji Yanran hugged Han Sen in her arms. She used her cheeks to rub against Han Sen's cheeks and said, "Little flower was this cute when he was this small." Han Sen did not know what to say. Ji Yanran was very accepting of the fact that her husband had turned into a child. She was not worried. Han Sen researched this for a while. He found out he could not stay an adult for a long amount of time. Every once in a while, he was able to turn into an adult, but he would not be an adult for a long time. He was only able to be an adult for around 10 hours. After that, he turned back into a child. I went through all this trouble, and I am still not recovered. It looks like I will have to become butterfly class to totally recover. Han Sen was thinking about how to escape the Extreme King, but it turned out that there was no need for now. He decided to remain holy baby in the Extreme King and take advantage of their resources. While he was still an adult, Han Sen harnessed his power to use the 4-sheep cube and enter God's farm. He wanted to see if he could find Wanner again. Han Sen had just entered God's farm when he saw Wanner killing sheep with her knife. This delighted him. I researched how to deal with God's knife for a long time. Now, I can put my exercise into practice. Han Sen teleported in front of Wanner. He looked at Wanner, who was holding God's knife and slurping up blood, and said, "Wanner, back off." Chapter 28-26 Fighting God's Knife Again. Who are you? How do you know my name? Wanner looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen's face looked very different from how it usually did. She was not able to recognize him. Before Han Sen answered, God's knife had already released scary blood flames. It escaped from Wanner's hands and flew toward Han Sen through the air. The blood flames had already generated a blood demon shadow. It was holding God's knife by its handle. It approached Han Sen slashing and thrashing. It is a super space slash that features time and space. It can slash what exists in the past, making it a knife that no one can block. Can I block it? Can I predict its trail a second before in time? Han Sen was unsure, but he knew he had to try. The Medusa shield was instantly in Han Sen's hand. It was positioned before Han Sen as he moved his body. His other hand wielded the cold light sword. Han Sen was planning on using Spell's guns, but Spell was already a part of him. She was not able to be used as a gun for Han Sen to make use of. Plus, Cold Light Sword's power was better than Spell. So, Han Sen was just going to use his Cold Light Sword. Han Sen carefully calculated his moving track, the sword light from Cold Light Sword, and the Medusa shield's location of defense. The reason was to force God's knife slashing where he needed him to be. Han Sen had not been able to make a prediction a second ago, but he could use powerful formation powers to force God's knife to fall into the chess game-like trap he was orchestrating. That made it unable to calculate his location 1 second later. Using a man's intelligence to fight a knife that could travel through time and space, Han Sen could not do it on a whim. But this was the best chance he had to fight God's knife. Catcha! God's knife landed on Han Sen's back. It cut open his skin. The blood came out like crystal, and the severed muscles looked like jade. Han Sen thought, that's a very powerful God's knife. My xenogenic mode is only larva class, but the body strength should be almost like butterfly class. Yet, it can still cut open my body. The power of God's knife has increased. I am afraid it might have reached true God class. The attack was within what Han Sen had predicted, so he kept on moving. He adjusted the position and angle of his Medusa shield and Cold Light Sword. It will kill you, too. Run. Wanner did not recognize Han Senator. She was just being nice enough to warn him. Han Sen did not care. Wanner was the crux of all Lone Bamboo's sorrows. If he was able to save Wanner, then Lone Bamboo would no longer be in such pain. If there was a chance to do that, Han Sen was going to try. Pat-ong. Han Sen's body was slashed again, but it was not in a critical place. It looks like my judgment and calculations are still a little sloppy. It needs to be improved while I'm here in the actual combat. Han Sen was not shocked. Rather, he was happy. Although he had been hit, it was not in a critical place. That meant his method was working. Han Sen kept fighting God's knife, but he incurred more and more wounds. If one looked closer, one could see his wounds were getting smaller and smaller. Dong! God's knife kept slashing against Medusa's shield. It was unable to strike his body. Han Sen was so happy that he almost groaned in pleasure. He blocked the god's knife attack a second before he did. The super space slash's power was like a glitchy exploit, but he still broke it. Patong! While Han Sen was excited, he was hit again. It hurt so badly that it made him focus. He knew now was not the time to get excited. He still couldn't block all of the super space slashes with perfect precision. Compared to his first experience, Han Sen was becoming smoother as he used formation. Slowly, he was able to block more god's knife attacks with the Medusa shield. It was harder for the enemy to use super space slash and harm his body. Wanner started reminding Han Sen about the need to run, but she slowly noticed Han Sen was actually able to weather this fight against God's knife. She had a look of awe on her face. She had never seen any creature able to fight against God's knife the way he was. Seeing God's knife, the creatures in God's farm were scared. They were paralyzed with fear and never dared try to rebel against God's knife. The stranger in front of them all was actually able to challenge it, and he was able to keep going at it. He kept blocking the attacks of God's knife. It was unbelievable to witness. Han Sen's entire body was buzzing with an incredible amount of excitement. It was like facing a problem that could not be solved and fighting for a countless amount of days in poor conditions but still seeing it through. The ability to finish and relish in the joy was like his whole heart was leveling up. Han Sen thought God's knife was so powerful and super space slash was scary. Yet, when he blocked his first strike, his mind chilled. He was more relaxed as the fight went on, which made it easier. Before, God's knife created intense pressure. Now, that pressure was gone. Han Sen was able to control super space slash easier as time went by. Han Sen felt as if he could control the universe and all of its rules. It was like he could do whatever he wanted to. Suddenly, Han Sen put away the Medusa shield and used his cold light sword to fight God's knife. That was all he used. He was not defending anymore. He was going to try and go forward to strike. Dong! 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 The knife and sword went against each other in the air. The shock waves created a lot of cracks in space. Han Sen was depending purely on his sword to tie with the god's knife, which was a second ahead. It was all about attacking now. It was not like before when Han Sen had to block or evade. So, what if you can strike a second before I can? I can block your attacks too. Han Sen was feeling completely relaxed. He was so chill. One could not describe how chill he was. The cold light sword was waving casually to keep fighting God's knife. Wanner opened her small mouth as she looked at Han Sen battling God's knife in disbelief. She had never seen God's knife suppressed like that. It felt like God's knife strength was being minimized. Dong! The sword light was seen in the air as God's knife was hit backward. The position of the knife was a bit messed up. God's knife really is suppressed. Now, Wanner believed that God's knife had been suppressed by that wild stranger. In the next moment, Wanner saw God's knife turn around and fly into the sky, but Han Sen's sword light hit it down and prevented it from escaping. God's knife. It is trying to flee. Wanner could not believe what she was seeing. God's knife was trying to flee. She never thought this could happen, but it was actually happening directly in front of her. Han Sen slashed and slashed. He slashed God's knife and got it to fall back. What made Han Sen frown was the fact that he did not know what God's knife was made of. He had slashed God's knife many times, but the strength of the perfect cold light sword did not leave any damage on it. Although I have already broken super space slash, I cannot destroy the body that controls the god's knife. That is not winning. Han Sen frowned, thinking about how to destroy the god's knife. Chapter 28-27 A gamble that depends on power. I wonder if the method to kill a god is useful with God's knife. Han Sen's heart jumped. He summoned Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch toward God's knife. Pang! God's knife was not damaged, but the blood flame demon was hit by Sky Vine Radish. The flames of its composure went everywhere. It really works. Is that thing a god too? Han Sen was delighted. Sky Vine Radish was strong. It kept punching the blood flame demon. It made the blood flame demon shatter and shimmer everywhere. It was unable to fight back. God's knife was already falling back. Now, Sky Vine Radish was attacking it. The bloody fires of the knife were becoming weaker. In the end, the bloody flame was broken by Sky Vine Radish. God's knife turned dim as if it had lost all control. Han Sen flew in front of the god's knife, picked it up off the ground, and discovered that God's knife was nothing more than an ordinary sharp knife without its power. Both of his hands held a separate side of the sharp knife. He wanted to break the knife, but he was unable to achieve what he wanted. The knife was still as hard as before. It just did not have a lively presence inside it anymore. Han Sen thought, I didn't hear the hunting announcement. Perhaps that means I didn't kill it. He put God's knife inside Destiny's tower and kept it suppressed. Wanner, follow me. I am going to take you to see Lone Bamboo, Han Sen said as he approached Wanner. Do you know my brother? Wanner was happy, but then she looked sad and shook her head. You should leave now. I cannot come with you. God's knife has already been suppressed by me. What more do you need to concern yourself with? Han Sen saw in Wanner's face that she was hiding something. I signed a contract with a god. I cannot leave here. If I do, I will end up causing my big brother harm. Wanner shook her head. What contract? Han Sen asked with a frown. Wanner shook her head and said, I cannot tell you. If I tell you, Big Brother will be in danger. Han Sen knew he could not blame Wanner for thinking that way. If he was in her position, he would feel as if this was a trick too. Before being 100% sure, he would never try to do something that could put his family at risk. I will not force you to come with me, but God's knife has been suppressed by me. Will the god be okay with that? Han Sen looked at Wanner as he spoke. Wanner nibbled her lips but did not say anything. She was unsure. How about this? Han Sen went on to say, tell me where that god is, and I will go out and look for it. I will see if there is a way for me to kill it. If the god Wanner had signed a contract with was the same as evil Lotus God, perhaps there was a chance for Han Sen to kill it. If he did that, Wanner would be free again. Wanner still shook her head and said, you should go. A god is not something we can deal with. He is so powerful, and he is everywhere. But I did manage to suppress the god's knife. Suppressing a god is not something impossible. Han Sen tried to convince her. This is different. The god's knife is just a knife. It's one of God's toys. How can it compare with the god itself? The power of a god is not something we can feasibly comprehend. After that, Wanner's small face had a frightening expression. It was as if she was in the recollection of something terrible. How can you know it won't work if you haven't given it a go? If your big brother Lone Bamboo knew you were here, I am sure he would want to see you again. Han Sen hoped to use Lone Bamboo to change her mind. Wanner looked hesitant, but then confidently shook her head. Thanks a lot, but please do not tell Big Brother about me. You should leave now. The god's knife has been affected, and I am sure the god must have felt it. When he comes, it will be too late for you to escape. It is already too late. Wanner's last sentence was spoken a different tone of voice. She was like a different person. Han Sen's face changed. He saw Wanner's body start to morph with a blurry god light. It was like her entire body was being showered in the morning light. Her eyes became weirdly clear. She appeared to become an emotionless machine. You have broken into my farm and destroyed my knife spirit. You are a very interesting person. Wanner looked at Han Sen with interest as she spoke. Her face was like a king in a high place, looking down on a clown's performance at the circus. Han Sen coldly looked at Wanner and asked, "Are you the god?" Han Sen suddenly realized something, but he did not know what it was. "Yes, I am God." Wanner smiled and nodded. She stared at Han Sen and asked, "What is your name? What race do you belong to?" "I am Dollar." "I am a human," Han Sen answered. Wanner shook her head and said, "You are not a human. Humans don't look like you. You are a xenogeniac." Han Sen's heart jumped with shock. Pretty much no creature in the universe knew about humans, but this so-called god seemed to know about the existence of humanity. It also knew that he was not a human. This was a problem. "How do you know I am not a human?" Han Sen quickly asked. "If I think you are not a human, then you are not a human," Wanner replied. "There is no why." "What is your name?" Han Sen asked. "I am God," Wanner answered. "Don't gods have a title? Something like empty god, sky empty god, and etc. What is your title?" Han Sen asked. "You know a lot. It is no wonder you were able to destroy the spirit of my knife." It laughed and said, "But I do not have a title. You can just call me God." Before Han Sen said anything more, God went on to say, "You destroyed my knife spirit, and I am okay with that. If you want to take away Wanner, you can do that too. But this world is a fair place. You are taking so much, so you should give something back in the interest of fairness, of course. Wouldn't you agree?" "No. That was something I achieved through my own power. Why should I give out anything?" Han Sen smiled. God was shocked, but it then laughed. "Well said. Something you take through your own power means you shouldn't give out anything. I really like you. How about this? It is rare to find an interesting xenogeniac like you. I am giving you a chance now. So, let's have a bet. If you can beat me, you can leave without any harm and Wanner can go with you. What if I lose?" Han Sen frowned. "If you lose, you are so funny that I wouldn't want to see you die." God went silent. It went on to say, "You can replace Wanner's job here. You can feed God's knife for the next century." "That's not fair," Han Sen said with a smile. "If I win, you do not have to give anything. If I lose, I have to give you 100 years of my time. Why would I take part in such an unfair gamble?" "Because that is a bet that involves my own power," God said with a smile. Han Sen was going to say there was nothing he could to him if he didn't do anything. Before he said anything, he shockingly noticed that within God's stare, his hands were not listening to him. He held his neck and squeezed. He squeezed himself so hard that he was going to suffocate. With Han Sen's will and power, he was unable to control his own body. Inside the Sea of Soul, the black crystal armor reduced its presence. It pretended it did not exist. There was no reaction. Chapter 28 Predicting the Future. God smiled at Han Sen as it asked, "Can we agree to a bet now?" Han Sen could not speak. He felt as if he was going to be strangled to death, so he had to nod. "Nice. You have made the right choice. Using your power is more interesting." God laughed. "Should it be me who is deciding what to risk?" Han Sen rubbed his throat. He realized now that this god was a bit evil. It seemed very casual, but it was scarier than the other gods he had encountered. It gave Han Sen real pressure, and it was exerting a sense of danger the other gods had not been able to accomplish. Before, it really did not matter, God said. Now, I have met a really interesting creature like you. That is why I want to play my favorite game. What game is that? Han Sen's brain moved fast. His only option was to escape. He could not defeat this god. Even if he could beat this god, the god had taken over Wanner's body. He could not risk killing Wanner along with it. Also, the black crystal armor had strangely hidden itself. That had never happened before. When he used to meet the kings, he had not seen the black crystal armor react like this. That just showed how scary this god truly was. Han Sen thought gods like the kings would not deal damage to creatures in the universe. Gods like Evil Lotus God, which could hit creatures, were not his enemy. He used Sky Vine Radish and his phoenix feather to establish a tie. This god was totally different. It was possessing Wanner and still able to wield massive power. It was clearly a god spirit operating on a whole new level. This god. Is it the one that met the seventh team? Han Sen wondered. It is so simple. We will predict the fate of each other. God's face looked so weird, but only for a second. Predict fate? Predict whose fate? Han Sen asked with a frown. It can be anybody. You can pick any creature you want, God said. It then moved its hand. God light turned into a mirror. The mirror had many shadows. There were all kinds of creatures from the universe there. I don't like altering the fates of others, Han Sen said. You can come and test my fate, but how will you even predict it, and how will you win? We are just making a bet, God coldly said. We cannot bet on ourselves. You pick a creature. It can be anyone you know. It can even be your family. We will predict the choices they make when something happens. You can decide first. Then, I select the Very High's leader, Han Sen said. He was thinking, no matter how strong you are, you cannot affect the Very High's leader. It was unknown if God saw what Han Sen was thinking, but it did not care and said, yeah, let's bet with Very High leader. How do we bet? Han Sen asked. It is not as if we know what the Very High leader is going to do. God did not speak. It walked one step and came before Han Senator. It pulled Han Sen with him. Han Sen felt as if he fell into a time vortex. He felt so dizzy that he thought he was going to throw up. Many people had carried him away via galaxy teleport. He had almost finished practicing galaxy teleport himself, but it was never this horrible. When everything returned to normal, Han Sen found himself in outer sky. In front of him was the very familiar star tree. The star tree was full of fruit. They looked like many giant planets hanging from the branches of the tree. A young man of the Very High was sitting under the star tree with his legs crossed. The man's white clothing was like snow. He looked very handsome and also very cold. He looked like a guy who everybody owed money to. This man. He looks very familiar. Han Sen thought that the young man looked very familiar. This is Very High leader, God said next to him. You are lying. I have seen Very High leader, and he is an old man. Before Han Sen could finish, his face changed. He suddenly knew why the young man looked so familiar. His facial structure and body looked like Very High leader. He just looked younger, so he seemed different. God smiled and said, that is Very High leader when he was young. We are here when he was only 20. We went into the past. Han Sen's face changed. He finally understood why it was so difficult to teleport. It was not because he had not just used galaxy teleport. He had teleported through time. There is nothing amazing about it, God casually said. If you want, I can take you to see what you looked like when you were younger. That is fine, Han Sen said. The past is the past. Whatever happens in the future is always meant to be. If you already know how things pan out, what is the point of making a bet? Who told you the future is already set in stone? God looked at Han Sen with shock. Is it not? Han Sen asked with a smile. If the future could be changed, you could just go and kill the Very High's leader now. With the power you have, Very High leader will obey you. We do not have to go to the past and find the Very High's leader. God preferred spending its power on going back to the past than going to meet Very High leader. Clearly, it was afraid of something, which was why Han Sen said what he did. God laughed and said, "There are rules in this universe. Even God cannot destroy them. But within these rules, there is nothing in there about changing the future. The future is full of unpredictabilities. We come from a change in the future. Now, there is some accident affecting it. It might create another future, so we are not sure what the future is going to be. Are you saying that you can affect the young Very High leader and make him do decisions that benefit you?" Han Sen knew what God was trying to say. You can do the same too. That is only fair. God laughed. Han Sen looked at God seriously and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "It depends on what you ask me," God replied with a smile. "I might be God, but I do not know the answer to everything." Han Sen looked at God seriously. It looked different from the other king gods. "If you like this game of yours so much, you must have played it many times." Han Sen took a deep breath as he asked, "Did you ever lose?" "Yes, I have lost twice." God's answer surprised Han Sr. "I am curious as to who defeated you," Han Sen said with shock. "One from Sacred and a human called Han Jingji," God coldly said. His face looked weird as he spoke. When Han Sen heard that, his heart began to race like crazy. He almost shouted out loud, "Han Jingji." Chapter 28-29 A different kind of God, how did they beat you? Han Sen was holding in the urge to ask, but he buckled. He knew he was now getting closer to the truth behind what happened to the seventh team. This God could certainly be the one encountered by the seventh team. "Do you think I will expose my weaknesses to you?" God asked with a laugh. Han Sen looked at it strangely. Although it was possessing Wanner, this God gave Han Sen the feeling that it was the nice and next-door neighbor kind. It did not have that superior presence like Jun King and the other god spirits gave off. It did not really try to present himself as an invincible deity either. If Han Sen had not known it was a god, he would never have imagined it was the sort of being to play with the fates of others. Thinking about the elite humans of the seventh team and the bad things that happened to them, Han Sen knew that their appearance and presence could not be trusted. This being that called itself God might have looked kind, but appearances were deceptive. On the inside, it was a wretched demon. While they were talking, Very High leader, who was sitting beneath the tree, stood up. He looked up at one of the star tree's fruits. The star fruits were very difficult to grow naturally, ripen, and fall to the ground. It was a process that took forever. Even people who guarded the star tree did not have that sort of patience. There was now a fruit that had matured naturally. The young Very High leader stared at the matured fruit with a face that dripping with seriousness. The star fruit that had matured naturally possessed a deified xenogenic. It was not going to be a primitive or transmutation either. It wasn't that low level. It would be at least larva or butterfly class. Very High leader was very young. He had only just become primitive, but he was already considered a genius amongst the Very High. Such praise did not come easy. Even so, when it came to battling, he was primitive. A primitive going up against a larva or butterfly class fiend was far too much. He did not plan on backing down from the prospect of such a fight, nor did he summon the aid of others of the Very High. He silently watched the star fruit with eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The star fruit had some scary light. It was like a sun that was burning at max capacity. When time passed, the star fruit's light became weaker. It changed from white to yellow, yellow to red, red to dark red, and dark red to black. It ended up looking like charcoal. You and I have come here to predict this very high leader's actions and see if he can kill the Xenogeniac, God said. When he heard that, Han Sen frowned. That question was not difficult to answer. The star fruit unleashed a very scary presence. It was stronger than Han Sen was now. Very high leader was just a primitive deified. His power was not enough to fight against the Xenogeniac that existed inside such fruit. Also, there were no other very high there. It would have been impossible for him to slay such a Xenogeniac. With Han Sen's experience guarding the star tree, he was able to predict that the Xenogeniac would escape capture and leave outer sky. It was bound to flee into the mountains nearby. Very high leader would not be able to stop it. Such an obvious result was impossible for the god to not know already. It had picked the time of this incident with purpose, so it was hard to gauge whether or not it was already prepared for this. Are there any more changes in between this? Did very high leader manage to kill that Xenogeniac inside the fruit? Han Sen thought to himself. He then thought, no. God can't be deliberately tricking me to have me think this is a trick. In fact, I believe the Xenogeniac escaped into the mountains without issue. Han Sen was shocked. He realized he had made a big mistake. Gambling with people who were professional when it came to tricks of the mind was the worst thing possible. He might have merrily walked right into his opponent's scheme. Han Sen knew he was an elite when it came to this stuff, so he immediately forced himself to calm down and sort through the information he had at hand. With what he knew thus far, that was how he was going to make his judgment. Very high leader will not kill the Xenogeniac. Han Sen made his decision. It was because it was the most likely thing to happen. Han Sen had to choose the option that adhered to Occam's razor. Fine. I will select the option that states very high leader succeeds and slays the Xenogeniac. God laughed coldly. Nothing special was visible on its face, so Han Sen could not tell if he was right or wrong. Catcha! The fruit that had turned completely black exploded. It turned into dust and rose. The Xenogeniac appeared from behind. There was a semi-transparent set of butterfly wings that opened beautifully like flowers. Behind the butterfly wings, a lady with jade skin used her hands and shoulders to hide her body's important parts. She looked shy. Han Sen did not think that the thing that came out of the star fruit would be a Xenogeniac like that. He thought, such a beautiful Xenogeniac. I do not think men could be cruel enough to harm something like that. Plus, his power is worse than the Xenogeniac. He won't be able to kill it. Just as Han Sen thought that the young very high leader was in shock when he saw that beautiful Xenogeniac. His ice-cold face melted a little. Mr. is a genius of the very high. Butterfly lady has been in the fruit admiring you for the longest time. If Mr. would not mind, Butterfly lady would like to follow Mr. The most surprising thing happened. The Xenogeniac was extremely intelligent, and she was butterfly class. On top of that, she was willing to follow very high leader, who was only primitive class at the time. That was a very rare thing to happen. It looks like very high leader is not going to kill her. Han Sen looked at the scene. He could see God still smiling. It was like everything was none of its business. That made Han Sen feel a little surreal. Things went so smoothly as everything unfolded. It was going too well for Han Senator. The very high leader was now just a young man. He did not have the mind of a very high forget-love practitioner either. After meeting the beautiful and elegant butterfly lady, he suddenly had a weird feeling. The relationship between the two developed quickly. A few days later, they were already kissing each other together like a couple. Now, I think you lose. Han Sen had been aware of God. He was not going to let it destroy the relationship between Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. Tomorrow, if Very High Leader hasn't killed the Butterfly Lady by tomorrow, then I lose, God said with a smile. Okay. Han Sen agreed, but he thought, they are so in love now. One day later, there is no way they could become enemies and try to kill each other. Plus, even if they did turn against each other, the Butterfly Lady is much stronger than Very High Leader. It would probably end up with the Butterfly Lady killing Very High Leader. To prevent the god from doing some tricks, Han Sen stared at him. He was not going to let him disturb Very High Leader and the Butterfly Lady. That night, Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady could not help but eat the forbidden fruit. Han Sen felt relieved and he asked, now that it has happened, Very High Leader will not want to kill the Butterfly Lady, right? Han Sen watched God. It was sitting on the branch of a tree holding its jaw as it looked at Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady being together. It looked like it was happy for them. God said, it is a relationship that makes people jealous. If you think this relationship is very nice, does that mean we should not disturb them? How about the bet ends here? Although things were drifting in Han Sen's favor, he did not think God would lose and concede so easily. It was only a matter of time before God did something. God's eyes looked a bit weird as it said, no. This is just the beginning of our bet. After that, God's body flashed. It jumped off the tree and stood in front of Very High Leader and Butterfly Lady. Han Sen knew that God was going to strike, so he quickly flashed in front of God. It did not matter what God was planning to do, but he knew he had to stop it. He did not know what God could possibly do to make Very High Leader kill the Butterfly Lady. Chapter 28 30 Sky and Men combined at an extreme level. Very High Leader saw Han Sen and God, frowned, and asked, who are you people? How dare you come to the star tree? If this was a normal race, if an important place was suddenly invaded, they would not have spoken like this. They would have attacked before doing anything. Very High people were different. They were not in a rush to strike. God looked at Very High Leader and coldly said, it does not matter who we are. What is most important is that you betrayed Very High. Forget love's big love path. You have drowned in a little love and little relationship. Is this really what you want? Han Sen thought God would use a harsher method. He did not expect God was just going to try and convince the Very High Leader. Although it was quite difficult to convince the Very High Leader to slay the woman who he had fallen in love with, it should have been something impossible. But Han Sen did not drop his guard because of that. Han Sen tried to fight back by saying, big love and little love are all love. If you cannot do small love, how can you have big love? What does it have to do with you guys? Very High Leader looked at Han Sen and God with shock. He did not know where these two people had come from and suddenly run up to him to talk about love. Of course, it is related. God pointed at Very High Leader as he spoke. You are part of the Very High. Your responsibilities involve learning about the path of the universe. You are here to maintain the balance of the universe. If you are drowned in small love and a small relationship, who can do the things you should be destined to do? When Han Sen heard him, he thought God was being ridiculous in what he was saying. Although the Very High had sky and men combined, it was not at a level that God had mentioned. God's words made it sound like the Very High were superheroes there to maintain world peace. It was like without them, the universe was going to stop spinning. I can plan my own plan, Very High Leader glumly said. There is no need for you guys to tell me what to do. Han Sen felt as if this was not a good sign. With the Very High people's personalities, unless something touched the deepest core of their hearts, they would not be showing expressions the way he currently was. Although Very High Leader was very young right now, and his practice was not very strong, he still should not have been so emotionless. I am not here to tell you off, God coldly said. I am here to ask you if you want the sky and men combined together's big love or small love and small relationships between men and women. These two do not contradict each other, Han Sen said. You can have both. Very High Leader's face was pale as he asked, who are you people? If you do not speak clearly, I am going to be rude to you guys. Upon hearing all of this, the butterfly lady was angry. She coldly shouted, you can tell that they are both no good for anybody. Allow me to take them down and ask them. After that, the butterfly lady waved her hand. Many substance chains flashed like a halo. They were headed toward Han Sen and God. Han Sen teleported and dodged them. God did not avoid them. It allowed the halo to tie it up. It did not struggle. After the ring was pulled, God fell to the ground with it. God fell to the ground but still looked cold. It did not look at the butterfly lady. God instead looked at the Very High Leader and said, with sky and men combined together, the Very High will be free. Are you really going to give this up on behalf of the butterfly lady? Humph. What do you know about sky and men combined together and the Very High's freedom? Very High Leader's face looked a bit disdainful. Very high supremacy and extremely quiet path. Without me, God was vaguely talking about some deep skills. Han Sen thought those sentences could be related to Very High Sense. Even so, he did not actually understand what any of it meant. After all, he had not practiced Very High Sense. How do you know all this? Very High Leader looked at God with a look that screamed disbelief. I know more than just that, God said with a smile. I know the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. If you want, I can tell you. Very High Leader looked at God and asked, do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He was half confused and half untrusting. Han Sen thought things were going terrible for him, but he could not think of a way to stop God. It did not matter how much of a rush he was in. He could not just go blocking Very High Leader's eyes and ears and tell him not to listen or look. Han Sen's brain was spinning fast. He was thinking about what God was trying to do and how to stop God's conspiracy. God only spoke a few sentences about sky and men combined together at an extreme level, and he had already made Very High Leader overwhelmed and obsessed. When God spoke about the most important aspect, it stopped. Very High Leader was into it so much, but now God had suddenly stopped. He quickly asked, why have you stopped talking? I am talking about the universe's greater path, and you are just drowning in small relationships and small love. My path does not suit you. God shook its head as it spoke. Han Sen now understood what God was trying to do, but he did not think God's method was going to work. His heart flashed with countless possibilities. He was thinking about how best to react to this. He did not speak. He was still waiting to see how this played out. How do you know if this will not suit me if we do not try? Very High Leader looked a bit mad as he spoke. If you are really looking for the path, it is easily found. God looked at the butterfly lady and said, kill her. Kill her, and I will teach you the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. The butterfly lady was enraged. She used a halo to tighten God's body. No matter how much it tightened, it could not harm God's body. Han Sen noticed that Very High Leader remained silent. He did not think this was good. Oh, no. The personality of the Very High is not normal. They practiced Very High Sense, so the way they think is different from ordinary creatures. It looks like Very High Leader really wanted God's sky and men combined together's teaching at an extreme level. Maybe he really will kill Butterfly Lady. Han Sen knew it was now impossible to convince the Very High Leader. When he made his mind up, there was no point in Han Sen saying anything. Han Sen did not go and convince Very High Leader. He turned to God and asked, Do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He knew only beating God would suggest to very high leader that he should not be swayed by the intruder. Of course, I never lie, God solemnly said. I do not believe you. You are not one of the very high, so how could you know very high sky and men combined together? You should show us right now. Otherwise, I do not believe you, and he will not believe you either. Han Sen had to stall God and make sure the very high leader did not make a decision just yet. These two guys are very evil. I will kill them. The butterfly lady was very mad at Han Sen and God about the things they had been saying. She wanted to fight again. There is no rush. Let's have a look first. Very high leader pulled the butterfly lady back. This shocked the butterfly lady. Are you going to do what they say? Would you kill me to get the sky and men combined together at an extreme level? The butterfly lady looked at the very high leader madly as she spoke. Of course not, very high leader immediately said. I just want to find out if this person knows about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. After it is performed, I will kill them.